Looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
是看现在两头烧，风又直接凹出一圈到居家脸上，但上面开起来了，风突然来到了残血，但是下面冰河炼器又起到了一个很好的保护效果，进场的阿志被晕住，狂笑猛禽翻了辅助回来，但是阿志倒地。
哇，欧卡这波 carry 了这把比赛哎，因为纳尔想跳进来，但是被欧卡的大绝给断掉了。
DCG 还在利用自己手上的优势，不停的 poke 扭掉这波种子骑到脸上，但是来自无敌一波的一闪成功控住了风，又是雄心动断，抱住了风。DCG 双 C 开始射击。
哇，风倒了这把会对欧卡说我爱你啊！
而且欧卡现在盯上的是对方的中路跟辅助，舍泽要被留住了。杰哥要被打出来，回头想定这里侧边卡草大绝甩在对方的中间才射队，这里是没有装招的，而且抓住自己的重磅点，盯住对方的一手，再一个狂笑猛击，直接把风给推回温泉。但是自己的队友呢？狗尾这时候打了一个球火走掉了，而且塔口想砍回去也被炸弹给炸死了。帮忙去挡 Q3没到8月，但龙的血量已经非常的低了。空月是进不去的，想来拼这个龙，但是 Q 看的位置非常漂亮，小飞交的大局，但是这边的队员全部打光，没有前排了。看他没有出水空间，竭力垫了一个 double Q 之后，只剩空远一个人了。回头再一飙，但是努力也还在追。
但这里其实最主要就还是你没有办法去，你正面顶不进去，你知道吗？扛敌这个时间点的装备来说太好了，就是你这些 poke 并没有办法起到消效果的情况下，你就变成是你会被逼的被包夹。
是怒气控制很好。
马口找到了阿志要来开劈，再看一下
又被
小龙。
碰到没血了。
小龙是重点，4000D，看一下665有没有机会进场。这边的扫射已经结束，665闪现扑进龙，看他抢攻变了稳。在那瞬间也被 PSG 给融化掉，而贝利往前想要输出，但他只是一个2件装的接力。俊家闪现转3个，再用惊人躲避上来，阿志再用狂射猛击一翻，这是俊家的 double kill。前面的剑魔面试成功劈死了 Memo， 还在撑，打出了一个正当民风，用领导冲击冲死了阿志，剑魔开劈啦！那么俊家只要再被冰河练习给击飞 ，Chris 卡的狙杀收下了 shutdown DCG。哎呦，俊家的最后还烫死了2个人。
俊家倒下，还是说我不能让 PSG 输啊
？7000多左右，没有打野 ，CFO 只能来接团。现在伤害先打在塔口身上，但塔口有水的魂，又有2件坦，主要这个巴龙是争斗不了的。665重击稳稳的把巴龙给拿到手 ，DCG 说甚至有机会来做反弹，3件打4个人，665，这边是666了，手上这个位置也被风给处理掉。风拿了个 double 之后，卡萨刚出来，队友就倒2个了。在场之中，顺是没有双刀的顺又被奎斯卡塔大绝直接扫到死。
OGT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China has passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
阿志看。现在2头烧，风又直接凹出一圈到居家脸上，但上面开起来了，风突然来到了残血，但是下面冰河练习又起到了一个很好的保护效果，进场的阿志被晕住，狂烧猛击翻了辅助回来，但是阿志倒地。
哇，欧卡这波 carry 了这把比赛哎，因为纳尔想跳进来，但是被欧卡的大绝给断掉了。
DCG 还在利用自己手上的优势，不停的 poke 扭掉这波的种子骑到脸上，但是来自无敌一波的一闪成功控住了风，又是雄心动盾，包住了风 ，DCG 双星开始射击。
哇，风打了这把，会对欧卡说“我爱你”啊！
而且欧卡现在盯上的是对方的中路跟辅助，泽要被留住了。血哥要被打出来，回头想定这里侧边卡塔大绝甩在对方的身上，伊瑟瑞尔这里是没有双招的，而且抓住自己的重磅碾压盯住对方的伊瑟瑞尔，再一个狂笑猛击，直接把风给推回温泉。但是自己的队友呢？狗尾这时候打了一个球火走掉了。 而且塔口想砍回去也被炸弹给炸死了。帮忙去挡 Q3没捞到阿月，但龙的血量已经非常的低了。空月是进不去的，想来拼这个龙，但是 Q 开的位置非常漂亮，小微交的大局，但是这边的队员全部倒光，没有前排了。凯撒没有出水空间，竭力垫了一个 double Q 之后，只剩空远一个人了。回头再一飙，但是努力也还在追。
但这里其实最主要就还是你没有办法去，你正面顶不进去，你知道吗？扛敌这个时间点的装备来说太好了，就是你这些 poke 并没有办法起到消效果的情况下，你就变成是你会被逼的被包夹。
阿志怒气控制很好，
塔口找到了阿志要来开劈，看一下
又被
小龙
到没血了，
小龙是重点，4000滴，看一下665有没有机会进场，这边的扫射已经结束，665闪现扑进了龙坑，他抢到了电龙纹。在那瞬间也被 PSG 给融化掉，而贝蒂往前想要输入，但他只是一个2件装的竭力。俊家闪现转3个，再用惊人躲避上来，阿志再用狂射猛击一翻，这是俊家的 double kill。前面的剑魔面试成功劈死了 塔口还在撑，打出了一个震荡冰封，用领导冲击冲死了阿志，剑魔开劈啦！那么俊家只要再被冰河练习给击飞 ，Chris 看到的狙杀收下了shutdown DCG。哎呦，俊家的最后还烫死了2个人，
俊家倒下，还是说我不能让 PSG 输啊
？7000多左右，没有打野 ，CFO 只能来接团。现在伤害先打在塔口身上，但塔口有水龙魂，又有2件坦，主要这个巴龙是争夺不了的。665重击稳稳的把巴龙给拿到手 ，DCG 中甚至有机会来做反打，3件打4个人，665，这边是666了，手上这个位置也被风给处理掉。风拿了个 double 之后，卡萨刚出来，队友就倒2个了。在场走吗？走不掉了，没有装到的顺又被奎斯卡塔大绝直接扫到死。
White heat turns blue.
a flame, I'm coming to drain. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are bad, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to drain. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. We're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. We're walking through the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins. We're walking through the flames, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody. An exciting night on the horizons. I'm in my oceanic colors, and everyone else should be too, because we have a very, very important set of games tonight, and they're all going to be brought to you once again by Riot Games. Carry International, Changhua Telecom, who if you sign up with them in the near future, you will get 12 months free access to Hami Video, all your entertainment needs on that platform, and of course the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who are kindly hosting our international teams for the duration of the playoffs here. A lot of amenities, 688 rooms, Michelin guest house. Just pause that for a second. A pool, a spa, and a lot more, of course. And then China Airlines, who flew all our teams over to the PCS. They also have a new direct flight available from straight Taipei to Seattle on the Airbus A350-900. You can check out all you need on the China Airlines website. And last but not least, it is TTL brand Noodles, who have continued to sponsor our region and do continue to do so. You can check out these fantastic flavors, chicken, beef, upgraded into Chinese twists on things at your local grocery store. I will be your host once again, Vestian, and alongside me, it is Lo.
Yes, it is. And what a day we have ahead of ourselves. If you have any koalas at all, raise them now. Leave no koala unraised, because this might be your last chance. Both LCO teams fighting for their lives today, and both looking pretty good. I think it's safe to say both LCO teams have far exceeded our expectations and already broken a record by taking a win Bliss have over Frank. Honestly, the last team you'd expect them to have beaten coming into playoffs. And Bliss are going to get a rematch now. And it'll be Frank looking for revenge. Frank definitely rebounding a bit, especially Jung in the top lane, who maybe didn't look the best in their previous series. Thoughts on Jung's performance in the previous series?
Well, Yi Jung up against Bliss in their first time matching up obviously did not look good. And I think ultimately the rest of Frank in general actually performed better than their counterparts, but it was kind of Yi Jung, this gaping hole in the top lane, that was letting them down. And I think especially in that game 3 they had up against West Point in their series earlier on in the week, that Riven game he had, he was defending Bans 2v5. It was truly a solo carry out of him. Yes, Gemini did the most damage on Maokai, but a lot of that is invisible. The damage that actually counted was what Jiang was doing in those team fights and those skirmishes. And I think that should be a massive confidence builder back for him because he got to play his champ, his most comfortable champ. He one-tricked it all the way up to high elo in the Korean and solo queue ladder, and now he's gotten to play it on stage, performed very well, and I think he can come in to the series against Team Bliss with a new burst of confidence and try and start looking like how he did in our regular season.
Yeah, and it has to be something that's just in the back of your mind constantly if you're Team Bliss, that he can pull out this Riven at any point. It will probably be Frank on the blue side for the first game, so it's less likely we'll see the Riven, but I don't know how the Riven math works, what makes Jung decide it's time to play Riven or otherwise, because last time we weren't expecting it at all. We were praying for it, as we always are just hoping for a Riven game. I'm hoping for 3 Riven games.
Yeah, it is fun to watch.
Yeah.
I didn't predict it, but I said Riven the moment he locked it in. That's my claim to fame for that last series. I was talking about the Riven, he locked it in. On your screen, we actually were talking about this earlier. We would like to see Jimian start first. He will be. It is Yi Jung, Gemini, Jimian, Wako, and Kaiwing. Now, to sort of flesh out on why I think both of us wanted to see Jimian first is because ultimately it doesn't seem like in terms of these skirmishes, team fighting, maybe because of the meta, there's much of a difference between having Pretender and Jimian in those sort of 5v5 team fights or skirmishes, as I said, whereas Jimian is a much more lane dominant player. And so I think having him on stage here, maybe getting yourself a lead in that middle lane is going to do well for the rest of your team. Now, obviously, Pretender no slouch, but I think this is a good way to start your series.
Yeah, the point you've made added to the fact that they were playing Jimian the entire split, and then as soon as they get into playoffs, it's been 4 games of Pretender and only 2 games that Jimian actually got to play. Just made it kind of really surprising to see Pretender in. But yeah, I agree. Jimian is definitely the best starter in my eyes. I think he also just has the most potential to... Harry has had some problems in the mid lane in their previous series. So he has the most potential, I think, to just blow Harry out of lane and win his team the game that way.
Speaking of Harry, they are now on your screen. It's the Oceanic representatives. It's Team Bliss, Biopanther, Kevi, Harry, Violet, and Aladoric down there in the bottom lane. And, I mean, ultimately, you look back to their last series, and you were looking, actually, ahead of this series. They have not yet, in the PCS playoffs, been ahead at 15 minutes.
Nope.
We were looking over the stats of both teams, seeing, like, points of strength and whatnot. Bliss don't even have the stats show up on their GOL because they have not yet been ahead at 15 minutes. And so it's kind of astonishing. Yes, they were able to pick up that series win against Frank, but I think ultimately you can't afford to be so consistently behind. So now I want to look for ways that they can sort of find their foothold in the early stage of the game, make sure they aren't going behind, make sure they are competitive, if not ahead, getting objectives and whatnot, and keeping, you know, Violet especially in this game because he is a true carry threat.
Yeah, and I think that starts with the draft, definitely. Just some stats about Team Bliss. On average, they're behind 3,500 gold at 15 minutes. They have not had a single game where they're ahead at 15 minutes, as you said. They've also never taken the first turret in any game they've played so far.
Yeah, so definitely things to look at, and I'm sure, you know, they've just had a couple days off. They've been able to get that practice in, and I'm sure we're going to see a turnaround and definitely a better performance. You know, more days of scrims, more days to sort of work out those kinks in the armor, and expect them to do better here, especially in that early stage of the game, because you saw it in the previous series. Is when they get to that late game, they're perfectly fine. They're very, very capable of, you know, performing, piloting those hard to play champions. No, Violet especially. He played that game of Kai'Sa and looked very, very good. He played a game of Jhin, and not the easiest Jhin game in the world, and still looked very good there. So you do have to sort of hope that they can stay ahead early, or at least even, and then continue that dominance throughout the late game where we already know they're very good.
Yeah, and there is the stat on your screens right now, and I don't think Bliss are going to be able to get away with being this far behind at 14 minutes every single game again, because this is almost just an insurmountable lead, or should be. They managed to pull it off in the previous series, but I think that was very fortunate, and they're going to need to shore up their early game if they want to beat Frank here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like as I said, you know, they've had a lot of practice. You can expect them to come in here with a better idea on how to do that. I think, again, while the Shyvana is in isolation a strong champion, I think it just leaves too much of a hole and so long in that early game. You know, you are literally just not a champion, really.
Yeah, that probably contributes. Yeah, certainly contributes. If one team has a Nidalee and the other has a Shyvana, you're kind of begging to be behind at 15 minutes.
But we are now into our draft. That's a Shyvana actually banned.
Okay.
By Frank Esports, so they're just not wanting to deal with it at all anyway.
Yeah, Frank completely disagreeing with us. And yeah, they had trouble with the Shyvana in the late game, I guess, so they're just getting rid of it, something they don't want to have to think about. Lilia banned away, so Kevy targeted immediately here.
Yeah, whereas the Ashe on the other side doesn't necessarily feel like a Wako target as much as it's just a very strong champ at the moment, so just get rid of it, don't want to deal with it. Makes a lot of sense to me. Brand taken away from Gemini, it has been his standout when it comes to those AP jungle champs. So take him off those. Ultimately, though, I think Frank, I would like to see them just go back to playing Gemini on these tanks. Not because he can't play the carries. Don't get me wrong. He's a fantastic AP jungler. But he may as well just play these tanks because he's also tending to be more so now than ever their primary engage. Kaiwing used to be, and you used to just look at him, you know, you'd have no engage other than Kaiwing. You'd feel completely okay with that, but it hasn't been that way, at least so far. Aurora's open.
Yeah, sorry to derail your point, but Aurora has just been left open. Maybe Team Bliss are thinking, Frank, don't have this champion ready, and they'll get it. But
Jimmian has this champion ready.
Well, someone will. It was last night in the LCK played top lane by Keen and looked as ridiculous as it's looked every single time I've seen this champion. See what Team Bliss have planned. The problem is if you have some ridiculous counter pick for it in the mid lane, it can just always be flexed to the top lane.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, I mean, what is your answer to this? We haven't really seen one yet. Admittedly, we have seen Aurora lose one game. It was to a LeBlanc, which is banned.
Yeah.
So
Ezreal is the probably the ADC you want into the Aurora, whether it's going mid lane or bot lane. So I kind of get where they're going with this. Sejuani very good at catching the Aurora too.
Yeah. Now the Viego, that's a pretty scary 2v2. You're definitely, you know, Viego really thrives, I suppose, when you're not able to run away from him.
Yeah.
And Aurora kind of, you know, you're not going to be able to run away from it. Now, the Hover of the Rumble would mean double AP, making this Sejuani a lot easier to build for.
Yeah, that is true. But, it's looking like
oh my god!
Hover.
We're hovering it. Jiang is not laughing. There's no signs of... Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
now, this makes sense as a combo.
Yeah,
this less so.
For similar reasons, it kind of makes sense still. Aurora, I think the scary thing about this champion as well is we haven't even found the strongest combos with it yet.
Yeah.
The ultimate is so insane as a setup for these AoE champions. Viego and Rumble both with AoE ultimates. So taking advantage of the Aurora ult in that way. And it looks like it's just the Renekton for BioPanther up in the top lane.
Yeah, not going to be easy to deal with this Rumble as the Renekton. Now, there is obviously play for both sides of the matchup. They certainly can both have the option to take each other out, but in general, it does just seem like Rumble wins every matchup.
Yeah.
Now, Ral going to be taken away from Kaiwing. It has been probably his best engaged support we've seen so far in the summer. Now, that's not to say he can't play the other ones, because we have had a lot of experience watching him, especially in the spring, kind of the only player that refuses to pick enchanters and will just be that solo engage. Now, I mean, not the same this game, right? Aurora can engage. You can find Viego following up and Rumble off just an Aurora ult.
Yeah, Frank also banning engaged supports could get a little bit scary for them, but there probably just are enough of these champs to play that Kaiwing will get his preference.
Yeah, I mean, what's there left? So Alistar, there's Nautilus, there's Leona. Not all of those can be banned.
Yeah, Team Bliss, this composition does need some AP to come in somewhere, as Nautilus is banned away now.
Yeah, and I would expect now to see an Alistar ban. And I don't know, because we've only seen DCG do this, but it could be that, like, you know, well, what's left now? Oh, Leona. Pick that, and we could get an answer of a Shen. That would be pretty cool. That's something that DCG have done to really good effect, and obviously it makes sense. Shen, if you go in on his lane, he can just put his little, what is it, auto attack disable? I forget what it's called, but put that on his AD carry. You can't stun them out with the Q. He can then taunt and get in between Leona and their AD carry. But instead, going to leave it open. So Alistar for the Leona is likely to be the support trade.
Yeah, and Orianna banned away from Harry here, so maybe a little soul read that Team Bliss were planning to play that champ. It is a very strong champ for Harry.
This could be Israel mid into the Aurora.
Yeah, and then maybe you can pair it with like a Ziggs bottom lane to make up for your AP.
Yeah, you're probably not too worried about AP anyway. There's no tanks, and you could sort of get away with just the Sejuani damage.
Yeah, if you're a Team Bliss fan, you are delighted to see Alistar locked in now. This has looked ridiculous in the hands of Aladoric. He's been very impressive on this champion.
Yeah, that Yone cancel was the standout to me. Just canceling pretty much entirely. Who was it? Was it Arya? I think it was Arya on the Yone, just outplaying him entirely.
Yeah, and even in their series against Frank, a lot of their turnarounds, they were finding themselves very far behind, and it was Aladoric finding incredible engages on this Alistar, turning the game around.
Zeri looking to be Wako's champion here. Obviously makes sense, and I hope we see some resources actually given to Wako, because we still haven't. And he's just a very, very talented player if he is able to get those resources.
Yeah, it does suck to see Wako pretty much performing as a role player in this Frank lineup. Something he's capable of doing, but there are just so many resource-hungry players on this team, and it's going to be Corki mid, you have to assume.
Yeah.
Into the Aurora.
And there we have it. Team compositions are locked in now. I'm going to assume Wako and Kaiwing will trade. Although we have seen Kaiwing jungle once before.
Yeah, not afraid of the role swaps or Frank, but looking standard now. And you do have two mobile carries on the side of Team Bliss, so they won't suffer as much against the Aurora.
Well, Corki can't make it out is the problem.
Yeah. You do have a little bit of time if you're close enough to the edge of the ulti before it's finished spreading out to Valkyrie out. So
yeah,
he's a bit safer than maybe like a Misfortune or Varus in terms of ADCs.
Mark on your screen. The staple, mashing down some gum.
Yeah.
Kind of fell off. I remember at the start of the split, if he had the gum, they were just winning, and if he didn't, they weren't. But now he just kind of hasn't been winning anyway. Hopefully, if you're a Frank supporter, that does change. I really do want to see, though, Wako playing some more aggressive AD carries like the Zeri. We haven't really seen him on those for a long time. It's been a lot of Israel. And even some Senna games sprinkled in there, too. This is a guy that went to MSI last year and completely 1v9 DFM. He's gone to Worlds last year and looked fantastic. Unfortunately, picking Caitlyn in game number 3 against BDS and then getting reverse swept, but that does happen occasionally.
This game, he's got great setup in the Aurora. The Aurora-Zeri combo feels really good together. The more targets you can hit with the Zeri ulti, it is so much of your damage. It feels amazing. And Aurora sets you up perfectly for that.
Yeah, because we're going to get Yijiang on the Rumble. I think this is a very stable pick. It's not the kind of pick, the Camille that he went for in this last meeting and kind of
no dashes.
Had some incredibly misguided plays. I think the Rumble, very stable. You can't just follow up on your team, right, and be an absolute menace in the lane phase. As we do now head into game number 1. Team Bliss from the LCO. They're trying to make history again by getting that second win against the PCS team to actually get to the point where we could be qualifying for the second stage of the playoffs. It's yet to happen, but now that we're in game, it's Team Bliss with the chance to make it.
And with these drafts, as far as early game plans are going to go, you have to imagine Team Bliss are going to play around this Sejuani Renekton combo. Very strong combo. Lots of pings going out. Gemini being forced back a little bit, but nothing too exciting happening. This Rumble should be killable for the Renekton Sejuani. Otherwise, very difficult to gank the rest of these lanes for Kevi.
You want to know a bit of trivia?
Go on.
Hello. So the first ever game an LCO team won against the PCS was the Chiefs back in the spring of last year.
Yeah, Bio on Renekton, right?
That's right, but it was also Kevi on Sejuani.
Right, okay.
So we have at least those two exact replicas, those mirror matchups from the spring of 23. We have that in the game. That game was BioPanther completely 1v9ing.
Yeah, Renekton not quite in his glory days.
Yeah, no gold drinker.
Yeah, is missing that. But still a very strong champion that can take over games with builds like the Eclipse build, which I think he should definitely be going for that over the tankier Black Cleaver.
Yeah, I think he'll
Serax
get
builds.
an early Hex Drinker.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But yeah, I think the more damage-focused Renekton builds seem to just perform better. At least here in the PCS. I'm not entirely sure globally, but Hayri taking a massive chunk of his health away.
Yeah, that is just life against Aurora. There's no such thing as a winning trade for Corki, I don't think. Several dashes on Aurora, which immediately makes her quite good into Corki, who has to max the Phosphorus Bomb now. As well as just short trades feel amazing on
Just
this
the one at
champion.
this stage, though, and it is a lot of mana. I think it's 80 mana at the start of the game, as well as, I think, something like a 15-second cooldown. So you do have to definitely time that W extremely well if you are the Aurora player, but in general, you kind of just get to walk up to someone, auto-attack it, throw out a Q. If you land the Q, well, you've won the trade, because that's automatically going to be your Electrocute procced, as well as that additional damage and healing you get from the passive. It's so absurd.
Yeah,
when I'm talking about what I just said, it's like, damn,
Yeah.
it's just like the list of things that happens continues.
Yeah, Harry lands a nice Phosphorus Bomb there, but just the QE out of the Aurora procs the Electrocute so easily, and it's a really difficult trading pattern to play around, and later in the game, it starts just taking 80% of people's HP off.
Yeah, and gives her 8 million move speed and healing.
And that is before we talk about maybe the strongest ultimate in the game.
Yeah, you'd have that. Maybe Silas, because Silas can take it.
Yeah, true.
But in all seriousness, yeah, it is a very absurd champ.
Yeah, Kaiwing actually, nice little heads-up play, grabs the Scryer Bloom and clears that Tri-Brush ward. So Team Bliss, if they ever get out from under their tower, have to be a little worried about the flank. But
They're talking about from under their tower, Jiang under his, and Kevy's up here looking for something. It could work out. This is a dive that could work out, but it could also go exceedingly wrong.
yeah, I think it's too hard to crash a wave now.
Yeah, it's the wave's in a really rough position to trying to crash. No actual complaints about where the wave is for that isolated 1v1, but certainly doesn't allow itself for any form of dive. As Harry will be teleporting back to this lane, as well as Jimmy and did so as well. Now, importantly, he wasn't able to get the Lost Chapter.
Yeah, that is a big deal for any of these AP champions in the mid lane. Mana suffers a bit if you cannot get Lost Chapter first back. Corki feels great recalling on a tier. As maybe it's Biopanther getting dived. He's taken a horrible trade at some point.
Oh yeah, Gemini's going to be able to find in the flash. Okay, not going to use it.
Oh,
Who can be up here? No one. Kaiwing can. Kaiwing is here. This is going to be a 3-man dive. Look to what Bliss can do on the other side of the map, but Biopanther, how's he going to navigate his way out of this?
Yeah, won't have E up on this Renekton for a long time. Kaiwing should just be able to walk up.
Kaiwing flash down. There comes the chain CC, and there's absolutely nothing Biopanther can do there. Simply just get that CC, completely chain it. There's no chance to even flash, and Jiang will pick up his first blood here in the first game.
Yeah, easy as that, and I think any hopes of this Renekton carrying the game are thwarted now because he is just going to be playing catch-up to Jiang this entire game.
Oh, like, how is that fair?
He even missed the Q on
No,
the
he
Aurora.
hit it, but it was an auto attack. And just, yeah.
As, Team Bliss will trade the Dragon. This is pretty good if they get the Dragon for their top laner going down.
It's doing something. But I dare suggest Gemini will be able to pick up those Void Grubs 30 seconds until they spawn. We'll see, though. The problem you're going to have is that now Yi Jiang will hit level 6 first, most likely, and it's just very difficult to navigate around a level 6 Rumble, even though you will have a level 6 Renekton.
And same as their first series, Team Bliss are putting high priority on this Dragon, and that is contributing to why they're able to make these comebacks. It's a lot easier to make these comebacks when the enemy team is not stacking Dragons on you. You get so much more time. Aladoric trying to save this plate, but to no avail. Kaiwing does have Demolish.
Yep, Demolish procced, and it's going to be Wako and Kaiwing picking up that plate gold. Gemini, as I said, will be starting up on these grubs. Now Jiang putting down the pink ward, spots out Kevy. Let's see if he comes and tries to contest for any of them. Gemini keeping his smite up.
Level 6 should be much stronger for the Renekton right now, so I think you cannot
Harry's
contest this.
Harry's out of health.
Look at mid lane.
Gemini
HP
gets
mana.
one. Now Kevy, he has to be careful because, once again, it will be a 3v2 at best for the side of Frank Esports, at least in favor of them, but Void Grub's handily picked up here by Gemini, so it is eventually a trade of those objectives anyway.
Yeah, Kevy would love to try smite this away. Gemini does not have a smite, and I'm sure Kevy is aware of this, but the Aurora can just so easily catch you out that you can't. On Sejuani, a lot of the time you can just be there and dash out after you steal it, but Aurora will just trap you in. Wako is mega chunked in the bot lane.
Oh, and Jiang doing the solo queue special. Other top laners forced to go for that recall without being able to crash it, and now all of a sudden there is a massive wave stacking outside Yi Jiang's tower, and there's no jungler on that side to punish him looking for this freeze.
Yeah, and Gemini can actually hang out here for a while. I wonder if he gets 6 off of doing these 2 topside camps.
Violet.
Ooh, nice ulti by Violet.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Kaiwing. Low health bars, and Team Bliss are feeling pretty good in this bottom lane at the moment.
Yeah, they're crushing bot lane.
Kevy's here. They're looking for a dive. Kaiwing, if he recalls, Wako is just going to be left to the wolves. Gemini trying to get down here and maybe look to try save his AD carry. Both sums available. No level 6 here for Kevy, which is important. A bit of damage coming through from the Essence Flux, and now Gemini arrives. Will be able to save this Zeri.
Yeah, they decide to call the dive off. I think just because of how low Violet's mana is and not level 6 on the Alistar yet. If that was a level 6 Alistar, that's definitely a dive that Team Bliss would go for, but both Sejuani and Ali on level 5 makes it risky in a 2v3. Kevy does hit 6 now.
Level 6 also for Gemini, and he's not really looking for a kill here, although if Violet gets hit by a random Zenith Blade, maybe he is going to force out a lot of mana now away from Violet, as he did have to use that Arcane Shift. Meanwhile, top lane is going about as Rumble lanes go.
Yeah, Hex Drinker does not seem to have helped these trades, as Bio is almost 20 CS down. We'll catch a little bit under his tower here.
I think what Hex Drinker does is stop you from just dying straight up.
Yeah, makes the dives a little more difficult too, and is useful against the enemy mid laner. Double AP solo lanes.
Yeah.
So he'll always going to feel good.
And he'll also be able to pick up Merc Treads this game.
Yeah.
Obviously, being against Young, they're very good against the Leona, and the Magic Resist again against Jimmy, and will feel very good. So he does have access, and building MR is going to be a strong build for the Renekton in this game.
Yeah,
but the problem is you're going to lose out on damage.
Yeah, you do wish he just had more gold on him, right? Because of how good the itemization is going to be. They're hanging in there for now, Biopanther. See if he can maintain this deficit and not allow Jiang to grow it anymore.
Yeah, 1.5k gold is the lead here for Frank Esports. If you remember the graphic before the game, it was about 3.4k they set at a negative at 14 minutes.
Yeah, which is an insane average. Now Kaiwing has moved to the mid lane, and Alistar has met him there. So should be nothing happening here. I imagine Corki still is a champion that outscales. This champion scales so ridiculously well that it should still be stronger than the Aurora.
Oh, it depends. You can poke, but Aurora's ult is
she has so much utility.
So ridiculous. I think Aurora, to me, kind of feels, in some ways, to like a similar way, you know? Like, it doesn't scale necessarily that well because items do very well against her. But it is always, as well, just going to be able to find the most damage in a fight because of the AoE available. You're also very safe, you know? You've got a reset on an ability that gives you a slight dash and an invisibility, so you're able to prance around these team fights like nothing.
Yeah, Kaiwing and Gemini able to group up a little quicker than the Team Bliss jungle and support are, meaning they get some control over the river. Alador's going to find Gemini here, though.
Yeah, knock up. Gonna maybe look for the pulverize. Not able to find it, and Gemini's in a lot of trouble here. But, oh, no, things have gone awry, and the world is going all one way, but Jimmy's not going to be able to find anything just now. Violet, on the other hand, though, he is being looked at. He is going to taken down, and that's a 2v1. Aladoric trying to find something on Gemini. Unfortunately, abilities just missed a little bit too much, and Violet's the one that gets punished.
Yeah, Team Bliss messed up with their numbers advantage, and Frank did not. They pick up a kill on Violet in the bot lane. Was doing very well for himself.
Oh, it's just a dry solar flare if you look at the picture-in-picture, and then gets the sums out, and Kaiwing, as accurate as ever, able to flash, land that Zenith Blade, and All that's left there is to do the damage. Yeah, they're looking for something here. Gemini, no ult, no flash. He's going to be a little bit stuck here in this pit as the Dragon getting taken down very low. He will be taken out, and no matter of fact, it's also going to be this Dragon going over and a double kill even for Harry, but Jimmy, he's completely untouched in this fight. He's going to be able to find a double. Actually, Wako's the one that finds a double, and they're going forward still as Violet's going to arrive at this fight, but Jimmy bouncing back, looking for that Q, not going to connect, and they are going to disengage. The Dragon picked up there by Kevy, a double kill for Harry, but a double kill answered by Wako.
Yeah, you've got a 3-0 Zeri to deal with plenty of setup in this game. This is going to be a big problem, especially for BioPanther, who's a bit starved on gold this game and is going to be itemizing magic resist. This is going to be a very squishy Renekton into this Zeri. And yeah, so we've got, I mean, you kind of get why Team Bliss are contesting this. Aurora loses so much power without her ulti. Jimmy does not have that ultimate. But Wako is so strong and this fight goes completely untouched. So Harry has to flash in to finish off these kills too, and Wako's just been free hitting this whole time. So has Jimmy, and honestly. And yeah, Harry goes down quickly. Kevy hangs around a bit. It looks dangerous, but Violet is there in time to bail him out, and Team Bliss are on the...
Yeah, time for Void Grubs now, and importantly, there were no ults available, right? Zeri had no Lightning Crash, Jimmy no ult, Gemini no ult, Kailing also no ult in that last fight, and it was still ultimately an even trade. Now all those ults have come back up. Frank are going to be able to just bully their way for these Void Grubs. I think that last fight was a fantastic identification by Team Bliss to realize, yeah, our AD carry's not here yet, but they have literally no ultimates.
Yeah.
It should be very winning. Now, I'd have to go over and watch it like another 10 times to work out how it ended up being even, but maybe it's just target selection, because as you said, Wako without ult was just able to output so much damage, which generally you shouldn't be able to do as Zeri.
Yeah, just the jungle and support focused by the side of Frank, and Harry was able to be focused a little bit earlier, I think, and that made the difference. Sejuani just completely ignored in that fight. Can't really do much at this point in the game. Had no ulti himself on Kevy. But yeah, you are right. They were actually just down all 4 ultimates on the side of Frank, and Team Bliss do get themselves the Dragon.
Yeah, and a double kill importantly on Harry. And, you know, we've seen what these LCO mid laners, Fido, especially in that series against Sengoku, very, very talented and capable of carrying these late game team fights. As the Corki hold up, though, Wako might be in a bit of a rough position. Aladoric finding him, but the Zenith Blade turned around, and here comes the Soul Flare as well. So much damage. Wako's just free hitting, but here comes that True Shot Barrage. It's a lot of damage now. Wako kind of out of this fight as Harry's going to arrive here, but Jimmy is finding his way in. Watch out. Oh, it's going to hit everyone. Aladoric's out, and Harry does manage to get out of there, but Wako's flashing forward. He's going to not go for Harry, but he does pick up a triple kill, and I thought Zeri was out of the fight, but how wrong I was.
Yeah, Wako gets himself up to 6-0 now, and this game maybe just became impossible. Harry's being chased down by Gemini.
Managed to find his way onto Harry, but Harry's going to be able to get himself out of that position. But we have an insanely scary Zeri to deal with, and I think that fight right there just epitomizes the strength of this Aurora champ.
Yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous ult from Jimmy, and the fact that this ultimate, you can dash over the walls as well with the ultimate. As Aladoric is just way overextended here because Wako has both sums. Even if Kevy is able to follow this up, it's really only ever Kevy. And you just don't have the damage to finish Wako here. Nice ulti out of the Ezreal, but once Jimmy arrives to this fight, you kind of already know what's happening once he's standing in this spot and finds every member of Team Bliss. You see the Corki there can actually make it out of the ulti just in time. So it does spare Harry. He does eventually get away, but 3 kills go over to the Zeri. Yeah, and this game is just blown up.
They also got their bot tower to top it off. That would have been the first blood. Now Jimmy laning up against BioPanther. Honestly, it doesn't really matter who lanes against BioPanther. He's going to suffer anyway.
Yeah.
There's no real way for him to get on and stay on, importantly. Yeah. The Aurora.
5k the gold lead.
Yeah.
So Wako
didn't look at. He doesn't have his flash available, and oh my god, no way! There's no way he makes it out, and he does. Gemini, though, he might be paying for Wako's sins, and he doesn't. In comes Jiang. Jiang, he's going to flash away as well. It's a fantastic series of play there out of Team Bliss, but by god, do you wish you picked up that 550 gold shutdown.
Yeah, that would have been an incredible shutdown to pick. You needed it on the Ezreal. They don't manage to get it onto Violet, but they will pick up this Rift Herald as 3 members of Frank get away there on slivers of HP.
Yeah, I can't believe Wako made it out of there. But he ends up
engaged now,
being able to do so. Kaiwing's in there. He does use that solar flare, and down comes that red carpet as Harry's stuck in the pit. He can't even contribute. This is the guy that picked up 2 of your early kills. Jimmy's on the black. There's a massive, massive ultimate potential. They do get the first kill to a team blitz, but 5 people all locked up. And it is a massive team fight. This Aurora champ needs nerfs desperately as Frank get the ace. Only Gemini goes down, and it's a quadra for Wako.
Yeah, Wako gets himself up to 10-0 now. This game could be over very quickly, and I think it will be. I don't think you can leave this Aurora champion open.
Yeah, things are looking rough here as Wako, I mean, he has just got so much gold. They claim 2 towers. They're going to get another crash even, and this tower might just go down to all the Void Mites. Aladoric, he's getting some deep vision. The Dragon is up, and Jimmy's top. No teleport available for the Aurora.
Yeah.
But I think Wako by himself can probably just take over one fight.
Yeah, it felt like about a minute or 2 ago, I said the gold lead was 5k. Now it's ballooned up to 10k. Harry, I thought this was a very ill-advised engage by Frank. Unfortunately, Harry Valkyrie's along the Rumble ulti, but he does do okay on Biopanther. Actually looks pretty intimidating in this fight, but this is all happening while Aurora is not even there, and I believe that is a 5-man Aurora ultimate.
Yeah.
Every member of Team Bliss trapped in there. Violet eventually chased down. Nice snipe by Wako. Nowhere for Violet to go to dodge out of that one.
Yeah, deadly accurate. Now Frank, I mean, they've got complete control over the map. Team Bliss, they were able to get those 2 dragons, so that buys them 10 minutes of time if you're thinking about just the dragon win condition. But I think just with how far ahead Frank are now, and, you know, admittedly, it's similar to game 1 of the last time these 2 teams met. It's time to start thinking about game number 2. It seems like Team Bliss are capable of doing that because, again, you know, last series they found themselves at pretty much this exact position.
Yeah. I can imagine what exactly they're thinking about for game 2 on the side of Team Bliss.
I think there's only one thing you can think about.
Yeah, well, it was just, I mean, you know, I don't want to hyper-fixate on the Aurora. It's not the only thing that happened this game, but all the key moments of this game were just decided by Aurora ultimates.
And Wako benefiting off them, right? He is 10-0, of course, yeah. He's played very well, but a lot of it comes down to the Aurora ult as Kivy is seemingly just caught out here up on the top side, gets stunned up, and Wako might just be here to claim himself at an 11th.
Yep. Gemini picks that up. There's no Baron even up yet for Frank to take. They're just going to pressure all the lanes, and they kind of do have to just slow down now. There's not much for them to do this early in the game.
Now they can now get the side of Team Bliss, you know, try and wait to get that 2-item spike on because they have the Israel, they have the Corki. Massive spike for both those champs. If they can somehow slow down the pace, that could be a legitimate way in because we've seen Frank have a tendency to throw the game as they will be almost certainly picking up this tower thanks to that equalizer, although Violet as well as Harry able to clear out that wave.
Yeah, good wave clear on these carries from the side of Team Bliss, but it's only a matter of time before this tower goes down. You cannot defend this 4v5 with how much gold they are down.
Yeah, Jimmy sneaking over there, does go invisible, but wisely, Team Bliss too far away, not going to be able to use that Aurora ult to cause absolute devastation again.
Yep, TP bought to keep the pressure on from Jimmy and just wants to get as much farm as he can. CSing very well. Wako with a Bloodthirster now. I like the life steal picked up for him. Just make him that much harder to shut down.
Yeah, I might have liked... I guess he is against a lot of poke. I think a shield bow, like, that item's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
The Bloodthirster, I mean, ultimately, if you get chunked out by Violet or Harry, it is nice to have access to getting that health back up, because obviously the Bloodthirster and the split does not have any lifesteal on that item.
Yeah, it does feel bad if you're an 11 Ozeri and you do get chunked and can't contribute to a fight. You are so much of your team's gold.
Looks like Jimmy with just how this game's going, and honestly the item build's coming out because of their team composition, just going to go for that 3rd item, Void Staff. I imagine we would see the same out of Yijiang, perhaps would be the Crypt Bloom, but one of the 2 in any regard.
Yeah, has to be the Void Staffs, but honestly, if you're Team Bliss, it doesn't even feel like you can stack magic resist engage now.
Yeah, I mean, just Carbon going in at nauseum. Here comes the Equalizer. It's a fantastically placed one, but Aladoric with that flash does get himself out. Ultimately, you know, the trade of ults coming through here from that support and top laner as Kaiwing getting very low, and the Glacial Prison comes through, lands onto Yi Zhang, and Kaiwing 1 HP, Ignite taking, not going to find him though, and a Shimmy on the back line, he's locking up 3 members, and those 3 members are gone now as reset does come through for Gemini and Hayri, and Kevy with it all to do as their mid lane inhib does just get taken out. Now Frank, do they keep the pressure on, or do they look for the end? They're staying in the base, and teleport available for Yi Zhang, as Gemini, maybe the best Ezreal on the server here, as he's just landing absolutely everything onto Hayri, who is completely separated from this mid lane wave. It's 21 minutes in. It's a 3v5 teleport from Yi Zhang. Kaiwing still going forward as Hayri can't reach the base. 2 Nexus towers down. The Nexus all to take left, but Wako's farming damage. And game number 1 goes to Frank Esports.
Yeah, and an immaculately played Aurora game out of Jimmy.
Yep.
Very well played by him. He did a really good job of, you can use the Aurora to engage, but he did a really good job of just waiting till some of these cooldowns were expended by the carries on the side of Team Bliss. Once you don't have your dashes, the Aurora ulti just has that much more impact, and every time he pushed that R button, it just felt like calamity for the side of Team Bliss. As what is there even to say?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, a little disheartened are the players of Team Bliss so far, but again, you know, this is only game number 1. This is the same position they found themselves in the first time these two teams went up against. And I think, you know, similar to that time, if you remember back, they had sort of a 2v2 down bot lane that went really pear-shaped a couple of times in a row. And it's like, well, we lost because of that. It's fine. Like, we just don't make that mistake again. We can win the next one. And while, yes, Wako was the person that was insanely fed, it was off the back of these massive plays coming out of Jimmy and on the Aurora. That first one where Wako picks up a triple kill, later on he gets a quadra kill after a 5-man Aurora ult, and I think it's like, you can identify it. This is the problem. They're going to be on blue side, so now it's Frank's time to try and deal with this Aurora champ, or just ban it out, which frees up that ban, and then, you know, you can sort of work it on from there. Just win game number 2, then when Frank are on blue side again, decide how you want to go about this Aurora champion.
Yeah, I do think Frank will just pay the red side Aurora attacks. This champion just has looked ridiculous every time I've seen it in any competitive league internationally and here in the PCS playoffs. Otherwise, I mean, there were moments that maybe you could say Team Bliss overextended, like on Wako in the bot lane, but you just got punished so severely for making those plays, as it looked like Team Bliss were just out on that overextension, where Wako ends up getting a triple kill because they have Aurora. She's able to just maneuver around terrain so easily. 3 abilities that go over terrain, so her roams are always insane. And then, yeah, just finds multiple members with his ultis every time, does Jimmy. And
yeah, and Wako benefiting off it. He hopefully recognizes why he got so fed. You know, it wasn't all him. It was a lot of it to do with that mid lane champ. And I think pretty easy to identify that Aurora was the big problem if you are the side of Team Bliss.
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of it. If we do go to game 3, if we are on that red side again, get rid of it, and then we can play a more fair game. Because it does seem to me, you know, these 2024 champs are a bit bonkers, and Aurora is absolutely no exception. But, I mean, enough harping on about that. In positives for Team Bliss, I think that dragon fight very early on, where they were able to steal away the dragon, and yes, the team fight ended up going even. That was a very great identification. Look, all of their ults are down, and I think this is what we're going to see right here. They realize there's no ults, even though it's a 3v4. Yeah. This is a winning team fight. I mean, we can look and see if there's anything they could have done to get onto Wako or anything like that, but ultimately, I think good identification on when to fight.
Yeah, well, honestly, it looks like Kevy was just walking away from this fight. I didn't notice that at the time, but Kevy was halfway out of there as his Quirky is flashing into the middle of these 2 carries. Could definitely contribute to that fight, especially early game. Sejuani can just block all of Zeri's damage. So maybe could have given his mid laner a chance to fight that one out, but otherwise, I think not a positive note for Team Bliss was how they played out the top side of the map. You see BioPanther, 4,000 damage in this game. This is a carry top laner, and he did have counterpick in this game. You expect a lot more coming out of the Sejuani or Renekton duo, so it had to be mismanaged waves on that first crash, and then, I mean, really impressive play from Frank to get 3 members up there to dive this Renekton.
Yeah. Set
up by how well Jiang was trading in the top lane.
I think it's something that Frank Esports, more than any other team, except for, I guess, PSG Talon, but it's kind of those teams alone, right? PSG Talon and Frank Esports that actually look for these dives top. Other teams, you know, DCG especially, they just pretend that Taco doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
But when it's Frank, I mean, Gemini, he almost always paths top. I don't know if you've noticed this, but almost always he's pathing top and he hits level 4, he's up top lane, and level 3 Kaiwing recalls and heads up to that side of the rift as well. And so they always look for this. It's hard for Biopanther to do anything because he either loses like 2 waves or he needs someone to come with him. And maybe Aladoric needed to be there. I think Kiwi, you know, he already passed bot side, so he can't really be there. So you probably need to just find the timing, and it's very difficult to do so, but find the timing where Aladoric just has to recall, just commit the recall and go top to make sure his top laner can pick up those waves, because after that, the lane just is completely over.
Yeah, and I don't blame them for always going to that top lane, because you saw in that lane, for seemingly no reason, Jung was just up about 30% HP at level 4 on the Renekton. Rumble, a very strong champion, but that allowed his team to play around him. And I think we have been tricked a little bit by the score of Wako into giving him the MVP here.
I agree. I think obviously he played fantastically well.
No issues with his play, but I mean, look at this
is why the highlight is slowing down on Jimmy.
Yeah. He landed a 5-man Aurora ulti in this fight, following up some of his earlier 3-man, 4-man Aurora ultis. This was just a clinic put on by this Aurora. Nice snipe by Wako.
Yeah, he's very, very talented, but again, the problems are identifiable, and that problem starts with an A. And so I think, like, you know, game 2 coming up next, the only one thing I might worry about is that we've seen Jiang now play the Rumble into Biopanther, and we've also seen Biopanther pick the Rumble into Jiang, and Jiang winning the Rumble against it and with it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that becomes a problem now, because ultimately the next game, you expect Frank are going to be banning Aurora, being that they are 99% sure they'll be on the red side. So that's almost a given ban. What do we do about Rumble? Because is Frank scared of the Rumble? It doesn't seem like it. They were happy to pick Riven, happy to pick Udyr. Then what do Bliss want to do? Because they already seen that they couldn't really get through that brick wall of the Udyr, but who knows? Game number 1, done and dusted. Keep your hopes high, though. This is the exact same position we've seen Bliss in before. The comeback kings. We'll see you after the break.
你拉过来，你不要打前面就好，打前面就好。啊，我可能死了。对。哎，快回来大龙哦！打前面一波，能不能限制护旗？能限制护旗就能一波。有一个兵线啊，你们后面有兵线，你们后面有兵线，谁能给他压力？哎，我回家 TP 等我。不了。那个就去8楼，解8楼。OK， 那我回家8楼。他没火箭，要不要一波？要不要一波？8楼，踢兵吧！我先卡过去，你们先推，我先卡过去。那就一波了。哎，我直接指了，没事，我直接指。不行，没 W， 先点他，就过不来。还杀人。没了，别套吧。OK， 还行。nice。哦，一波忘记扭了，我的。
OGT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框。加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。 阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Game 2 on the horizon now, and it's time for Team Bliss to bounce back as they did last time. These two teams went up against each other, and I think it starts in that pick ban. I think I just said to you as well, the Rumble might be a problem. I think Aurora will just be banned out by Frank Esports.
Yeah.
And so what are we doing about the Rumble? Because I think, like, while that game didn't necessarily have the most impact, right? It didn't need to, but it certainly did just sort of make a massive hole in that top lane.
Yeah, well, I think you made a good point just before we came on, in that I think that Bliss didn't go for the Kennen, which is the usual pick into the Rumble, because they tunneled on getting value out of the Sejuani. But in-game, they ended up actually not ever really syncing up the Renekton and the Sejuani. They ended up playing around their bot lane, who were... I mean, it's criminal that Wako got fed that game because it looked like Team Bliss's bot lane was about to take over the game.
Yeah, they were certainly
the 2v2.
doing... Yeah, they were doing better in that 2v2, right? They had Wako against his tower a lot, and Violet as well as Aladoric were just up so much health and so much mana as well.
Yeah, taking a plate.
Yeah, it did feel like the bot lane was succeeding in what they wanted to do, but it was just this Aurora nuclear weapon that came down and kind of shut down everything. So obviously Team Bliss will be on the blue side. Most likely will not have to worry about the Aurora again.
Yeah, they banned the Sejuani themselves this time around. So not going to be their preferred first pick. Their preferred first pick, you have to imagine, is Aurora. Otherwise, maybe they could take away the Rumble. Just get it out of Jiang's hands. He just looked way too strong on it. They go for the Zeri ban.
Yeah, I don't like the Zeri ban, personally. Well, obviously, Wako had a good game on it. I don't actually think it was Wako, really, in that game.
Yeah, I do think that was a bit deceptive, his score, as Team Bliss actually have to ban the Aurora on blue side. That is never a good look.
Yeah, now, what did Frank go for? Do they just ban the Rumble, saying, you know what, we'd rather Jiang have the opportunity to just win his lane, rather than fight to go even, almost? What else? You could just take away the Sejuani if you are worried about that. Aladoric's Alistair has looked really good.
Yeah, that would actually be a good ban, I think. They decide to leave Harry's LB up this game. This is not a champ he gets to play very often. So I wonder if he will just lock it in. Oh, of course, Ashe. Yeah, I forgot
Jimmy,
about
though, he's also a very good LeBlanc player. So now maybe it's him going for that LeBlanc.
Yeah, and if Gemini's feeling the Viego...
Oh, yeah. LeBlanc does not do well into these AD carries.
Yeah, we've seen someone pick the LB into the ADCs and kind of struggle through lane and then still manage to...
I think it was Noli.
Have massive impact.
Or was this the playoffs?
No, in the playoffs. I can't remember who, but it went in lane about what you'd expect. You know,
was it perhaps West Point? It was 1116.
Yeah.
And Kongyue on the Viego. That's true. I do remember that, where it was kind of like, oh, this game might be out of hand now. We haven't really found much value out of LeBlanc and Viego, but they were able to turn it around. Now, Zyra going to be picked up for Gemini. Was banned out in the last game.
Yeah, not his best performing AP jungler, as we've said, is the Brand, but he's actually taken the Zyra voluntarily over the Brand, and we could see the Yasuo-Diana combo.
Yeah, it's something that DCG has played. I'd be kind of interested. I would like to just see an Amumu here, honestly. But the Diana will be the pick of choice here for Kirby. Let's see what we pair out with it. Could be the Yasuo, as you did touch on.
Has to be the Yasuo, I imagine.
Well, it's going to be an AD champ. It's just which. The Yasuo, obviously, those old combinations. But we have also just seen 665 pick this champ with other champs as well. Like, it hasn't only been that combo. He has just picked this as his AP carry jungler.
Yeah, and honestly, it's pretty nice to just have a point-and-click dash against a champion like Zyra. Makes following up on the Leona, which we've seen punish these immobile AP junglers. We've seen it punish them very hard, so we'll see if Aladoric and Kevi can sync up this game a little bit better than last game. I felt like Gemini and Kaiwing were just a little ahead of them in the previous game, and Jin has performed incredibly well in these playoffs.
Yeah, I think, hesitantly, being that we don't know who the mid laner is yet, I think Team Bliss come out of this first stage of the draft feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
I think having that Leona up against the Zyra is very good. Obviously up against the Jhin as well. It's a very good pick into that. And we've always seen the Ashe be by far the most dominant AD carry so far. Only Jhin really finding value as a, I don't want to play against this Ashe, so I'll try and just have something that can farm up from afar. They're also going to be banned by Frank, though.
Team Bliss banned the Alistar, which we've seen actually destroy these Leona lanes occasionally. You can find yourself just way overextended on Leona up against the Alistar if he pulverizes your Zenith Blade, but won't be an option this game. Both the Wind Brothers banned away by Frank.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see the potential Rel ban here again. They did ban it in game 1. No, they're going to go for the Jack, so Jung having a little giggle.
Yeah, interesting ban, as Jung is still going to have counterpick for himself here, as...
Yeah, we should just pick a support.
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to pick the support here. You're never flexing Zyra to the bot lane, ever.
Especially when Kaiwing's your support. Yeah, I mean, Rel, Rakan even isn't too bad. I mean, Rakan does kind of suffer into the Leona Ashe specifically.
Yeah, he hates CC, this Rakan champion, but the Rel doesn't care all that much about your crowd control and can buffer it with a lot of her spells, so makes sense. A great champion for Kaiwing too. And we'll see what Team Bliss decide to put in the mid lane here. Might just be the Corki again.
Yeah, I don't really see a reason not to have it as a Corki, although the Lucian will have a favorable lane. We've seen time and time again this Corki just becomes so much more useful with that Rocket Barrage poke coming out later on into the game.
Yeah, against this many squishies on the side of Frank too. The worry for Team Bliss here is finding a reasonable blind pick that does well into Riven.
No, that's one of them. Definitely cannot complain about the Cassante blind pick.
Yep, no problems with that. Gnar is probably the pick we've seen this punish the Cassante the hardest if you ignore Aja's Vayne.
That's right. Twisted Fate as well. Not something we really... Oh! We haven't seen this in a long time, but it is a champion that does really well into the Cassante. Yeah, okay. Jung going to be piloting the Gwen. Now, obviously, so far, he has had some issues with those carry champs in the top side, excluding the Riven. So it's really up to him to show us that he is coming in now in peak form, rather than what we saw in their first series, right? Because this is a very favorable Gwen lane. It is always Gwen favored.
Yeah.
The only time you could argue that Cassante has any play is if he goes for that Kainic Recurn first, and then at that item spike where it is cheaper than whatever Gwen wants to go for, he will have some autonomy to try and look for those solo kills. Ultimately, he shouldn't be able to find any, but is a little bit more powerful. Can trade with that Kainic Recurn shield.
Yeah, and it's just such a relaxing lane for the Gwen. If you ever win the lane, you can outright just win the game through side later on, and if you just go even and farm, you'll still probably just win the game through sides later.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately though, as long as Bipanther can go even, when it comes to those team fights, this Cassante champion tends to offer a lot more.
Yeah.
Outside, excluding Gwen finding a ridiculous flank onto multiple of your carries, it is just easier for Cassante to do his role than it is for the Gwen.
Yeah.
And I think another thing that needs to be spoken about, is like finding early dragons, because I think, yes, Void Grubs are important, and Gwen will really love them. If Bliss get these early dragons on, they can threaten the Dragon's Soul, the Soul Point even, to get Gwen out of the side lane, to force her to not have any uptime in those side lanes, force her to 5v5 where the Cassante can truly shine. And the Gwen, you have to play a lot better in those team fights as the Gwen than the Cassante.
Yeah, because Gwen would really like to stay in the side lane, as you said. We've seen Gwens, once they get 2 items online, just kill the Cassante for stepping, barely past his tier 2 tower. Speaking of the dragons stacking, though, Frank have gotten exactly 1 dragon pre-15 minutes this entire tournament.
Damn.
1 single dragon. I thought they were going to get their second in that previous game, but it was actually stolen away by Kevy.
Yeah, yoinked that one up from South. Getting some payback from the last series where Gemini was able to steal out a few objectives. Taking a look at runes, nothing too surprising. Gemini is one of those arcane comet enjoyers. I know we saw yesterday, I believe it was Schönfire playing the Zyra and going for Electrocute. So,
yeah, seen Conqueror as well.
Or maybe he went Conqueror. I can't remember. Anyway, there seems to be differing opinions on what Keystone and what to go here on the Zyra. I think, having sorcery anywhere in your runes is good because you get access to water walking, and with that, get a little bit more uptime across the map. Marco has to be careful here. As to no one's surprise, Ashe is trying to do Silly Buggers level 1.
Yep. Always so strong level 1 on the Ashe. Won't be an invade into Zyra's jungle, which is usually what you see. It's going to mean that Gemini gets a very quick first clear here that Kevy is not going to be able to match on the Diana. Quick clear on the Diana too.
Yeah, I think legitimately, Diana might just be one of the only champs that are likely worse level 1 than the Zyra.
Yeah, that's true.
Because all you are going to have is 1 Q and then auto attacks. As well as Gwen versus Cassante level 1. I know who I'm favoring.
Yeah.
Almost irregardless of what spell they take. Can be the E, can be the Q. Probably will be the Q up against Cassante. Interestingly, Jiang also going for the flash. We've seen Ghost, we've seen Ignite.
Yeah, the tension in the spot lane. Frank are completely sacrificing level 1 prio, as you kind of expect against an Ashe. And so this game, I don't think the play for Team Bliss should be around the top lane at all. I think they should just leave BioPanther to survive in that lane, as Cassante does so well. And they should just be trading as hard as they can with this Leona Ashe, because any stretch of time where this Jhin does not have cleanse against this combo is going to be horrifying for Wako to play. Especially with the Diana, who can so easily get on top of him.
Yeah, now Hawkshot will spot out exactly where Gemini is, but the problem is he is a good 20 seconds ahead on his clear, being that he is the Zyra. So we'll be down to this bot side to make sure this massive wave doesn't lead to a dive.
Yeah, and Kevy just cannot clear it even remotely as quickly as the Zyra when she gets an uninterrupted start, as Gemini has. Decent trade for Team Bliss after getting level 2 first. Is going to get the potion out of Kaiwing.
Definitely up in CS here is Violet, and he was last game as well, so it is a good start. Obviously, there's one of the most massive minion waves I've ever seen crashing slowly into Frank's tower. There you are. Versus Cassante.
Yeah, suffering in this matchup. Will BioPanther be for the entire game, really? Maybe spiking when he gets Kanik, if he can keep up in the meantime.
Yeah, the problem is he gets Kanik, and not too long after, Yijiang will be able to pick up, be it Nash's Tooth or Riftmaker. I'm not entirely sure on the Gwen build right now.
Yeah, probably varies game to game. We'll see what he goes for. As looks like Team Bliss are grouped up in the river to make sure their jungler can get this crab. Gemini wisely deciding to not fight the Leona Ashe at this point in the game and just go for the top crab.
Oh.
Nice E for Jiang. Makes sure that he can connect with the rest of his snip. Yeah. It's an atrocious matchup for the Cassante, but...
As are many. Does suffer a lot in the early stage of the game, but obviously his team fighting is... You don't pick him for lane, basically.
Yeah, so many counters. This champ is so figured out at this point. Pretty much every top laner you go up against is going to have their preferred counter. Jiang, not a big fan of the Gnar, so decides to go for the Gwen.
I've also noticed that too, but think this might even be our first Gwen this split.
Yeah, I think it is. So Frank have the shove back into Team Bliss now. And Wako honestly CSing pretty impressively. Not easy under the tower as Jin. When a massive wave crashes like Team Bliss did early game.
Yeah, definitely down a couple. So once again, Team Bliss are getting the better end of the spot lane. And they did last game too. For the most part, obviously. Again, how many times we need to say it, but the score Wako finished with was a little bit deceptive.
Yeah.
Trade's going down there. Nice sidestep from Aladoric, and he's landing a lot of damage. Violet, he has access to both those summoners, and Kaiwing, he's going to flash away, but he's going to go down, and it's just going to be that 2v2 kill. Violet picking up the successful kill. What can Wako do to trade back as Gemini gets here? Cleanse is going to be taken out, and he does get slowed up. And Wako's going aggressive. One more auto attack will do it. No, just the bouncing grenade. One more auto on Aladoric, but he's not able to find it, and Kevy's here in time. This aftershock keeping Aladoric alive eventually will be found by Gemini, who is trying, as he might, to run away. Let's see if Hayri can come down and impact this play as Gemini is just waltzing into the jungle. One more snare, and maybe he can look for the execute. Dodges out of that Q. Doesn't have flash. Oh, this is not going to happen.
Yeah.
Kevy will be able to pick up that kill. And ultimately, it's a 3-for-2, 2v2 kill even in favor here of Team Bliss as they look to fight back in game number 2.
Yeah, well played by Team Bliss's bot lane, giving them a window into this game. Kevy is going to be massive in this game. No flashes up for 3 members of the side of Frank, especially these immobile champions in the... Aladoric is running at Jimmy, but should just zone him away.
Coming here now, we'll even up the playing field. Oh, Xenoblade connects there, but it's a really nice buffer of that crash down and gets himself completely out to safety.
Yeah, Harry managing this lane very well. Finds himself up HP. Kevy is in the mid lane.
Wako's here.
And so is Wako. So it's looking like a Void Grub fight.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy has to recall. He's out of mana. I mean, Harry's out of mana too. Jim and I are going to be content with just that one. Honestly, there's no trade on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and if you're Kevy, I think you are trying to get level 6 and
there
running.
There he is.
Yeah, there is his level 6. Run straight to bot lane now if you're this Diana. There's a flashless Jhin on the enemy team. Wherever Wako decides to hide on the map, he should not be safe from Kevy.
Yeah, and no cleanse as well, so Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be available shortly as soon as Violet hits level 6 here on the Ashe. And should be a bit of suffering. Needlework coming through there from Yijiang, and nothing really but a sizable chunk there onto Biopanther's health, and he should be completely fine. With no needlework, no real kill threat. Kevy trying to take away this red buff, won't be able to do so. In fact, Stranglethorn's come through, and he doesn't have flash as well. Jimmy and Culling, see if he's able to find something here. It looks like he missed the Q, so he's not even going to be able to get to that red buff, and Jimmy will be able to pick himself up a kill here. Levels out the playing field, although there was a kill elsewhere on the map. Wako's dead.
Yeah, Wako still just goes down to the bot lane in the 2v2, which...
Yeah, level 6.
Yeah, which makes this topside invade so puzzling, as we're going to see a replay of Wako going down here. Just going to be Violet arrowing him, I imagine. Kaiwing not able to block that one in time and maybe buffer out, and that is just a free kill. Unfortunately, goes to Aladoric. A lot of follow-up damage that you can't really control on the Leona. Can swipe away these kills. 20 CS lead for Violet, and it's just such a puzzling topside invade from Kevy when his bot lane is so strong and his top laner is so weak.
Yeah, now Harry's having a good time though with Jimmy and having to go and put extra resources into trying to take out that Diana. Obviously he will benefit from it now that he gets this recall off, but Harry as well, just the meanwhile, while not having a kill, has picked himself up one of those plates and is getting himself some free farm now.
Yeah, meanwhile completely in isolation. It looks like Zhang has just picked up a 20 CS lead for himself.
Yeah. Pretty hard to navigate this lane as that Cassante, as we've said.
Some MR picked up for Biopanther now.
Now, I think Violet has to be a little careful this game, right? Because, again, as we said, like it's hard for Gwen to find as much impact in a team fight as the Cassante, but it is just an immobile AD carry up against a Gwen. So if Gwen, if Yijiang finds a nice teleport or somehow manages to get his way behind Violet, Violet can be taken out very, very quickly.
Yeah, Violet playing very aggressively here, has to be careful. And this should just be so obvious for Team Bliss.
Yeah, Kaiwing walking up. I mean, Enchanted Crystal Arrow very soon will be available. But Gemini going to show his hand and get spotted out there in that bush.
Yeah, Flash is going to be up for Wako now, so Kevy doesn't get a window with this Rocket Belt to punish the Jhin. Leandri's picked up 4 Gemini now to even up the jungle items. So,
I think it's Riftmaker, by the way, this game. Looks like it for Yijiang.
I like that.
Yeah. Gives him a bit of extra tankiness stats, as well as, like, you don't really lose out on much damage.
Yeah, maybe less just straight up DPS if you're AFK hitting compared to the Nashers, but...
Oh, Harry trading perfectly at his max auto attack range there as the Corki.
Yeah, he's been quite impressive on this Corki in this lane overall. Jimmy and no slouch on the Lucian.
Kevin now starting up this Dragon and looks to put another one on the board for Team Bliss. And I don't want to speak too soon and curse it, but we are up 700 gold here on Bliss. It would be the first time that they do finish that 14-minute mark up in gold. Already having beaten Frank twice in game despite being down so much. And if you are able to start up ahead, then you have to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, you'd have to think they're just favored if they can get to 15 minutes, not down an absurd amount of gold when they're capable of winning. Dodged on the Ash Arrow. Swifties and Fleet Footwork make that a pretty easy dodge for Wako. As you were probably just fishing for his cleanse if you're Violet.
Yeah. And ultimately, Ash ult is a ridiculously short cooldown, and so you're not going to be losing it or missing it that much as maybe you would for this Void Grub fight that is likely to happen. Flash forward, Aladoc finds his way onto Gemini. He does get over the wall, but the Solar Flare comes through, and it's a nice Magnet Storm there out of Kaiwing, but Kiwi comes through. It is a kill, traded back, 1-for-1, Kaiwing and Jimmy versus Harry and Aladoc. That mid and support duo coming through, and it's a fairly even trade, all things considered. And honestly, even in sums.
Yeah, and that is exactly what you want to be doing on the Leona. It takes an extremely heroic play from Kaiwing to interrupt Kevi on the Diana mid-dash so he doesn't make it over the wall into the Zyra to even make that a 1-for-1.
Biopanther teleported back to his top lane and finds himself up health. Not sure when Jiang uses teleport.
Yeah, so this is exactly how you want to play Leona into these champs. But look at Kaiwing here onto Kevi. Insane interrupt. Interrupts both these carries from falling up onto the Zyra, who should just die in the CC of the Leona, but gets all his spells off and makes that a 1-for-1.
And now 2-0 is Jimmy in here on the Lucian, but no, it's not all that bad for Team Bliss. They are up in gold, they are up in kills, and a lot of that gold focused onto the Diana. Maybe you'd want some on the Corki, but it is still a winning bot lane, especially once Violet can join the fray and look for fights. Although, talking about Violet, he's going to have to flash away there from Kaiwing. Big Summoner spell to be missing, but it is going to be Kiwi capitalizing on this top side. Oh my god! And Biopanther, you absolute beast! He's just solo killed out Yijiang. And frustration there, you can see in the player cam for Yijiang.
With nothing but a Negatron cloak to his name, how has he done that? Not even used his flash bio as Harry's getting aggressive onto Jimmian.
Now, Jimmian has flash, but he is taking a lot of damage. Kiwi, Proto Belt, going to get that movement speed available to himself, but not quite going to get in range.
Let's see what happened here as Bio has somehow found himself up so much HP. Both TPs used already, and is it just a cheeky Q3?
Yeah. Oh, he manages to get just in that Shroud.
Yeah, knowing his range a little better than Jiang does.
Jiang with flash as well.
Oh, just barely gets him. Well played by Biopanther. What a bounce back.
Damn. Happiness. A lot of happiness over there.
Yes, they should be. This guy's a beast. Jiang, not someone we see lose lane pretty much ever.
Yeah. Now, this is going to be going down. Finds himself still up in CS, but this is a lane that he should be getting more and more ahead of as the game progresses. But Biopanther pretty much shutting that down entirely, and now finds himself actually ahead almost certainly of this Gwen. Yes, he doesn't have that full item, whereas Yijiang does, but that is because he stopped for those Merc Treads early on. Now, all things said and done, you know, yes, he found that, and it's going to be very helpful for himself. It's not going to help him later on in that side lane, as it is still going to be very much Gwen favored.
No,
this just means he's going to be even stronger when it comes to the team fight stage.
Yeah, it's just going to help him out in these fights, and he needs a lot of gold on this Cassante because you've got 2 physical and 2 magic damage carries on the side of Frank, so Biopanther needs endless items, doesn't go for the Rooker, and
goes for the Nature's Grasp. I mean, not the Nature's Grasp, so the Force of Nature, which actually has the highest amount of AP, magic resist as an item. Obviously, it requires a bit of stacking up. You're getting hit or landing CC, but it's going to be pretty easy in these team fights for that to stack fully up, and you get the full value out of that, as well as the movement speed.
Zyra on the enemy team just stacks this thing pretty much instantly for you, probably. Nice build. We'll see how it works out for Bio on this Cassante. Yeah, like you said, Bio's never going to just walk back to this lane and kill the Gwen, ever. Rift Herald started up by Kevi.
Yeah, Bliss getting everything.
Gemini's actually going for Harry in the top lane. I don't think they know he's snuck in here.
Ooh, okay.
Nice foul.
Now he has to be careful. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Solar Flare lands, everything's landing, and yeah, Gemini, can he even get an ability off? Absolutely not. Great chaining of that CC. It was a lot of ults though. That is the Leona. Out of the ult, here comes the needlework, and they are managing to find their way in, and Jiang's just ignoring the fact there's a Kevi on him, and just going forward. The needlework, Violet's going to go down. They're not going to find anything else. It's actually a 1-for-1, all things considered, as Kevi's able to pick up that kill there onto that Gwen. Curtain Call going wide for Wako.
Yeah.
And Team Bliss, they're looking good.
Yeah, Violet finds himself a bit out of position there and gets taken out by Jimmy, who you do have to worry a little bit about on the solution now. BF Sword and a Blade of the Ruined King for him, 3-0 now. Is a champion we've seen take over games. So that is your big stress point, I think, if you're Team Bliss, but otherwise you're feeling pretty good about how this game is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Up gold. They did manage to get past that 14-minute mark. Up gold as well. So
this is the first time in this entire tournament.
Yep.
As, yeah, Gemini sneaks in here, but what a reaction from Harry.
And then just how easy is it from here?
Yep.
No flash on that Zyra. Simple as can be.
Yeah, Eldork is piloting this Leona exactly as you need to, and Biopanther's got a ridiculous flank onto Jiang here. Can't quite ult him into his team, but yeah, Kaiwing does such a good job of splitting Harry and Violet away from their front line here. And Violet finds himself no dash to get over that wall like Harry did, so just goes down to Jimmy.
Yeah, 3-0 is Jimmy now on this Lucian. Was the carry, at least in our eyes, in game number 1, and now if they want to get into that final position, you know, into that best of 5 tomorrow, it's really looking like it's going to have to be him, sorry, to get that done.
Yeah, at least in this game, I don't see anyone else who can get this across the line. Jiang is 0-2-1 on this Gwen now. And this is not really a game that I think Wako is going to carry on the Jhin either. Rift Herald wasn't picked up initially, so it's now going to be traded along with a tower for this dragon. This is a great trade for Bliss, as yeah, Jiang just has to sit here and watch.
Well, we'll be just spectating there in that little corner chair you find in the hotel rooms. Bottom tower will be taken out.
Yeah, so much gold. More gold onto Jimmy and Gemini.
Yeah, again, we're looking at Gemini. Here comes everything, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go wide, and now it's a re-engage coming through for the side of Frank, but Kaiwing maybe ill-advised, and there it comes! Kevi's going insane here, but not with the damage. It's Jiang now in the back line. This needlework's coming through, and that's so much damage. What can Biopanther do? He ults this Gwen into the Diana, but ultimately gets back on it, and Jimmy on the backside is Biopanther and Jimmy on each side of the team fights are going wild. Curtain Call, that's a very, very dead Cassante. It's Jimmy half HP, Kevi half HP, and everyone really half HP except for Wako. It is just going to be that 1 for 2, and somehow Frank find the turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, that was such an insane Diana ult from Kevi, and then the damage just wasn't there. It did 0 damage, and it kind of stopped them in their tracks on the side of Team Bliss.
Yeah, that's the mid lane tower going on. I mean, I have to look at the replay, but I think Aladoric just a little bit ahead of his team. Wasn't quite able to chain in the CC, so the flash does come out.
Look at Kaiwing just zoning Kevi off of the Zyra the entire time as well, and this fight still looks okay because Aladoric is not that squishy, so he survives for so long. Jiang gets in here and lands pretty scary.
We didn't even
ulties.
get to see this, the culling.
Yeah, Jimmy just finds the backline of Team Bliss as well, and has just found himself so much gold in this game. And a nice ulti from Wako to zone Biopanther back into his team. But the rest of Team Bliss do manage to get out, and they lose 1 extra member. But not too disastrous at the end of the day.
Yeah, Yijiang now 0-3-2. This is awfully remnant. Things are shaping up near on the exact same as the first series we had. Gold exactly even. Nothing separating these teams at the moment. Dragons are even. Baron spawning in 1 minute. Both teams will take that out in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, the advantage, I think, for Frank is that they've got this really fed Lucian to play around, whereas there's no counterpart until Harry finishes his 2 items.
And mid lane tower.
Yeah, massive pickup for Team Bliss. Now 1 mid lane tower apiece.
Jiang, he's roaming up from the bot side. Keep an eye on him. Can be instrumental, obviously having a quiet one yet again here in this game, but certainly as the game scales, this Gwen can become very, very scary. I think good by Team Bliss to recognize we don't want the Cassante matching the Gwen, and so having Harry pretty consistently in the same lane as Yijang, meaning, you know, Yijang can't really find any access onto this Corki without Harry making a huge mistake.
Yeah, especially with these Gwens taking Flash now over Ghost. Just no way to kill this Corki, even if you find him out of position. Way too difficult to catch this champion. Now Violet gets his 2-item spike, and this is a massive spike for Harry, just picked up. He's on his way to the bot lane, doesn't have TP for a bit, so you got to relax for a second if you're Team Bliss. But he does win in the side lane against the Gwen.
Yeah, Yijang thinking there's a ward around. There actually wasn't. It was just some smart play by Harry to realize there could be someone waiting in that forest.
Yeah, Kevy picks up the Zhonya's for himself now. Is solo AP, so it doesn't feel that great to go for a Zhonya's, but kind of just needs it on this champion.
Aladoric. Fast feet, fast hands,
yeah.
Fast everything. Just able to dodge pretty much every skill shot I've seen thus far. And Gianna Cristiano coming out. Jimmy in! Oh, it wasn't actually going to hit him, but I would also jump scare right there.
Yeah. He's on his way to his, halfway to his 3rd item now, Jimmy, and this would be a massive shutdown to get on. The good thing about this Team Bliss comp, any champion but Leona getting this shutdown is massive.
Yeah. Nearly at that Black Cleaver. It becomes much harder to deal with the Lucian. I mean, just the ability haste as well as the additional HP makes him so much more durable.
Yeah, and I think Team Bliss trying to read the swap coming out. As both of their solo laners have TP on either side. 20 seconds on this dragon now.
Yeah, and I wonder if Frank even want to contest, right? We have a Gwen that's getting close to having that Nash's, and massive spike for that champion, whereas you look at the other side, and as you said, Corki at the 2 items. We have the Diana and also the Ashe, all of the 2 items spike. Now, on the other side, I guess, Frank, yeah, they have the advantage in terms of the support. Warmog's passive will be active for Kaiwing, and I guess Jimmyan is just this most fed member on the Rift.
So, yeah, this looks like Frank do want to fight this. It could be very risky for them. Kevy a little bit chunked now, but...
Frank starting it up, and Wako, he has to be so careful. He has both sums. Everyone has sums available to themselves, as Kevy will be found out by Yijang. There will be no surprises from this Diana, as well as the Gwen, but Dragon is just gone. Frank have managed to, and largely in part thanks to the plants going up from Gemini, managed to defend this Dragon and take it for themselves. Now Team Bliss, they're pivoting around this Baron, so maybe just for the vision, but if they do start to hit it, it will go down very, very quickly.
Yeah, nice ward in an awkward spot from Frank. Actually just spots them on their way to the Baron. And no Baron start from Team Bliss. No rush to start that Baron. I'm surprised they didn't pull the trigger with how much engage they do have and this massive Corki spike, but
Aladoric going aggressive. He finds his way into Jimmyan, but it ends up hitting onto Kaiwing, and now he might be in a rough position as he's stunned up, and Leona's just going to go down. I think this is the 2nd time now from Aladoric. We've just seen him overextend, not in tandem with his AD carry and the rest of his team, and unfortunately he just gets picked out.
Yeah, and maybe that engage can work, but it was just too scuffed onto Gemini, so the team decides to let him go. I think that's the correct decision. You're not going to lose much, but maybe some vision around this Baron while Leona's down. And Jiang is actually getting walked off these waves by Bio for now.
Yeah, I think he desperately needs this Nash's online before he can really do anything. Obviously, that kill and the impact that BioPanthers had in these team fights.
Yeah,
picking up assists and actually evening up that CS difference a lot.
Has allowed him to just build a full armor item without having to worry about losing in the side lane. That buys a lot of time for Team Bliss. Kevy is here, and you know exactly who they're targeting. Bio has
looking at Jimmy, and he's flashed over, though, and he's dodged out of that queue, and maybe he's found his way away, but the flash forward for Kevy, and Jimmy, and now he's the one in a rough position, but somehow gets that relentless pursuit back up, and he's living, but now he goes down. Harry picks up that shutdown fight, 750 gold. I believe I just saw Kevy, no ultimate now, and no flash on this Corki. Are Team Bliss actually going to be able to pick this one up? It's definitely going to be risky.
CP, he's going to try take this tier 2, though.
He's taking this tier 2. will be able to get that completely happily as he does now teleport in. What can we do? Gemini, he's been an absolute thief when it comes to these objectives, and I think Team Bliss realizing that. Just backing off, BioPanther flashing forward, and he misses, but Kaiwing finds the 5-man! On the back, the all-out comes through, and Gemini is in a rough position, but on the other side, Wako picks up 1 kill. BioPanther not quite able to land those Tofu strikes. It's Jiang trying to go nuclear. It's Wako with a double. It's BioPanther with a kill over onto Gemini. Now Wako with it all to do. He's got a lot of movement speed, but BioPanther has a lot of armor. The Q3, but the instant flash away, the cleanse comes through, and Wako, he will be going down, but have Frank bought enough time? Jimmy respawns, he's back at the play.
Yeah, it's only Jimmy to defend this Baron. He could maybe try steal it or get some damage onto Violet here to stop it. I wonder if Bliss will go for it. Harry's going to get a chunk on him here.
Gets a chunk, but it's not all that impactful as Jimmy will be able to just lifesteal back up these Raptors. 4 seconds on the spawn of Kevy. It is Team Bliss starting up this Baron. Violet is very, very low, and Kaiwing's making his way back to the pit with Hex Flash available. He can get over to them in that Baron pit. We'll see what Team Bliss are able to do here. We'll see what Frank are able to do here, but it looks like Team Bliss should have hit the macro outplay and should be able to pick up this Baron. BioPanther has to be careful, though. He's very, very low.
Kevy is almost here. They should just wait for Kevy to come and smite this, and it's their Baron, and they can easily get out. They have plenty of time.
There we go. Yep. Kevy picking up Baron for Team Bliss. They're ahead now to almost 3k gold, and Harry is in a very dominant position.
Yeah, and here it's just a 4v5. Literally every ounce of gold is on the Lucian here, so Team Bliss, it looks scary for a second because you've got a Zyra harassing you while you're trying to do this, but Bio is so tanky and able to just zone Gemini out of this entire fight. And Kylie lands this insane engage, and Gemini actually flashes over the wall to try follow up, ends up ulting thin air on the Zyra, as I think this was the least interesting part of the fight as we follow BioPanther chase Gemini around, and nice chase onto Wako too. Violet ends up flashing on top of him. As Wako probably had to flash this Q3, maybe just egoing it a bit, and then the slow from Violet, once that connects, kind of latched onto your target as the Ashe.
Oh, Skywalker not even watching the screen, and Pretender doing the little circles, doing a twirl.
Wako doing so much damage in that fight. Had to without Jimmy in there.
Far and beyond the most in his team, but yeah, Jimmy in 5-1 now. Was just absent, noticeably absent after getting caught out in that top wave. Now it's Team Bliss with autonomy over the map. They're working on it, this mid lane in a tower.
Yeah, and impressive from Team Bliss, the way they've played the last few minutes of this game. It felt like they just put a target on Jimmy's head and just ran at him with all their members anywhere they saw him on the map. They eventually shut him down. Not only do they get the massive shutdown, but they recognize they can start hitting Baron because he's all of the money on this team. Wako does the best he can with the resources he has, but he's not a 5-0 Lucian.
Yeah, 3-3 though. He picked up a lot of kills for himself in that play as Jimmy siphoning off some of this farm up on the top side away from Yi Jiang. And I think next item breakpoint, Frank, just give over this dragon. It's not that impactful in terms of the game. Game probably not going to Soul anyway. Wait for the Infinity Edge. As I say that, Wako actually did recall and pick up that Infinity Edge. So now, I mean, Frank, they are behind in gold, but it feels like a lot of this gold is just in that jungle, and Zyra probably functions a little better without the items, whereas Diana, you know, she has to get stuck in.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I don't know if I agree with the Rift Maker from Kevy, but should do the trick. I think Team Bliss are in a very commanding spot. I think they're delaying this dragon maybe a little longer than they could, but cleaning up all the tier 2s is a massive injection of gold.
Making use of the Baron, importantly. But Yi Jiang, I mean, he's on the top side, and BioPanther not here. There's 2 towers taken from Jung on the opposite side of the map, so the Dragon trade not looking so bad for Jung, considering they're the ones that are against that Baron buff. As there we go, second Dragon of the game, the Mountain Dragon picked up. Kaiwing's going to stop the base. Oh!
Kevy can't get over this wall. Luckily, no one from Frank showed up to help out Kaiwing. As he's just going to be here to get some maybe flank wards that are unlikely to be relevant anytime soon. And
Harry,
now
3 items.
Yeah, massive on this Corki, and only getting bigger once he gets this Infinity Edge completed. As he has officially outscaled the Lucian. He will be much more relevant than the Lucian for the rest of the game, and it felt like, honestly, Jimmy died once, did all that he could to really escape that play. I don't know if you remember, but he got a lot of gap between him and the enemy team, but eventually they did take him down. And died once, lose the game.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you are just every piece of gold that your team has picked up, right? But now, importantly, for their side, Wako did pick up a bunch of kills in that last fight. So he does find himself at 3 items, on par with the Ashe out of Violet.
Yeah, this is an unusual Ashe build as well, I think. I don't think we see IE come out on the Ashes very often.
Yeah, not too often. Now, Baron obviously absent from either of these teams, so there's not really any threat on the bases. There's Jimmy once again mopping up some farm. We're really putting all the eggs in the Jimmy basket here, huh, fellas?
Yeah, well, I think they just already are. I don't know if Jung is ever going to be relevant this game. He's working on his Void Staff now.
Well, he's definitely been relevant in those side lanes, right? He's taken 4 towers. Yeah. And this is going to be the problem. This is the only thing that Bliss have to navigate, really, because it feels like their team fight will just be stronger. They just have a stronger team fight. As long as they don't execute, they'll probably be winning. But who is going to be able to match this Gwen? Because you need Corki to be there poking. Otherwise, if it just comes, there's been no poke happen. The Lucian is probably similar in terms of strength to the Corki. But in saying that, 4 items now for Harry as he picks up his Infinity Edge.
Yeah, this Team Bliss frontline, actually with this Diana going for a very tanky build, is looking quite intimidating. Maybe difficult for Jin and Lucian to get through.
Yeah, Wako trying to work towards what will almost certainly be a LDR.
Aladoric.
And Chana Cristo lands there onto Gemini. He's going to go down. Yep. Just one shot. Now it's going to be 4v5 for a long, long time. And Team Bliss, I mean, they lost their engage tools. They lost those stuns. But they can just go wherever they want. This is going to stop Yi Jung from really doing anything on the map. And ultimately, Gemini's going to be spawning at about the same time as this Baron. So Frank cannot get any vision control.
Yeah, they'll have no vision control. I wonder if Team Bliss just hit this on spawn. I think they maybe consider it, as they've not thoroughly swept the jungle here. So this is going to amount to very little.
Wako has to be careful.
Sieging mid.
No one can die. If anyone on Frank Esports die, that is going to be game number 2, all done and dusted. And Team Bliss, they are not afraid to capitalize. A nice Q lands onto Wako, but he is keeping enough distance to not really be all that threatened. Hayri picks himself up in an inhibitor tower. Will Valkyrie away from that deadly flourish.
These sneaky wards from Kaiwing are actually getting so much value, and Team Bliss are going to hit this Baron on spawn. I think that is wise. Gemini is legging it here, but they have so little vision.
Kaiwing's going to be able to get vision in this pit. Now maybe this Baron goes down, and in fact it certainly will, as it's at 4k HP, and Biopanther's outside the pit. Now Jiang looking for Biopanther. It's just a clean Baron. Needlework maybe coming out, and Wako actually, maybe a miscommunication as Yi Jung backs away from that Cassante as Wako uses ult on it.
Yeah, that's the second Baron for Team Bliss now, and any hope of this Gwen achieving something in the side lane is just gone to the wayside now. As a Biopanther can just match him if he wants to, or straight up group with his team. Should try get 2 lanes in if you can, if you're Team Bliss.
JV on the split push.
Yep, nice. Being disciplined and controlling the wave rather than just
smashing
it. Yeah, waiting for, making sure his team is in position, making sure his team gets this mid wave too.
Now Gemini, he has flash. He didn't use it in that last fight. Aladoric, oh my god, the amount of volume. Yeah, that got so much value, but we find our way in. Violet gonna flash away. He might just have to cleanse, and teleport's coming through, but Aladoric might just go down first. No, he will not. It's Kaiwing. Giant able to get away, but he flashes into that arrow, and a double kill for Hayri. 3v5, and look at this menacing Cassante. The world on his shoulders, just marching these minions in. How will Frank defend? It's Team Bliss with all the momentum here in game number 2.
Yes, someone's going to have to do something heroic on the side of Frank if they're going to defend this game. Gemini, no ulti, no flash.
There's no Stranglethorns. It's the 280 carries and that AP jungler. Flash away from Wako. Does get away from the Zenith Blade, but Biopanther's tanking out everything. Nexus Tower number 2 will go down. Harry's flashing in, and Jimmy and Charizard will not be able to defend, and Oceania will not be silenced.
Yeah, and it's off the back of kind of everyone on the side of Team Bliss just playing a really good game. Nothing to fault them for, really. Biopanther miraculously turns his lane around and, I mean, outclasses Jiang for that entire game. Really has so much more impact. Jiang manages to take some side lane towers, but what's all that gold for if you don't have any impact on the game with it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at this game too and you think back to their last series, and it was Yi Jung having some very uncharacteristic mistakes, right? He died in lane as Gwen to Cassante. It can happen, but it should not be happening. And then even in that last fight, just these level of players should not be flashing in a straight line when an Ashe arrow is beelining it to them, right? These should be just, we'll flash to the side, and maybe he still goes down, but if you just flash directly into it, you're definitely going down.
Yeah, and how accurate was Violet with his arrows, just doming Gemini every chance he got, and usually it's the Leona setting up those plays with her Solar Flare, much easier to land onto the Zyra, but yeah, Violet needs no help, just makes it clear why this Ashe is a first pick worthy champion.
Yeah.
As both LCO ADCs.
Yeah, exactly.
Very impressively.
I think we now have to worry about Frank Esports because, again, you got to think back. They lost the second game, second game up against Team Bliss last time.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they just completely fell apart in many ways, right?
Yeah,
they just really couldn't get their mental back in there. When you have a game like that from Yi Zhang, we've already seen it from that last series, he does somewhat struggle to get back into that mojo, to get back in the swing of things. Maybe that's a place to exploit, yeah. Because Biopanther seems to just be the more consistent and stronger top laner when it comes to that head-to-head. Now, last series, again, West Point, same sort of position that Frank found themselves in, but they picked up the ribbon. They just gave Jiang ultra comfort, something he's played thousands and thousands of games on, and he was able to get it across the line that way. So I think coming into this next game, you're going to have to think long and hard as the side of Team Bliss to what angle do we think Frank's going to go for?
Yeah, I think... Yeah, and it's just... I think you're going to run yourself around in circles and confuse yourself if you try to, because how do you prepare for a Riven pick if he wants to pick it? I think that K'Sante was kind of hedging against possibly a Riven coming out. And yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we see Jung bounce back and we don't see a repeat of the first series, because that was very reminiscent of the first time they played each other. And Harry, I think, was also just, shout out to Harry, in that game went completely even up against Solution, who is a counter pick into the Corki. It seems strange that he'd pick the Corki into a counter pick, but it still just is probably the strongest champ you can pick anyway.
And an immaculate performance. I think he didn't die that entire game and ended up ahead of the Lucian that was 5-0. So just Harry finding gold around the map. I mean, even when, Kevy went and died up in that red side, and the whole time it was just Harry in that mid lane. He was pushing waves, getting farm for himself, got a tower plate, and really utilized that gold. It wasn't just like lost gold, right? And you can look at Jimmy and say it probably was, because he was so fed, got caught out in the side lane. Yeah. Yes, it costed Team Bliss a lot of ults and flashes, but they got the Baron from that. So, I mean, whatever. We're just a 4v5. All of your gold has died. The other side, Harry was by far the most fed member on the map. He had the most gold across the map, and he didn't make any mistakes. So I think you look towards that and you'd be like, wow, this is just a straight out performance. What can we do going ahead? Like, is it a bring Pretender in? I don't necessarily think it is.
No, I don't think so.
But this was just too much of a mistake from Jimmy, and not right here.
And so many of these plays were just exactly like this. Gemini just suffering on these ranged mages in the jungle against the Leona Ashe. I think you maybe just can't give the Ashe over.
Yeah, ban the Ashe too.
Yeah, it just looks too strong for the side of Team Bliss, so it's good that Team Bliss are able to exploit one of these power picks and force a ban now, make some questions to be answered by Frank in this draft. And you see Wako having to just do the bulk of the damage for his team with Jimmy and getting that fed. I mean, it was a different story when it was Wako getting the kills last time around. He was able to deliver with the money that he got, never getting caught.
Yeah, I do think ultimately, while I can't critique any of them as players, they're obviously very, very good players, Wako does seem to get the most distance out of gold, right?
Yeah.
Like his damage per gold is a stat that is tracked, and I think Wako, if you look at his stats, he's always one of the top 80 carries in our league with that damage per gold, just making that gold actually mean something.
Yeah.
And I really think, like, we have gone how many series now, the entire split, we've gone without giving Wako any resources whatsoever. Last game, he got the resources. We were sending mid lane down, we're sending jungle down. Look what happens. And I think, Frank, they really need to just realize that, we're all very capable players. We can all carry the game, but Wako is the one that actually is doing it. Let's give him the gold.
Yep.
Let's allow this guy to have the chance. But on the other side, I mean, it's going to be tough because Violet and Aladoc, they have been performing.
Yeah, and they've straight up kind of just been winning the 2v2 both games now. They gave their team a window into that game, and I think very deserved MVP.
Yeah.
I have no idea how Biopanther, I think more importantly than the kill, I want to see how both these top laners TP'd back into their lane, and then Biopanther just found a massive chunk onto Jiang.
Well, it was at different times. Biopanther was still in lane from before he teleported. Because when that actually happened, you looked at Jiang's teleport and it had been like a quarter of the way through. So Jiang had just been in lane for a while as BioPanther was teleporting back up. So I don't know exactly what occurred in the lane, but it was certainly a mistake from Yi Jiang, or potentially a really big play out of BioPanther.
Yeah, I believe this is the first Baron as Jiang is TPing in here. And BioPanther does a really good job of zoning out Gemini, who just ults thin air in this team fight. He tries to follow up his Rel, but is just so far away. We see Kaiwing land so many of those engages, and Frank usually so good at following them up, but
yeah,
again, just falling apart. And it felt like the moment Jimmy died in this game, Frank just fell apart.
Yeah. I also think this fight here was a mistake from Gemini too. I think way too hyper-focused on looking for that steal.
Yeah.
The rest of the team had managed to get around and stop the Baron.
Yeah,
that now Gemini is just in a really, really bad position. And this fight was essentially just a 4v5 without your AP jungler, who was your AP threat. So,
yeah, and playing it the way he did kind of allows Cassante to play fights the way he loves to, off to the side, flanking people. Versus if he comes around with Kaiwing, who managed to somehow just walk into all of them and find a 4-man engage.
Yeah.
Cassante's a lot less happy playing front to back in that way. So, yeah, I mean, just more testament to maybe just falling apart, panicking.
Yeah.
Frank, as Team Bliss just stay cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, history does seem to be repeating itself here at the PCS, because sort of a collapse in that top lane once again from Yi Jiang, and BioPanther aptly punishing. And honestly, we saw this, and what is it, Monday, that long ago, where we saw this exact same situation. Can Alcio prove themselves, get to that best of 5, or will Frank finally chuck out all those kinks and get it done? We'll find out after the break.
Play away. We can pressure. Yeah. Use these minions. Yeah, one more card, right? For sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Just hit that. You can time. We can end. Yeah, just end. End the game, don't worry about them. Yeah. He's off his own, you guys just towers, okay? Dodge. 5 towers. Far. I've blocked it. Watch me. Let's hit flash. That's good. Nice. Good job. Let's go.
OGT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，独家超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing.
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此线上， 此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. monster. Can you hear him roar? Baby, I'm the monster. Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody, and it's time for game number 3. It's do or die, backs against the walls for both of these teams, and I don't know what to expect, so I'm just going to go with the flow.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a Riven. Let's just get a Riven. Last time Jung had his back against the wall, not looking that hot. He just locked in the Riven and completely 1v9'd the game. So I'm hoping Frank can set up another Riven game for him. I believe it was on blue side last time too.
It was. And it looks like Pretender's going to be coming in here. So giving Pretender his shot, it's do or die. It's always been Jimmian in this position.
Yeah.
Jimmian able to get it done last series up against West Point. Now it's Pretender. It's his time to show that he also can be that clutch player. Can get it done in game number 3, but it's not an easy task. I mean, Hayri has been performing.
Yeah, and like you said at the end of the previous game, it is difficult kind of for Team Bliss to predict exactly what Frank are going to do in this draft, and putting Pretender in makes that even more difficult now. He has only played Corki in playoffs, but he has a completely different champion pool to Jimmian, and has even a different playstyle that we haven't really gotten to see so much the split just because of the ADC mid lane meta. But if there's a time to pull out things like the Nico, it would be now.
Yeah, look for that massive team fight sort of clutch, and I don't know what to expect, but I'm expecting a banger as we do load now into our 3rd champion select of the series, our final champion select and the final champ select for one of these two teams.
Team Bliss banning away the Sejuani.
Yeah, and the Shyvana again. This is always striking me as a very, very strange ban. Lilia as well. Will it be the Orianna to follow up? Ashe gone. Team Bliss realizing the power is in that pick.
Yep, and it'll probably be Aurora as Team Bliss's next ban.
Yeah, we don't know if Pretender plays it, but you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, it is not the time to find out if Pretender plays the Aurora now. And Frank get one final ban here. I don't remember what they banned last time. It was the LB, so they've stuck with their bans from
It was
game
Orianna.
1.
Oh, game 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And it was the second phase Orianna ban. Now Aurora taken off the table. Zeri open. Team Bliss did ban that last game. Not wanting Wako to have another performance on that, but he does have the opportunity to if he would so like, but maybe just another Corki for Pretender.
Yeah, it'll be his 5th consecutive Corki game in the playoffs. It is the only champ he's played.
And Harry may be looking for a Lucian here, although the Zeri will be first locked in and Leona to match.
Insta-lock. So Team Bliss maybe not as surprised as we thought they might be in draft at all.
Oh, thank God. I didn't want to see another Zyra, especially now that we do see the Leona. Gemini having a really good game for himself, and that game 3 against West Point on the Maokai, doing the most damage in the game even.
Yeah. The Leona loses a lot of her impact if she doesn't have a squishy mage to beat up. So it will be the Rumble now.
Yeah, and I mean, Frank have proven that they can pilot this as well as pilot it against Team Bliss, and they obviously preferred that, and honestly, it looked like the better pick comparative to the Gwen. What will be this next pick, though? They do get their 3rd, and yeah, it makes sense to just make it the Rumble. Not the Rumble, sorry, the Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai, a lot of synergy with the Rumble, right? You want to line up to avoid the Maokai ulti, and Rumble loves that. A lot of just lockdown for the Rumble as well. Makes Jiang's life a bit easier in these fights.
The Karthus Hover again, he does.
I think this should just be Kennen.
Ooh, the Ivern would be interesting.
This is a pick that some players can make work, but it's just the Diana again for Kevy.
Yeah, I wasn't too impressed with the Diana, personally, but I mean, he has his second opportunity now to prove that it is what he needs to get this across the line now. Alistair going to be banned up against Kai Wing. It has been Aladoric's standout champion for the duration of this playoffs, but he will not be playing it here in this one. Team Bliss also don't want to give it over to Kai Wing.
Yeah, same story as the previous game. Alistair can really quell a lot of the aggression that comes out from Leona. So banning that away, Yasuo banned away from Frank. Again, I guess just worried about the Diana-Yasuo combo. I don't know if Team Bliss ever actually planned to play the Yasuo.
Yeah. It is obviously a niche pick. We have seen it a little bit. Obviously, Criscata from DCG playing it a lot, as well as Faker actually playing a game of it over at the World's Championship, the Esports World Cup.
Yeah,
now,
it makes sense.
Lucian strikes me as something that might be an obvious ban here, but they're going to go for that Cassante, and I don't fault them after what BioPanther was able to do. Now, maybe he's just going to go for that Ornn.
Yeah, if he can survive this lane, I'm not sure how the Ornn does into the Rumble. If he can survive this lane, this is an amazing champ to have on your team. It can't actually be the Senna Ornn, so it will be just a top lane Ornn.
Well, it theoretically could be. This Zeri could go mid.
Yeah, oh no, Leona. You've got Leona.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, true. Whoops.
So Frank are going to lock in their last 2 champions now. And it will just be their entire bot lane.
Yep. Rel, I mean, obviously, Kai Wing last game playing perfectly well.
I mean,
as well as Rel Rumble.
Yeah.
With the Maokai as well. You're obviously going to have that damage with the Corki being your mid laner, the Rumble being your top laner. Let's see what Wako wants to go for. Someone with some autonomy. This guy is insane. Yeah, Israel.
People shying away from the Ezreal since he did lose a bit of percentage scaling on his Q.
Yeah, 10% taken off that ability, but it looks like Wako on the Ezreal. Now, if you throw your mind back, I believe it was game 3. Blue side, Frank versus Team Bliss. It was Wako that was on the Ezreal, got caught by a stray Lilia ball, and goes down, which kind of sealed the deal. Now let's see what Harry's going to go for. I mean, it might just be that the Zeri is going mid.
Yeah, it would make sense for me if it does go mid. It doesn't feel too great into the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Lucian is just still available. It's going to be the Zeri, though, and Kai'Sa. Oh, is it?
Yeah, it should just be Kai'Sa bot lane.
Yeah. Okay, it will be.
Yeah, Kai'Sa Leona feels pretty good into this Ezreal role.
I mean, massive team fights coming out of both teams. Obviously, Kai'Sa and Zeri, 2 of the only AD carries that can just immediately dive into your back line to follow up on what could be a Diana and Ornn or a Leona engage. But then on the other side, just how are you going to dive forward? There's a Maokai. If you're in the river and the saplings are already set up, it becomes very difficult for this team to actually just push through. Now, of course, the Ornhorn does make it a little easier, but still, Bliss are going to have to prove that this team comp is what they are going to be able to capitalize on. Obviously, the Diana in the last game got it across the line, but didn't do all that much damage.
Yeah, these carries are very mobile on the side of Frank, so you can't just rely on the Ornn for your engage. You've got to play these skirmishes well and follow up on the Ornn ulti as well, because Ezreal Corki aren't too worried about just the Ornn engage.
There it is. Frank Esports, the PCS 4th seed, never having lost a single series in the PCS, have a PCS team against LCO, and now they find themselves maybe losing a second consecutive to the LCO representatives of Team Bliss as both teams fight to secure that place in that last spot for the best of 5 to get into the second stage of playoffs.
Yeah, and ignoring Aurora, Team Bliss, in the 5 games we've seen these two teams up against each other, they've just looked better. Bliss have just looked like the better team straight up, which is not what I was expecting at all coming into this. Maybe a bit biased because I've been casting the PCS this whole time, but history would just tell you that you'd expect Frank to be the better team.
Now they have to prove it. It certainly isn't looking like that's a necessary truth, right?
Yeah,
the LCO team's truly coming out here and proving their worth. Got to have a sense of oceanic pride, being that we are from the region.
Yeah, and I love to see the Ornn. I think this is a really underutilized champion here in the PCS. So let's see if the LCO boys can use it. He does have to survive his lane against the Rumble, who has gone first strike, as you'd expect.
Yep, first strike, going to be able to farm up a lot of gold. In the mid lane, this is a matchup we have seen in the PCS quite a lot. It tends to be that the Zeri does fairly well in the lane phase, and as the game progresses, similar to every Corki lane, really, you get that poke online, and you just become so strong in those team fights. But, you know, Zeri definitely has play for herself. Hayri going for the teleport. Kriskata would be going barrier.
Yeah, this mid-game spike for the Frank comp is completely ridiculous. If they can get 2 items online on their ADCs, this Rumble is going to be super accelerated with first strike. Plenty of engage in the Maokai Rel, or at least control around these objectives in the Baron Rift Herald Dragons.
Oh, nice. Already more synergy. I saw in game number 1, Jimmy threw up one of those fist bumps and no one responded, but that time we got a 3-way fist bump.
Actually a ward killed by Harry, so he's going to get level 2 a little quicker. Going to get the E online on the Zeri, so he can dash out of these phosphorus bombs, which is the idea of the Lucian and Zeri into the Corki.
This might be the first time we actually see the Frank bot lane with a winning start to the game.
Yeah. Ezreal pretty strong at level 1, so should be priority for Frank.
-1.
So if you're Wako and Kaiwing...
Oh, that's not how we trade bot.
Yeah, that is a terrible trade for Wako.
Yeah, Violet, I mean, very good player. It was game 3 as well for him. Last time these two teams went up against each other, he was on the Kaiser and he had a stellar performance. Just a completely flawless, really, out of him. So looking to do it again. It was against Wako's Israel, but level 2 now. And this is very dangerous. Wako may be able to find play on it to Aladoric, and one more auto attack would do it, but the flash away means that Aladoric will survive, and Violet finding a lot of damage back here onto this Israel.
Yeah.
Not quite able to pop that passive.
Aladoric just reads his flash for so long, almost does get away without flashing, but well played by Wako, stacks up his Conqueror and forces the flash away from this Leona. Makes them vulnerable to a dive, but Maokai is pretty far away, though they can maybe delay this wave crashing on the side of Frank. For their Maokai to get down here, Kevi is nowhere near bot lane.
Yeah, going up to that top side here is Kevi on the Diana. But as you said, I mean, Gemini, Maokai, a champion that is quite good at looking for these dives, can drop aggro with that twisted advance.
Yeah, he's on the Krugs now. I don't think he's going to get here bot in time. Top lane going about how you'd expect it to go.
Yeah, Biopanther seemingly pretty far up on the wave after a likely rebound, but Jung, he's finding the most damage. Biopanther now looking for that recall.
Yeah, big wave coming his way. The Jung should be safe from the ganks. Pretty good setup on the Ornn, but Diana is so terrible at ganking. 3-6 that you have to assume he's okay.
We're looking for the dive.
Yeah.
Gemini, he's been so good at this, or maybe we're just looking for vision. We're going to be able to see that Wolf Camp's coming up. He pings it, so they are going to know that Kevy, after getting this recall, will be headed back out to the bot lane.
And this is what we were talking about actually during the break. We are so used to seeing Frank play around their bot lane, especially last split, before they got Wako on the team. Gemini made his home in the bot lane as Violet gets chunked out. Is actually alone here, but considering Gemini has recalled, this shouldn't amount to all that much.
Oh, I like what Bliss are doing here, sending Aladoric up to that top side, playing some mental games. If they are able to tilt Yi Jiang, we've seen that he does struggle to come back with the mid lane. Harry, oh my god, it's very close, but he does survive. He loses Flash. He's going to have to teleport back to this lane. Pretender should be able to get this wave in. And Pretender, that is getting a slight advantage here. But yeah, Aladoric makes his way to top lane. He does not have Flash. Yi Jiang does. He gets that slow with that electric harpoon, and Gemini's on the way. His stun comes through, though. Aladoric with that ignite. But here comes Gemini. This could be a problem. Bramble Smash is really good. Gets Aladoric off of Yi Jiang, and with that overheat, but he's not in the right position. The Flame Spitter in the wrong direction, but it's Gemini who's just solo killing. And the burn will get first blood for Yi Jiang. Flash forward, and Aladoric nowhere to go. The shield comes through, trying to trade one back, won't be able to do so. And it's Frank with the early lead.
Oh, what a disaster for Team Bliss. This is the consequences of not playing with your support and jungle together. Kevy is down here protecting Violet. And Aladoric probably missing his flash there. Would have felt a lot better to have it. I think when they made that play, BioPanther did not have E up on the Ornn to knock up the Rumble. I thought he was dead for sure on the Rumble. As yeah, we can't see the Ornn cooldowns, but he must have already used his charge on this Ornn. Otherwise, once this stun lands, I think he has an opportunity to knock up this Rumble here. Ends up not committing it, and it looks like they're just not on the same page, really. Aladoric trying to go forward, BioPanther trying to get out, and they are severely punished. This is an insane start for Jiang on the Rumble. Snipes that kill with the Harpoon, has the wave coming back to him, too. Gemini commits the flash here to get the... Oh, doesn't get the double kill onto his Rumble, but still feeling...
back to life, lightning crash, and Kyrung's in trouble here. I wonder what occurred, but a lot of members around this mid lane. Ultimately, it is going to cost Kyrung's flash, but it shouldn't be too detrimental for at least the time being, as, you know, Aladoric does also not have his flash available to himself.
Yeah, you would have really rather got this Corki's flash to maybe do something with this Diana 6, and Frank are grouping for this. So maybe just letting it go. Yeah, Gemini's heading back towards the bot side.
I would like to see some Dragon priority out of Frank Esports. They haven't done it at all so far in this playoffs. Yeah. They're ahead now. Their bot lane's doing well. Wako, even on CS, there's no flash, no ultimate for Harry in this mid lane.
Yeah, Frank on their way to maybe picking up their second Dragon pre-15 minutes of the entire playoff so far.
What an insane stat. Especially considering they were 3k gold up at 14 minutes against Team Bliss.
Yeah, they averaged 3.5k gold ahead. And yeah, they only pick up their second Dragon pre-15, and I think it's because Gemini has decided to put his focus on the bot lane. Still, fortunately, managed to just run top and pick up a double kill. Did this Maokai, so gonna lose maybe some of his top camps to this Diana, who is being pinged out now. But you're not too concerned about that as the Maokai.
Absolutely not.
Not in a rush to get your Leandri. Sometimes we find Gemini solo AP on these Maokais, but...
he's going for tank stats this game with the Kindle Gem, so...
Yeah, he's got a Rumble on his team. Kevy not interested in diving top. I think this Rumble is even more accelerated than we expected. Frank's bot lane with all the tempo down here too.
One thing we didn't touch on, and I really hope, is that... Oh, hold up. Horn coming through. Yi Jiang, he's just going to be dead. That's the stun. That's a knock-up. That's another knock-up and another knock-up. And Equalizer misses the wave. And he will be taken out, although he lived for an extremely long time.
Yeah, the wave is just not there in time for him to even kill it. He's anticipating the wave coming in as Frank's bot lane, seeing the enemy jungler top, want to get aggressive here. Not going to land much of this poke. And actually get a little BM thumbs up from Violet.
Yeah, I mean, Jiang just being a bit too far up as Wako hit there. He's going to miss that true shot barrage. Very, very low now as Wako Cleanse comes through, and Violet likewise on the other side. But there comes the Killer Instinct, the flash away, and it's just another 2v2 kill. Team Bliss, they're turning it around. Kaiwing now trying to run away. Here's getting stunned up, and Violet is just free hitting the passive proc and the double kill to Violet.
Yeah, and the game is now just completely back in Team Bliss's hands. They win top side. They're winning strong side and weak side now as Team Bliss's bot lane completely outplay that 2v2. If that's not a tilt E forward by the Ezreal, I do not know what is. And they whiff the Ezreal ulti and the Rel Q in that fight. As you're gonna see here, Wako, you kind of get what he's going for. He's not too scared of being engaged on, has cleanse, but Violet plays this immaculately. Dodges out of the Q from Kaiwing on the Rel too, and once Wako gets stunned up again, Violet flashes the Rel W, maybe thinking there's follow-up coming, but no one's even here to help Frank when they're playing this aggressively in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's just as clean as can be. Double kill there for Violet, and while he was obviously behind just before, now he finds himself in a fantastic position.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of disbelief, I think. Not that much of a celebration out of the Team Bliss coaching staff. Just because you never expect that to happen. Just such a clean kill, and they were down CS in the bot lane. 2 kills on this Kai'Sa now feels amazing. Swaps up to top lane though, and that's going to give Wako a lot of plates down here.
Yeah, we'll see if Team Bliss can navigate this lane swap, but I think this is just favoring.
Yeah, this is horrible.
Frank. I mean, it's going to lead to Void Grubs, but we've seen Void Grubs have next to no impact through the duration of the series.
Yeah, dragons matter more and plates matter a lot more. It's kind of the point of the Void Grubs is to get these towers and dragons.
Kiwi down here. I have to be a little bit worried. Definitely shouldn't be this side of the map that he's playing towards, but ultimately, I think so far this lane swap has favored Frank.
Yeah, heavily favored Frank. Ornn just couldn't even walk up to the wave while Rumble just sat there and happily farmed. This is an Ornn with a lot of magic resist built, having to lane against this Ezreal, and Wako would love this 1v1 for a while. He's a lot weaker than the Kai'Sa.
What I was going to say is I really hope we don't get an AP build out of Violet. Because there is just so much magic damage. Even the Zeri doing quite a lot, and then Ornn, as well as Diana, as well as Leona.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I've seen any other Kai'Sa build.
Yeah, that is the concern.
As Team Bliss are posturing around the grubs now, but Wako might just take a full tower bot, and you will take that every day of the week if you're Team Bliss. They do have TPs to get down here.
Yeah, and this does allow as well, if Frank choose to do so, set up for this dragon. Set up for their second dragon, the air dragon that will be spawning in 1 minute's time. It's pretty hard to then get into the pit. You know, if you've got the Maokai set up, you've got the Ezreal set up, a lot of damage can come at you as you're just trying to even get into the river. But that being said, Gemini, he is up on that top side. He's doing his Gromp, and there isn't going to be any setup.
Yeah, and Team Bliss have yet to, in this entire tournament, get the first tower, and I don't think they will this game, as a stiff breeze will blow over this bot lane tower.
Yeah, Marco choosing not to recall would suggest he hasn't quite finished his Trinity Force.
They are recalling the Kai'Sa. Maybe Violet can get down here in time to cover for his Ornn and actually save this tower for a bit.
Recall is coming through there for Kaiwing, but yeah, Wako still just hovering at his tower.
Yeah, too scared to walk up still. So much control in the river for the side of Team Bliss.
Ooh, and a really nice Abyssal Mask pickup here by Biopanther. Extremely cheap item. It's going to synergize well with actually every single champ on his team.
Yeah, I love that. Nice pickup. It's a very cheap item. Has been buffed. Is Team Bliss going to be starting up the dragon now?
Yeah. Gemini, though, he's in the area. It looks like Frank are wanting to contest this. They're not wanting to just give this over. Harry in the mid lane, though, he has to be careful. Kaiwing threatening the Q. Going to try and force out that flash. You know, oftentimes you just immediately flash as soon as you see.
They have TP on Rumble and Maokai ulti if they do want to fight this, but decide not to. I think Wako is sitting on a lot of gold on this Ezreal.
Yeah, and it's Cloud Dragon 1-1 apiece now.
Oh, and of course for Game 3 it's going to be a Hextech Soul.
Oh, it had to be. I think it was last time too.
Perfect. History seems to be repeating itself.
The script writers could have tried a little harder. Wako, though, gets a really nice E away, and Aladoric now. He's in a horrendous position. Kevy trying to save the day, but may have just entered it away. He's stunned up. Wako's going to be able to get a double, and Violet's going to lose both his sums. The sins of Team Bliss lead Frank way back into this game.
Yeah, and then similarly to the previous game, Aladoric just way overextends onto an Ezreal with Flash and Cleanse available. Wako must feel amazing about this. He's probably sitting under his tower with 1,500 gold, gets spoon-fed 2 kills, and now picks up first tower with plates still up. Yeah, Wako's completely back in this game. Probably undeserved based on how this laning phase was played by the Frank bot lane, but now he's in a position to maybe carry this game. Gemini, right place, right time.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as that sapling's triggered, we have to call this off, but Kevy just overcommitting for a second, and Gemini just phase rush, gets himself out, and I mean, this is all she wrote.
Yeah, and what's insane about this play too is as Aladoric flash E's in on Leona, Violet on Kai'Sa uses his Q on the wave. So that could not have been communicated as a play or planned out at all. They had Kevy coming, but yeah, just strange from Team Bliss. They've started up the Rift Herald now, though.
Yeah, no Maokai ult means it probably should be theirs to collect, but Wako's here, and he should be very, very scary as well as this Rumble. Ornhorn comes through, lands on a Kaiwing. It does get Wako on the back end of that Arcane Shift, but no one's going to be able to be there to follow up, and that's a massive teamfight ultimate now that is noticeably missing from the side of Team Bliss, and with that, River Control conceded back over to Frank as they do have their ultimates coming off cooldown in the very, very near future.
Yeah, and I think if you're Team Bliss, you give up this Rift Herald now. You've got no Ornn ulti. Get this Ornn into the spot lane and just start getting XP on the sky. It is a win condition just getting these Ornn items. You have very strong late game carries in the Zeri and the Kai'Sa. Even the Diana is going to be a monster late game as solo AP.
Yeah, solo AP with an asterisk. As Pretender going aggressive, but All Nature's Grasp. Hayri, he doesn't have, okay, he does have to have Flash. I was going to say he doesn't have Cleanse, but he'll just flash on out, and that's a massive cooldown now that's going to be noticeably missing again. Bot side, Jung using that Equalizer, not feeling like he's going to need it in the near future.
Yeah, it doesn't land all that much damage onto Bio, but isn't going to be sweating too much. No objectives up soon.
Okay, I mean, the next objective going to be this Hextech Dragon. It'll be the second of the game for either team, and I think if you're Bliss, you can fight unless these 2 items come through for Corki and the Ezreal.
Yeah, we talked about this mid-game spike at the start of the game for Frank, and they're on a great pace to pick these items up. Things have returned to normalcy as Frank find themselves at 50 minutes up gold, as has just been the trend in this series, about 3k gold, 3.5 the average. Last game being an anomaly where Bliss actually found themselves ahead gold. Violet getting demolished under his turret here.
Ooh, does narrowly escape.
Yeah, picks
another
up
Mystic
CS.
Shot.
And this is
we have to be
maybe
careful.
going to get collapsed on.
Okay, Gemini's here with the sapling. Should be able to slow people up, and they're going to be fine. There's no real way to get through this Maokai. Although Aladoric have to be a little careful. I mean, Pretender will have a lot of damage. Admittedly, not as much as after he could complete this Mirror Mana, but...
Yeah, Zeri should definitely be stronger at this point. But one recall for Wako and Pretender, and these champions are impossible to teamfight.
I do just worry about the damage profile from Team Bliss. Because ultimately, the only tank stats that this Maokai ever needs to really consider is health and magic resist. And he's already got a bit of armor through that locket. The shield as well is going to help him with the effective HP, but... You know, this Zeri will do 80 damage, but not as much as, you know, the other traditional 80 carries. And then Kai'Sa seemingly is going for a Gwinsu's now, which would lead to believe a Nash's is coming next.
I still think this... I think this Maokai still just drops quickly. We will see how tanky he can get on this Maokai in this game. As Frank are really insisting on this top tower, even rotating Wako up here.
Yeah, nothing on the other side of the map, at least for 20 seconds, but... 20 seconds isn't a whole lot of time as, yeah, I mean, they're looking, I guess, just to trade the Dragon for this top tower, but I think I'd take that trade if I was Team Bliss.
Yeah, and I think it's just Frank being intelligent around these spikes. It would be horrible to go for this Dragon fight while you've got your carries sitting on tiers right now. Instead, just grab a turret, give them the Dragon, and for the next fight, you'll be strong, though. I think Pretender can recall and TP here if they do want to fight.
Yeah, Wako definitely does not have his Mirror Mana available. Nature's Grasp is, but this Dragon is just going to go down. Yeah, absolutely, it's gone. In the meanwhile, though, it's Frank kind of out-macroing. They get that mid lane tower. They have both 80 carries here and another Rift Shield charge to come. No one to protect. Biopanther getting there very soon, but that's just 2 towers. Actually, 3 if you include top. 4, just the Dragon. Equalizer's fantastic. They're going to lock down Aladoric, and that's a very, very dead Leona. Now, Ornhorn is coming through, but it's not going to be able to connect onto that much. It flashes away, and Gemini finds his way here onto Hayri. There is no flash on the Siri, but the lightning crash comes down. The Magnet Storm's fantastic. It's a 1-for-1 as Pretender. He's stuck beside an Orn with Hayri looking at him, but he does have flash available. The slow's coming through, and Wako nailing these Mystic shots. It's going to be another trade won by Frank. They picked up 3 towers and 2 kills for just the 1 death and a dragon.
Yeah, complete out macro by Frank. The mid-wave's just not controlled by Team Bliss. Certainly should have been with how many members Frank had committed to the top side. Bio might just be dead.
Yeah, Biopanther is overextended, and he's just going to go down as well. That's another kill just fed over, and a 5k gold lead to the PCS 4th seed.
Yeah, and here Aladoric is just not recognizing the danger he's in. He cannot walk this direction against a Rumble and a Maokai. The rest of Team Bliss seem to identify this, but Aladoric does not. Gemini here just gets onto... It looks like he's overextending onto this area, honestly, as the rest of his team just have to flash to get away from this Ornn ultimate, and the Diana ulti is then flashed away from by Wako. A lot of summoners committed by Frank, but winning a fight before you have these mirror manas completed.
And back to live, and that's just more gold for Pretender. He picks himself up an inner tower, and you're seeing the damage there. Imagine if Hayri had flash. Imagine if he didn't lose it up at that top play. Could have seen an entirely different fight, but unfortunately he did, and now this gold lead is just ballooning at this stage.
Yeah, he's been playing without his flash for most of this game. Well played by Pretender for this entire game, really matching the Zeri, who was taken as a counterpick into him.
And Wako, I think somewhat inexplicably this game, going for that Bloodthirster third again. Well, of course, you always are going to get some value out of it. I think you don't really need it. There's not that much poke that's reliably going to hit you, and you don't get that much value out of it in these team fights, but alas, it will be his choice.
Eventually the Kai'Sa will have some poke, but that still feels far away for now. As yeah, I don't mind the Bloodthirster. I think we've seen Shojin and Cyrilda's as well as third items, and
yeah,
Bliss are just grouped here.
They are grouped, but there's a lot of teamfight ultimates available here for the side of Frank. Maybe they're trying to force the issue while these flashes are available for their carries, whereas Frank do not have them. But this group, it can be very scary. Kaiwing no flash means he's not going to be able to find one of those massive engages with that crash down and with that Magnet Storm that he often does.
Yeah, and it is so strange to be A-ramming here with a level 12 Ornn. He's about to start printing these items. I think he starts printing them at level 13, so get Bio in a side lane. Look at that bot wave he can catch.
Yeah, Yi Zhang pushing that one out, and now will be able to come and join his team, make this a 4v5 instead in the side of Frank Esports' favor.
Yep, they do see the Ornn in the bot lane now, Frank, so they are emboldened to walk into the enemy jungle.
I mean, it's so hard for Team Bliss to get back anything right. No one except for Biopanther can really withstand damage if this Nature's Grass comes out.
Aladoric flashed in mid.
Flash mid, but Yi Zhang doesn't get caught. Tail comes in Nature's Grass. This is... I mean, it's going to be fine, actually. No one's here, but the Equalizer coming out, actually. And on the top side, we're just taking another tower. Everything is going wrong. The entire bridge is collapsing here for Team Bliss as they struggle to try and find anything.
Yeah, we're going to see what happened. It was just a... Oh, my goodness. Jiang puts his dancing shoes on, dodges the Solar Flare and the Zenith Blade out of the Leona. You see Jiang kind of breathe a sigh of relief as he finishes his recall there. Knows he could have been caught in the mid lane, and we've seen Team Bliss in this series just get one kill and completely turn these games around with these Baron forces. Mirror Mana's now completed for both of these carries. Frank are monstrously strong.
Yeah, and I think this game, I mean, it's so hard, right? Because Yi Zhang is just sitting in the side lane, Pretender's just sitting in the side lane, and Biopanther really the only one that can match them, because if Hayri's not there, he is such a significant part of the damage profile here for Team Bliss that it feels just like Frank can do whatever they want as soon as Hayri's not around. And I mean, you're kind of seeing it here, constant mid-pressure. This dragon's going to be spawning in 25 seconds. There's not a ridiculous amount of towers to take for Frank, so they will be, with Prio, looking for that objective.
Yeah, I think you're dreaming if you take this fight, if you're Team Bliss. You want just to buy time for your Ornn to get a couple more levels and start upgrading these carry items.
Yeah, I mean, 3 items now on Pretender. The most items here on the Rift. Just give over this dragon. It's only the second of the game.
Yeah, and Team Bliss this whole game have been just punished for over-grouping. They need to just manage these side waves a lot better.
Okay, Pretender just left to solo out the dragon while the rest of Frank guard this Baron, this top side of the map. Team Bliss are going to start it though. Violet, they're hitting it. Kevy gets on it. And now Aladoric, he's the only thing that stands between a potential Baron going down. Now Gemini's going to be able to spot this out, but they don't know. They have no idea. They're going to find their way over there now. True Shot Barrage is going to come down to steal. Flash in, and it's stolen again! That's the third time that Gemini's able to do it! And all the AoE comes down! It's a 1 for 2. Wako arrives to the fight. Harry has to jump away. A 2 for 2 as BioPanther makes his way into that pit. He is able to take down Kaiwing, but it's just these carries, FAK Esports and Gemini, who get it done.
He does it again. He does it every time, it feels like. Gemini, you cannot give him a chance to get into this pit. He will flash and he will steal, whether it was on the Rel jungle last split or the Maokai jungle this split. And I think they do suspect that this is happening on the side of Frank. Wako even just ults because they know Team Bliss have to be planning something. No one is in these lanes.
BioPanther tries to stop it. He's too late, and it's just Gemini once again. The AoE all comes through. It's a nice chunk of damage Kevy and Harry are doing.
Yeah, they're free hitting, and Pretender's not even here for most of this fight, but Frank are so strong with these spikes, and the Baron doing plenty of damage to Team Bliss before the fight even starts too. Just means it's a little too easy. Jung, monster in that fight.
3 times now. 3 times exactly against Team Bliss has Gemini stolen a Baron in this PCS playoffs. That is an insane stat to have, and Gemini, I mean, I commend you. The ability to steal so consistently, it's not easy, but he gets it done. He makes it look like it should be happening.
Yeah, and you understand why he plays for the steal so often. Last game, kind of looking silly playing for that steal on the Zyra, but this time around, punishes Team Bliss for flipping the Baron.
Xenoblade will go wide as Valkyrie going to be used there. These waves are not synced, so Team Bliss do have a fair amount of chance to try and defend here, to send all the people, every single member of your team to that side lane. The bot lane crashes and the mid lane's not synced, so it will just be okay to send them back to the mid lane. But in saying that, Nature's Gas comes out. This ultimate, should I say, does almost always secure yourself a tower, but in this case it does not. Now we're missing this Maokai ultimate. Team Bliss, they're mounting a defense, and the defense is looking good so far. Wako hitting this mid tower.
Yeah, can't quite get his W proc on the mid tower, so Frank playing conservatively, but normally with these Barons, you clean up the tier 2s you couldn't earlier, but Frank have played the map so much better that they've already taken every outer turret, and there's nothing to do but try siege the space. I think the siege might just be over without Maokai ulti, though.
Yeah, FAK Esports, it's so weird. They just can't seem to work out. They need to sync the waves, right? As soon as this bot lane gets there, they just completely nuke it. And now the mid lane comes in. It looks like we might be able to get it on this wave. One auto attack from Wako will do it. There it comes as BioPanther narrowly escaping out there. Nature's Grasp very close to being back up. They managed to get themselves at least the mid lane inhibitor, as super minions will be spawning in that lane now. They're trying to look towards this bot lane now, perhaps, as they do run out of the Baron.
Yeah, and I think if you're Team Bliss, you view saving this bot inhib and only losing the one inhib as a big win here. This couldn't be a more perfectly timed Baron with the spikes on these carries from Frank.
Oh. Yeah, with no Baron now, these waves are just getting nuked out by that Zerion. So with that, Frank should be able to look for the recall. I suggest we're going to be able to see some more items come through, especially on Yi Zhang. Maybe have that Zhonya's ready.
Yeah, massive gold injections from winning those fights and grabbing the Baron. I didn't quite see how much the Baron power play was. Kevy has the Zhonya's finished now, is working on the Riftmaker. I still disagree with this Diana build, but this game, it feels less like he's solo AP with the Kai'Sa on his team.
3 items for Wako, 3.5 for Pretender, and it's Harry alone on the side of Team Bliss, sitting at that 3-item spike. Violet very, very close to it.
Yeah, upgrade for Violet.
Yeah, it does have that Guinzu's upgraded fully with that ornament. But it's just going to be so hard. There's so much damage. Pretender teleporting down to that bot side as we're looking aggressively in the mid lane, perhaps, for Team Bliss. Flash available for Aladoric. Every summoner in the game outside of Kaiwing's Flash will be available.
Yeah, and
it's available now.
Frank they have the inside track on the spot lane tower. Team Bliss are very out of position. Can Frank actually just hit this?
Kevy just sitting up in that top wave. It's going to take him a while to get here. Nature's Gas going to come through once again. We don't have our Diana. We can't stand up, and that is another inhib tower going down. The flash forward, though. We land the stun. We land everything. On-Horn coming through is going to land onto Pretender, but Kaiwing and Gemini are tanking up. Wako finds one. Down will go at least the Diana. Kevy getting here late. Hayri getting low. So many low help pass. Double kill. E forward. It's going to be a kill for Jung. And Hayri, he's trying to kite. He's trying to kill out Wako, but the arcane shift, the mystic shot, and all that survives for Team Bliss is Biopanther. But unfortunately for the LCO, it will be Frank taking game number 3 and getting to our best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll quite kill Biopanther despite their best efforts, but they will pick up the Nexus. Shaky game from Frank, and it wasn't clean. It certainly wasn't clean, especially in the early game, but they end up just outplaying Team Bliss in the macro, and this time around it's Frank who just keep their cool. They shove these lanes, they control the map much better than Bliss do, and they don't overly focus on these dragons like Bliss did. It was just that one play, it felt like, where they picked up so many towers for that dragon. Yeah, that and the bot lane dive, right? That really botched bot lane dive. We'd be way overcommitted onto an Ezreal with both Sums. Yeah. Found 2 people under a tower. Kevy even, I think, you know, you can admit Aladoric's dead. Let's just give him over. But Kevy then re-engaging, gets Maokai ulted, gives over a second kill to Wako, who got 2v2 killed in that bot lane. It was Aladoric and Violet once again performing better in their isolated 2v2. All 3 games. Yeah, all 3 games. They were doing better. They were winning that lane. And unfortunately, it was just a few too many mistakes here from the side of Team Bliss that led to their downfall. And with that, unfortunately, we have to bid them a farewell. Yeah, and thank God we got a decent game out of Jung. He didn't do anything heroic that game, except maybe in the Baron fight where he put out about 5,000 damage, really shut down Bliss's Baron attempt, along with Gemini, who straight up just stole it. Yeah, I think Gemini has to be the MVP this game. I think he has to be. Yeah, he was in the right place, right time, including top lane for the bot lane dive too. He's just everywhere. Yep, he was absolutely everywhere. And this is what we've said so consistently about Frank Esports, right? Is that, yes, it's an AP jungle meta. We love our AP junglers. Let's get a K. Gemini is so good at playing these tanks, these engaged roles, where he's able to just throw out a Maokai ult at the right time, at the right angle, and it always looks so good. Their team looks so much more cohesive when he is just on one of these facilitatory champs. It's not saying that he's bad at the AP carries, because oftentimes he seems like the only hope in those games. It just seems like Frank Esports as a team operates so much better when it's like one less person on the team that wants resources. Those resources go to Wako, and by God, we just press R and go forward. Everything looks much better. Yeah, and we've talked about how this Frank lineup has so many money-hungry carries on there between, especially when they've got Jimmy in the mid lane. They've got top, mid, and ADC all are very resource-heavy players, so throwing Gemini on something that also wants resources just makes it so much more difficult to play. He looks immaculate on the Maokai, no complaints at all, and yeah, I agree. I've got him as my MVP pretender, stepping up this game too, just blowing Harry's flash in a 1v1. Has that clutch factor. Yeah, definitely. Yep, that was confirmed. Yeah, came in, stepped up. The only argument I think you'd make against Gemini getting the MVP is whoever is their shot caller. Whoever shot called that massive play, give over the second dragon. You know, it seemed like dragons were just the win con in this series in general. Give it up. Who cares? We'll go take top outer. Yeah. Mid outer. Mid inner. Get a couple of kills, and then eventually bot inner as well. It was like everything on the map just collapsed all at once for a dragon and a kill. Yeah, and it was just puzzling. I think Team Bliss get frustrated and take that fight in the jungle up against a Rumble. While they're so disconnected, it just goes horribly. Frank do use a lot of flashes there, but it came down to dropping that mid wave, I think. You can't afford to drop the mid wave when the enemy team has Rift Herald like that. They all just send it straight down mid, and they have a Maokai and Rumble to zone you off from ever getting back to your mid lane. Just well played. Well played by Frank. They played the map better the entire time. Never let this Ornn just sit in a side lane and farm up, get his upgrades going. Oh, and this was it. This was the beginning of the end. As you said, Aladoric way disconnected from his team. Violet nuking the wave here while his Leona is engaging. And yeah, Kevy arriving super late on the play. The engage is initially on Wako, and they end up changing targets onto a Maokai because they remember this guy's on Ezreal. But a double kill goes to Wako after an abysmal start for him this game. You know, And this should not be the damage out of your Kai'Sa when she 2v2 double kills at level 6.
I wonder, genuinely, if that was in Oceania, that play that Aladoric made, it probably works, because the reaction times that Wako had to display there to actually E away and get himself into a safe position is pretty impressive. I play support in this region that Aladoric and the team of Team Bliss are from. If I try that on Leona, like 99 times out of 100, no one's flashing it. Like that, maybe they're not going to E it, they're not going to flash it, they'll cleanse and flash afterwards. But, you know, it's kind of like Wako's reaction times were very impressive. You know, you got to give credit there. It looks silly what Aladoric did, but it's kind of only looks silly because of how quick and how well Wako responded to it. The team stats there, I mean, Gemini, the kill participation, 85.7%. Certainly my MVP. Honestly, everyone played well, but yeah,
what more could he have done to get the MVP this game? He just warded every play almost by Team Bliss in the early game. They had their moments where they got their winning plays, but every other play, it felt like Gemini was just there to completely shut it down. And when he was there, he would shut it down disastrously. Aladoric flashes onto this Ezreal and finds a Maokai waiting for him.
There's Wako. Certainly looked like a star performer in that first and third game, rather. Definitely not the second game. But yes, blessed be. It is going to be Gemini picking up that MVP. I mean, you saw that replay on your screen just then. The top 2v2 at level 4. Stole a Baron. Managed to get them that bot inhib tower. You know, that was kind of what ended the game there. They actually finally found the angle for that Maokai ult and just clean sweep through it. I think everything that went well for Frank was started off by this guy here.
Yeah, let's see the steal again. I'm guessing that is going to be the highlight we see, and I wasn't actually paying attention to the HP he got it on.
Meowakai as well, chose the correct skin.
Yeah, so let's see how much HP this thing drops to. 2.2, 1.9.
I can't see it.
Was in the way. God damn it, that camera angle.
Aladoric's HP hiding the Baron, unfortunately.
And insane Orin ulti landed in this fight too, but I mean, Rumble does so much damage in these fights. If you're not able to spread out against this Rumble ulti, and
as soon as you're a tank and Rumble's just sitting there overheated punching your head in, it's kind of looking bad for you, because it doesn't matter how tanky you are, that champ will just one-shot you in the overheated phase, and you kind of saw it there in that fight. But well, I mean, with that, we do have to bid a farewell to Team Bliss. They have played phenomenally. They are a historic team now. They're the only LCO team thus far to have managed to pick up a series win against the PCS team, and I think everyone on that side and all the fans at home can be happy and proud of how they performed.
Yep. Now Ground Zero are going to get their chance. Frank get to advance. No, they don't get to advance yet. They're going to play the winner of this next series, and they're going to be playing them tomorrow.
Mate, the day keeps going. It keeps giving. We have another PCS versus LCO game coming up soon, but we are going to have an interview eventually. Who would you like to see interviewed?
Got to be Gemini.
Gemini? Yeah.
Or maybe Jung, just to check in on him. He's had a very shaky playoffs. Let's just see where he's at. You know, maybe have a conversation with Patty, make sure he's feeling all good. Much better in that game than the second.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic mistakes we've seen from Jung so far. And I mean, to be fair, if it continues like this, you kind of have to no longer say uncharacteristic, right? Maybe it's just sort of nerves and playoffs, and it's something that he can't really get through. But obviously, it's his rookie year.
Yeah, we forget it's his first year.
Yeah, it is his first year. You can kind of forgive it. The interviewee is going to be Wako. It's alongside Patty, of course. Please do enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
First. FAK の AD キャリ選手、和子をインタビューさせていただきます。ご挨拶の方よろしくお願いします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 FAK 的 AD 选手 Wako， 请 Wako 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FAK 的 AD Wako。
So first off, congratulations for your win. It's only been 5 days since you guys lost to Team Bliss last time. You guys were able to revenge them today. So I want to ask you, how would you rate your performance today?
今日の試合で見事にチームブリーズへのリベンジができました。チームのパフォーマンスをどう評価しますか？
首先恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。继上次你们输给 Team Bliss 之后，只过了5天，你们就成功复仇了。想问一下，你怎么评价今天的表现呢？
今天的话，其实表现也没有到很好吧，主要还是靠对面给的机会才赢的。正直あんまり良くはなかったんですけれども、相手チームのミスを利用して最後無事に勝つことができました。
So for myself, I think I didn't perform that well today. We didn't perform as perfect as we wished to be. It's because our opponent actually gave us a lot of chances, so that's why we're able to win today. So actually, the last time when you guys lost to Team Bliss, it was a reverse sweep, and you guys got reversed, and they won that game. So what do you think is the biggest issue at that game, and also what kind of things did you guys fix that you were able to win today?
前チームブリスと対戦した時逆転されてしまいました。どのような修正をして今日勝つことができましたか？
其实你们上次在打 Team Bliss 的时候是被他们让1追2，然后翻盘赢下比赛。你觉得上次最大的问题是什么？以及这一次你觉得你们做了什么样的改变才能赢下今天的比赛呢？
其实我们上次输完之后，我们回去就有去改变我们的沟通方式啊，然后还有下决策的判断，就是跟上一次打他们的时候是完全不同模式，所以会跟上次很不一样。前の試合が負けた後すぐ反省してチームのコミュニケーションとプレースタイルを変えてみました。なので今日はよりいい結果を残せました。
So the last time after losing, we changed our communication style and also our decision-making style. So we changed a lot of stuff since last time. That's how we're able to win them today. So actually, the thing that FAK has been talked about for the entire season is that you guys get easily flipped in your second game. So since the regular split until now, your record for your second game is 5 wins and 7 losses. And there haven't been one single second game win in the playoffs. So what do you think is the biggest reason for that?
今シーズンベスト3の試合で FAK のゲーム2の成績は5勝7敗でした。今回のプレーオフではまだ1勝も取れてません。ゲーム2のパフォーマンスは FAK が一番輝いている問題だと言われています。実際どのような原因が考えられますか？
其实 FAK 最被人讨论到这个赛季的一个点是，你们在第2局非常容易被翻盘。从例行赛到现在，我们看到你们第2局的这个战绩是5胜7败，然后在季后赛到目前为止，你们第2场比赛好像还没有一场获胜。然后问一下，你觉得最大的原因是什么？
不知道可能有人在做法吧，我也不知道。いや正直わからないんですけれども、なんか誰かに呪われてる気もしますね。
I actually don't really know why that is. Maybe a witch is doing something to us. So actually, you guys still have to win one more game to go to the next stage. Do you think it's either going to be Ground Zero or J Team? Which one do you think will more probably meet you guys tomorrow?
ステージ2に進出するため、明日の試合も勝たなければなりません。対戦相手は次の試合の勝者グラウンドゼロか J チームのどちらかになります。どのチームと対戦することになると思いますか？
你们还要再赢1局才能进入到下一个阶段的比赛。你觉得有可能是这比较有可能是 Ground Zero 还是 J Team 呢？为什么？
其实我也不知道，因为我没有去看他们的比赛，但就是不管打谁都一样吧，想办法赢下来就对了。正直あまり彼らの試合見たことがなく、コメントはできないんですけれども、どの相手と戦うことになっても、全力で勝ち取ることだけを中心しています。
So I don't really know because I didn't really watch their games, but no matter who we face, we'll have to try to win them. So we're able to go to the next stage. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you once again for the interview, Patty. And ever the truth teller is Wako. Whoever it is, we're going to have to beat them if we want to go to the second stage.
Very true. Also,
I'm glad he kept up with that.
Yeah, is aware of the format. But hasn't been watching the games is concerning. Has tonight to watch them, I guess. Hopefully hangs around to watch these games, so at least he can get an idea of who he's playing against.
Yeah, true.
Doesn't find out when he arrives to the venue.
Because especially because if Ground Zero managed to get... Well, obviously it was J-Team. He's played them a lot. He knows that one. But if Ground Zero win, he's just gone and lost against Violet and Aladoric. And they were losing to Lemus and Kurak.
Yeah, if you're losing to the Bliss bot lane, you've got some trouble coming up against these guys. You're about to see Ground Zero straight up just... Their bot lane straight up solo won a game. Last time they played up against J-Team. And last time in playoffs too, they just ran through bot lanes every chance they got.
They certainly did. Now that was a fantastic series. Unfortunately, we have to bid farewell to the side of Team Bliss. But when we're back, we'll still see Alcio representation. Ground Zero vs J-Team. See you soon.
慢慢来，慢慢来。我没了，要踢，没记得用踢。我没踢，开始哦。我推中。 哎，我没捡很差。OK， 要给你了，一波了。好 ，nice， 不好意思啊，我今天把这太丑了，不好意思。我也玩不好，没事。啊，再看吧。哎，三个。啊，决胜骑过去了。太大吧？好的。我再跟挖口研究一下默契。哦。
OGT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香。淋上5+皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳第一级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. shot, come on. Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up till the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, don't you dance with me. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. I'm fighting from the ground, 'cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree, burning like a flame. I'm coming to train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game, start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same, that's my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game, start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same, that's my decree. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher.
I cannot get enough of the PCS versus the LCO action, and thankfully for me, there's another whole series ahead of us. It's going to be Ground Zero, that one, up against J-Team, and J-Team managed to edge it out in our first meeting of these two teams, but if the first series is anything to go off, could be a different result now.
Yeah, I mean, Frank managed to get revenge, so there's no reason that Ground Zero haven't adapted. They are the champions of their region, so you imagine, you know, they've got a lot of experience on the team, especially in Surenfire in the jungle, who has come to the playoffs to play. He has been performing amazingly well alongside Lemus, and just the bot lane of Ground Zero in general have looked pretty incredible. And we'll see if they can get it done here. I suspect if Team Bliss is anything to go off, neither of these LCO teams respect the Aurora pick at all, which likely means they're just going to ban it on both sides. Hopefully they were watching the first series and do not need to double check if the champion is broken, have had that confirmed for them by their compatriots.
Yeah, there they are on your screen. It is Ground Zero, of course. And I think someone that went a little bit unmentioned is Fighter, because ultimately he has had some rough starts to his lane, but he has been arguably the best performing mid laner so far of the playoffs, maybe excluding Arya. But I think other than Arya, Fido has yes, he's been going down in lane, but he has had so much impact every single game.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking to him to be able to find that impact again, but ultimately I want to find him have impact without having that sort of disadvantage he gives himself.
Yeah, and you can't find yourself falling down to Minji, especially because Minji has kind of looked like the only player on this team for J-Team in terms of consistency and just carry power. There he is on your screen.
Yep.
Chi-Chi Enso had some trouble in the previous series, straight up lost their team a game.
Yep.
Up against Ground Zero.
Died 2v2 twice to Lemus and Kurak.
In like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was literally died duo, double kill goes over, they come back to lane and they die again immediately. And kind of just snowboard from there, Lemus really running away with it. And that's another thing, right? If we look at the Ground Zero series up against Sengoku, we saw Lemus on 2 carry champs. Well, 1 carry champ, but twice, the Zeri. And I want to see him continue that, be able to play those high skill expression, high sort of carry potential AD carries, because ultimately he has been the guy that's just carried them over the line. He's been aggressive, he's been making plays, he's been finding things for the team, and I think allowing him to continue doing that is going to bode well, because you already saw that up against J-Team, if he is doing that, he can find success. When he was on the low agency champs like the Seraphine and Misfortune, they weren't able to.
Yeah. Misfortune, I think, is a champ that can have a little more agency. I think if you've got your koalas raised, you do not want to see a Seraphine. Can Chi-Chi see his screen?
He's playing Eyeless today.
Oh, okay.
Kind of similar to game 1 of last time these two teams went up against each other.
Okay, I didn't know they had released the Braille version of the client yet. We've got, another rematch today, just rematches back to back. The winner of this will be playing a best of 5 up against Frank tomorrow. That is going to be a banger regardless of who wins this. I can't help but root for Ground Zero.
Yeah, I mean, it's always... I don't even consider them underdogs, but underdogs in the sense that they're from the LCO, whereas the PCS teams have always succeeded, right? And you're seeing last time these two teams went up against each other, it was Ground Zero edging out at 14 rather. And if you remember game 2 that they eventually lost, they were very far ahead with this Lee Sin in the top. But the problem became Aurora exists, and Aurora just started dropping tactical nukes on everyone, and it kind of seemed impossible to deal with. So obviously, I've done an interview with Benvi between their last series, even against Sengoku, into now, and he confirmed to me, he gave me assurance that they've either found a pick or they're just going to ban the Aurora.
Yeah, and you hope so. I don't think you even test it for a game. You know already that Minji just solo won his team a game against you on the Aurora last time you played up against each other, so just ban the champions. Speaking of bans, usually you like to ban a lot of champions against Lava, so it's gonna suck to ban the Aurora this game, because Ground Zero have actually banned Sejuani every single game they've played in playoffs so far. They have banned Sejuani 100% of the time, which is gonna feel good against Lava anyway, along with this Maokai ban. But that means you're leaving, well, as the draft is going now, you're either leaving the Ornn, not the Ornn, the Ivern, or the Sejuani up for him.
Yeah.
As it's actually Ezreal banned away, which I'm kind of surprised to see.
Yeah, take that away from Chi-Chi. He has tended to use it as a crutch. In fact, played it 3 games in a row up against Ground Zero in their last series. So not allow him to have that.
Yeah, same deal on the other side. Shrimpfire getting his carry junglers focused out. I think Shrimpfire should refuse to play anything but a carry jungle. He looks so good on this. And these are Chi-Chi's 2 best champions by far. He has a cheeky Draven in his pocket. Aurora has not been banned.
We haven't seen that in a long time, yeah.
I repeat, Aurora is open.
Well, see if J-Team ban it. I mean, otherwise you have to expect that Fido picks it, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, no Aurora ban. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Now, does Tien or Fido play it? That is the question now. Which of these 2 players will play it?
Yeah, and it's so strong, this pick, because you can flex it. It seems like you can just avoid a bad matchup. We saw into the Corki earlier today. Just go perfectly even in lane and then completely ruin any hopes of winning a team fight.
Yeah, now this Aurora champ is not infallible. It has lost 1 game. That was West Point up against DFM. DFM Arya on the LeBlanc, able to take down the Aurora. But as things stand, it looks like we're going to have Corki for Minji here instead of that LeBlanc. So we'll see if he's able to make it work with the Corki. But so far, I mean, this champion has just seemed beyond bonkers.
Yeah, when the Corki was picked into the Aurora last night in the LCK in the Gen G KT series, they actually did flex the Aurora to top lane away from the Corki. So it's not the greatest matchup. She had a much better time into a Gnar in the top lane. But double AP in the Aurora and the Lilia so far, and
yeah, the Lucian
Hubbard
would suggest Aurora top. So I think now J-Team will have 100% certainty where that champ's going. But what do they have in store to punish it is more the question.
Yeah, does Lakai? Lakai is not our strongest laner here in the PCS. Even with counter matchups, he really never manages to blow the game open through the top lane. So I don't think this is going to be an Aurora massively shut down. And honestly, I think Ian outperformed Lakai in the previous series.
Yeah.
Going to be the Kennen. Should be good at killing the Aurora. If he gets on top of her with the ulti, she's just dead with any follow-up from his team. But is also, on the other hand, very vulnerable to the Aurora ulti himself on the Kennen.
For sure. Now, bans to come through, taking away Kurek's Alistair. I think that makes a lot of sense, considering the showing he had up against Sengoku. Get rid of that. Don't want to see that guy Giga Smurfing on the Moo Cow. Now, what will the bans be? I mean, supports might just be the look. Yeah, there goes the Braum. Leona, Raul, Rakan, all still up and available.
Braum making a lot of sense, a lot of projectiles to block on the side of Ground Zero, so I like that ban. Pairs well with the Sejuani. And we're going to see, I guess, you just ban another. Alistair makes sense, especially against the Kennen.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll ban another support.
Yeah, I was going to say the Leona, simply because that's what Kurek's shown some proficiency on, right? That's what he's looked the best on.
Yeah.
So get rid of that and now make Kurek prove that he can play other things, because ultimately, similar to Yijang, right? This is Kurek's first year as a professional player. And so you can try and see how far you can push these newer players to competitive scene.
So MF banned.
Oh my god, is it going to happen?
Covering Draven. This would be surprising, having not seen anything from the enemy bot lane.
I think last time we saw it, though, he did get a pentakill.
That's true. It was the first game.
Yeah, the first game.
Split, I think.
It's like the first team fight of the first game of the first week.
Yeah, he just gets a pentakill on Draven.
Yeah, it's locked in. Okay. Now, there is still the chance of a swap, right? We've seen Chris Carter play the Draven mid. Internationally, Chovy's been playing some of the Draven mid. So in theory, this Corki could go down to the bot lane. And then Minji could be playing this Draven in the mid lane. But we would expect them to be more traditional and normal, as Seraphine, the current hover for Lemus.
We are just going full AP on Ground Zero if we lock in this Seraphine.
Yeah, we won't. There's the Jhin. He's having a giggle.
Yeah, maybe a little tease for us.
Hopefully not a tease of what they pick after being 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, the Rel seems like a good pick to me. See what Enzo decides to take into the Rel. Rakan, the only engaged support left. There's Nautilus, of course.
Yeah.
Nautilus Draven should be strong.
Well, this would be wild. But
yeah, it doesn't feel that great into the Aurora. Seems like food.
Well, it's going to be support. Oh, there we go. That is a very scary bot lane now.
Yeah.
A lot of lane pressure. We're going to have constant priority in that bot lane, and Lemus and Kurek do have to be very wary of potential dives.
Okay, but I mean, it's up to Chichi to prove that this Draven was worth picking. It seems like he doesn't have much to go to after the Zarya and the Ezreal are banned, so it may be well identified by Ground Zero to target his champion pool here. They've let Lava onto Comfort, though, in the Sejuani. Not a single melee champion on his team. Doesn't feel great, but this champion still just feels good.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a sturdy rock, right? And I think well done by Ground Zero to ban out the Maokai, and then you don't have to be as worried about the Sejuani, because she does gain a lot of power by having that nearly mid laner or top laner, and so meaning that she now he has the Sejuani, so he's comfortable on the champ, but it doesn't have the power it could possibly have.
Yeah, and the Maokai is also just a much better matchup into the Lilia. Just having point and click for the speedy champion feels a lot better. I think Stormfire is going to have a great time running around on this Lilia into the Sejuani. Should be a good matchup for him. A lot of AP on his team, but it's just topside that's AP, so he can play around his other lanes and let the Aurora do her thing. Even if this champ didn't do all that much damage, it would still be a very strong pick. I am expecting Ground Zero to win because they have locked in Aurora.
That is the analysis, ladies and gentlemen. Need not say more. Now we can just sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, and I mean, what does Draven do against Aurora? Just hope he one-shots her?
Yeah, if he gets fed enough, he just presses Q,
yeah, that is
W,
the idea,
and auto-attack it.
Yeah, that is the idea of Draven. I guess there's no comp you feel amazing into as Draven, right? You're just supposed to be extremely fed.
Yeah.
And this is a very strong bot lane, 2v2, that Ground Zero have to survive. If there's someone who's going to do it, it is this Ground Zero bot lane. We usually see them be the aggressors. Let's see how they do in a lane where they kind of just have to get by.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see the jungle path. I think ultimately both junglers should be pathing bot for differing reasons, right? Lalva should be pathing bot to try and push the issue, look for a dive if Schönfire is not there to match, but Schönfire should be pathing there to be able to match, to make sure Lemus is able to pick up that CS and not be under any real threat of getting dove.
Yep. Going to be difficult to shut down this Draven early in the game as well, having to take exhaust on Karak. I think that is the correct decision against Kennen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I don't understand why we so often see the Ignite.
Yeah.
And
sometimes people will play Alistar and convince themselves you can headbutt the Kennen away, but...
there's always at least 1 or 2 fights in a game where you can't.
Yeah, where you just wish you had exhaust. This is Chi-Chi doing the Draven thing where he gets an axe going off of a buff so that he can have double axes when he gets to lane. They are behind Ground Zero's bot lane.
Yeah, and this time... Lemus, I mean, they identified it well against Sengoku about this exact thing basically happening. This time, though, he is Jhin, so he's not able to push that wave in like he was on the Zeri, and so now the wave is just in a bit of a rough position. They have the melee support up against the Renata, and obviously the Draven level 1 comparative to the Jhin is no real comparison.
Yeah, Jin's not even a slouch at level 1, but Draven is such a ridiculous champion at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, you see here, crash down,
nice
gonna go wide here. But luckily, there's no handshake available, so he's not under any real kill threat, but still taking a sizable chunk of damage.
Yep, chunking out Karak as Sejuani is pathing down here, and Schönfire is pathing away, so this could get very scary, especially if Karak takes any more damage. Rel will be the target in these dives, likely. Doesn't have cleanse. Makes it just that much easier to go on the support.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Lalva still ways away. It looks like this wave is most likely going to crash. Maybe it's going to be sitting just outside the tower.
Nah, it's a crash.
Yeah, and Lalva not going to be here, but...
Yeah, and this Draven loves these lane states, even if the wave is crashing, and you just get to get these autos off. And whereas on other AD carries, it maybe doesn't feel so good to get, 1 or 2 autos off under the turret. Draven has so much flat AD.
Yeah, and the movement speed, importantly, means that he's able to get back out of it before a tower actually hits him in return. Now, here comes the dive. Lalva's here. There's no way out for the side of Ground Zero, but there goes the Guardian. That's an important cooldown now. Going to be extended. Here comes the Arctic Assault. Everything coming through. A fantastic flash from Lalva. It's Lemus. He's going to survive. 1 HP. They really would love this kill onto Chi-Chi, but they're not going to be able to find it. Chi-Chi's just sending it. Oh, he's got the revive. The revive passive that comes through. Is he able to get there? No, he's not. And it's first blood and a double kill for the bot lane of Ground Zero.
Oh my goodness. And Lemus is laughing as he should be. They have just completely clowned on the bot lane and jungle of J-Team. Abysmally played by J-Team's bot lane. Crack not even having to flash there. What a disaster.
That is 5 summoners taken away from J-Team. It's 2 kills given to Ground Zero. And we've seen what Lemus can do from this position. I mean, take us away with this replay.
Yeah, I mean, initially the barrier is, the Guardian, is procced right away. They get a good go onto Lemus. Chi-Chi has to flash. Correct does such a good job with that W to force Chi-Chi to flash to the left while Lemus is going to the right. Lemus focuses down this wave and then outruns the Draven. Karak played this dive immaculately. And this is kind of why I expected the dive to be onto the support rather than the ADC. Rel can just do so much to disrupt the dive, as well as Jhin having the cleanse as an extra defensive tool that wouldn't help out his support if Karak was the focus in that play. J-Team punished for getting greedy and going for the Jhin on that play, I think.
And it's now Ground Zero once again, game number 1. Find themselves at a very sizable advantage. That bot lane. Lemus, he picks up a very early plated steel caps. Usually you would see the Swifty boots, but you're against Draven this time as Correct going aggressive on the bot side. Chi-Chi, no flash, no cleanse. He is just going to be taken out. Great identification here from Schönfire to see the weakness in their bot lane and punish it.
Yeah, once again, history repeating itself. It is just Game 1 is a complete blowout through bot lane. This is exactly what happened the last time these two teams faced off against each other. And I mean, you don't want to call it too soon, but this one is just already looking pretty over to me. I don't know how Draven... Surenfire in trouble.
Yeah, Permafrost. He has Flash available to himself. Arctic Assault not there for Lava, but Surenfire does get himself away. Loses his Flash for it. As J-Team, they're going to get a very early Dragon on the board here, potentially.
Yeah, that feels good if you are J-Team. Though Surenfire is hanging around. Here's an engage onto Lakai.
Okay, Lakai is able to survive. He still does have access to teleport, so he's not going to really feel the heat too much. Should be able to be okay up there. Maybe lose a couple of minions, but ultimately should be fine. Kurik here, though.
Yeah, Kurik is here. This is Lakai on very low HP. Ulties the wave.
Oh, nice flash, and maybe we're seeing a return of events. Kurik trying to find something. 10. He's going to go. Oh, my God. He survives. Can anything be found? Oh, my God. 10. You see him in the player cam. He is excited, and I would be too.
Yeah, I mean, they're running away with this first game. They're winning everywhere. Fido doing fine in the mid lane. Chi-Chi will win this trade against Lemus. Draven's still very strong.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Fido's struggling. No TP. Has been heavily out-traded by Minji. I'm not sure what happened. Minji recalled for a tier and then came back and destroyed the solution.
Yeah, maybe glimmers of hope if you're a J-Team fan, but Ground Zero so far, I mean, the entirety of Oceania now behind this team. If you had separation between Ground Zero and Bliss, you certainly don't anymore.
And yet this has kind of been the story for J-Team in the playoffs. It is just Minji. We are hoping Minji can carry us across the line, and his team has not made it easy for himself. Fido fighting for his life to get the CS under the tower.
Was able to do so, however, and so should be okay. Now, one thing to consider, of course, in team compositions like this is the Renata. Now, the Renata is a very strong early laner, kind of falls off in the mid game, but is also a very strong late game team fighter. Now, Surenfire once again looking for a dive, dodged out of that bowling ball. Will Lakai, he gets a stun though onto Surenfire, no flash available! 1 HP, trying to find a kill here as 10, but there's certainly nothing to look for. Lakai has to be careful still under this tower. Well played by him to have survived at all, let alone find so much damage back.
Yeah, I mean, Lakai's lane is still just doomed off of that gank. Surenfire does have to blow his ulti, but this is so difficult for the cannon. Any QE landing from this Aurora now is an insta-kill with his electric queued up.
Yeah, so far.
Let's see if Lakai looks like he's going to stay and try outplay. No, he backs off. He is only giving up 3 creeps here, so can pretty safely recall.
Yeah, not too detrimental.
Yeah, a lot committed by Surenfire. Gets chunked out, has to recall, loses his ulti.
Now, is going to be able to get back to that bot side, only losing the Raptors for that attempted gank, so he's not going to feel too bad.
Yeah, I will say that was pretty poorly played by Surenfire. I think that was 100% a kill, if he's not stunned under the tower there.
Yeah.
Lemus hits 6 now, but starts his recall up. And this is going to free Enso to roam around the map a bit. He's up a lot of tempo on the enemy bot lane. Chi-Chi going to just be free farming down here.
Also has those early boots too, so we'll be able to move faster. Fido, though, he gets caught out. He's looking for a ward. Caught lacking. Flash available for Minji. Flash available for Lava, and Minji claims himself a kill. We said it always has to be this guy. This guy is the most consistent. He's the most likely to carry, and he gets himself a kill to get that direction going.
Yeah, that's exactly who you want the kill on. You need it on Minji. We'll see if he can carry. Fido looking a bit frustrated there, as you saw, even up against, I think it was DFM? No, it was SG. Lots of flashes committed to killing this guy in the mid lane. I don't know what it is about Fido. His ulti onto Lakai.
Yeah, correct's here, but Lakai trying to turn around. There comes the exhaust. Nothing can be done here for this Kennen. He doesn't have sums. He's going to get stunned up by that Magnet Storm. Trying to get to his jungler here. His Lava is actually going to arrive and maybe can survive the gank. No, absolutely not. And now it's going to be Lava who's in trouble. He commits way too much to saving his top lane. And with Surenfire up here, with Kurik up here, it's just going to be a clean kill.
Yeah, overcommitting to the weak side there is Lava. Not able to help, and I thought it would be Enso with all the tempo, but somehow Kurik is in the top lane with his ulti, level 6 already, and just gets a kill. So easy to set these plays up with the Aurora ultimate. Ridiculous engage range, now half this tower gone. And yeah, I mean, at this time it looks like it was J-Team who thought they had an answer to the Aurora. Maybe they just thought Ground Zero don't play it, because it's only been a couple of days since the last time around.
Yeah.
And Ground Zero definitely couldn't play it.
Yeah, we saw that from the blue side bands, but now picking it up has 10, and he's looking bloody good at it. Malignant's now in inventory is correct, going aggressive. Enzo has to be very careful here. Is going to have to use that hostile takeover. How good is it, though? It's going to miss everyone. Call not going to land on that fourth shot, but the flash forward is going to be good. Is still so much damage being returned, but Chi is not going to be enough as Schönfire claims himself a third. He's 3-0 now on this Lilia, and looking fantastic here in game number 1.
Once you're behind on these range supports, you should never be losing so early in these lanes with a range support. And you see what happens when you do fall behind. They can just run at you, and your ADC is too behind to return any damage. Especially with a champion like Renata, who needs her ADC to be scary so she can actually get value out of her W.
Now it is J-Team with tempo, though. The recall's coming through, and Schönfire yet to recall. Lost his flash, lost his ultimate. They're looking for a second dragon, and maybe a pathway into this game. It's certainly going to delay the game enough for some items to come online.
Yeah, and J-Team are really good at finding these dragons. They actually, pre-15 minutes, average 1.5 dragons. And they haven't had a super winning record or anything, so a dragon and a half every game is pretty good. This game, 2 dragons before 15 minutes, feels good with how abysmally their bot lane is going.
Yeah, not having a winning record is one way of saying they often lose. Is Fido being looked at again? Actually going to be able to dodge out there of that Glacial Prison, but not able to dodge out of the auto attacks as Lalva does claim himself a kill. That's another on the board now for J-Team, and it's Fido again falling down.
Yeah, feeling frustrated again is Fido. Needs to just rein it in a bit. His entire team is winning. Actually, Tien is dead.
Oh, yeah, something's happened up top lane. Tien dead. Handshake connects max range.
No ulti, though, on Lalva.
But Lalva, importantly, does manage to get one of those grubs, so it's not going to be the 2 Void Mites every single time a tower is hit here by Ground Zero.
Yeah, it does feel like a drop in the ocean. Let's see what happens to Tien. Does he just get flashed on by this cannon?
Well, he pops the ult first. Oh, no!
Oh, Jesus, man.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that is not how you want to use the Aurora ulti to suicide. Gets the thumbs up from Lava, is appreciating that kill, gets him up to his rocket belt. Yeah, a little bit of goofiness from Ground Zero, but still in a commanding position whenever the enemy team has a 0-2-0 Draven.
Yeah, and ultimately a 3-0-1 Lilia on their side. Feels pretty good and bodes well for this game, but still, they are down the 2 dragons. It's an Air Soul, so not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, but a really nice ult to have on the likes of Kennen especially.
Yep. Probably a little bit stressful. If you're Ground Zero, the nerves, I don't think, will affect them too much. They are champions in their region, lest we forget. So, familiar with these high-pressure situations. Now we're going to see Schönfire with a pretty massive CS lead, as you expect. 3 kills on him. Kind of the onus is on Schönfire to carry this game.
Yeah. I mean, Lima's certainly very strong. Lima's... Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dodgy. Minji's here first. Enzo's found his way here. Handshake connects. He's going to get a stun as well as Schönfire trying to run. He does have that passive movement speed helping him out a lot as he will go wide on that bowling ball.
Yeah, Lava's ulti has only just come up. Would have loved to throw it at Schönfire.
Correct, getting aggressive here. Minji and Fido both not coming. Hostile takeover and a teleport coming through. This is going to be Tien coming up. He does have that ultimate available to himself as the Magnet Storm's fantastic. Through comes that ultimate. Chichi trying to find the damage. He's going to find Kurag. Yes, he will, but it's actually going to be Enzo who takes the kill. Lakai's here, though, as Tien getting very aggressive under that tower. Curtain call. 4th shot will connect, but Chichi not going to be low enough to be executed. Now it's these top laner and the AD carry trying to defend at this bot lane. Tien finds a massive chunk onto Lakai and even bigger once he pulls that Q back. Schönfire bowling ball does not connect. His sidestep's fantastic. The flash from Tien goes wide. And the Ground Zero bot lane. Chi-Chi will survive. Lakai will survive, but it's a massive win in first tower to the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, always feels good when you can grab that first tower. Fido manages to hold on to his tower for long enough. It was going down very quickly as he's found himself 20 CS down to Minji. A lot of attention paid to him, but he was already struggling in the 1v1.
Look, I'll tell you, mate, I've watched Fido now for a couple of series, and this is his comfort zone.
Yeah, true. He does end up just fed in these games somehow. But we saw it before, I think, on Corki, where he started 0-3 and ended up doing the most damage in a game.
Yep.
So not easily tiltable is Fido. The J-Team starting up the Rift Herald, so objectives not going terribly for J-Team, but the gold is disastrous.
Yeah, and I think a massive, massive success for Ground Zero in that Chi-Chi didn't get the kill under that tower. Because, yes, he's died twice, but he's already got a few stacks in his back pocket now, I'd say. And
yeah,
It was Enso who claimed the kill credit there, so gonna miss out on those Draven stacks, since that's so much gold that is missing there for that 80 carry of J-Team. Correct, getting aggressive, will land the stun, but...
Yeah, Lava should be fine. Draven did get buffed so that he would only lose half his stacks rather than 75% when he dies, but... I mean, it doesn't make you feel much better if you're Chi-Chi in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, he died at the very start of the game a couple times, right? So he's had a lot of time to stack up.
Yeah.
So he should be sitting on a few. Once we hover over his player portrait, I'll keep an eye on that. But
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can get maybe back into this game. It is, I guess it can work as a catch-up mechanic. You don't think of it that way. Fido, speaking of catching up, is going to get some much-needed gold for taking out this tower.
Yeah, second tower of the game in favor of Ground Zero, as they are extending this lead now to 5k in their advantage, of course. Is Correct, getting aggressive, but it's cancelled. Nice action assault from Lalva. Here comes the ult from DN, but it's only got Lalva in there. A stun from him onto Lemus, who isn't going to have to use any cleanse or anything like that. Sleep as well does land onto Enso as Chi-Chi trying to find the damage, but he's not going to be able to do so. Couldn't call one, couldn't call two, and now we need to block this up. Lakai going to hit their fourth shot. TN still trying to look aggressive, trying to find something. Not yet able to, but importantly, Chi-Chi will survive, and Lakai with just enough HP, really, to be able to defend this tower. Minji, in the meanwhile, though, he's up top side. He probably claims himself a tower.
Yeah, it'll take him at least one more wave to get this tower, though. And Fido is on his way, so maybe he can defend this, actually. Should be quite strong on the Lucian with the Blade versus the Triforce.
I'm amazed that no one in J-Team died just there, as Lakai going aggressive. We'll just land that Shuriken and run away, but Shunfire takes himself a Dragon. Gonna stop that stacking now for J-Team.
Yeah, Fido actually just unwilling to walk up on the Scorky at all. Sees his team taking the Dragon. And will let them just do so. Can just be a passenger of this game if he wants to, Fido. His team are probably just strong enough to get him across the line as long as he's...
Oh, speed up. A lot of movement speed here. And the bowling ball will land. Handshake's nice from Enso, though. Lalva no ultimate, ultimately, as Shurnfire is just so fast. Minji's here, but Tien's going to find his way onto this bot lane. Chi-Chi is going to have to flash away. It's a nice hostile takeover, but Enso's got to be left to the wolves. Will go down. Fido claims that one for himself as he runs on out of there.
Yep, and it feels like every 30 seconds this Aurora can ulti and blow someone's flash. Previously it was Enso's flash, and this time he goes down without it. Chi-Chi this time loses his flash. He's probably next up. We see why this Aurora champion is so strong. Once it gets out of the lane, looked pretty good in the lane, but once out of the lane, it just makes the game borderline unplayable for these immobile champs on the side of J-Team.
Yeah, absolutely, and still we are sitting at about a 5k gold lead, so nothing much has changed there, but still, at least it's not going in the opposite direction.
Recognizes he's in danger there, does Fido. And speaking of this gold lead, Ground Zero have lost only one game. Only one game when they have a gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So they are very good with these leads, as you would expect them to be. First seed coming out of the LCO.
Yeah, did I suggest had a lot of practice with leads?
Yeah. Yeah, should be.
Now, it's a bit of a slower pace for a little bit, but still, I mean, honestly, you're so scared of this Lilia. It's only the Leandries and a, what was that, a Seeker's Arm Guard, but it feels like Shurnfire is just so unkillable. He's 2 levels up on his counterpart and just so fast, able to get anywhere he wants, whenever he wants.
Yeah, Karak also kind of just can walk around however he wants. His teammates are so strong and he's so tanky because these carries are behind on the side of J-Team. Minji's got some gold coming his way this game, CSing very well. Lakai's going to look for a play on
might be
here.
able to. See what happens. He's actually instead going to choose to recall. Not sure exactly where Shurnfire is.
Yeah, wait for him to open the shop.
All right. 10. He's not going to be caught lacking that badly. Does get on out of there.
Has the Merc Treads and a Kindle Gem. A lot of escapes as well on this champion.
Yeah, there's a Cosmic Drive.
Oh, Minji setting up on Fido here. Has Enso by him. But this should be very obvious for Fido that this Renata is not alone.
Fido's just used every ability. I'm surprised that Minji's not pulling the trigger.
Yeah, on both sides now, J-Team maybe have opportunities to go on these solo laners, but decide to not pull the trigger. Lava just gonna meekly drop this Rift Herald mid.
Yeah, it shouldn't be able to be stopped. Although, it is.
Yeah, it's just not gonna charge.
That is depressing.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. And,
ultimately, I mean, it's probably about to expire anyway. But still, may have wanted it to be a few pixels further there, closer to that tower. Anyway, it is a good job by Surenfire to be there to stop it, to make sure it isn't able to crash. And
IE picked up for this Jhin now, looking very strong. And these Jhin ults look so much more impactful when you've got an Aurora ulti to set them up. Just as well as the Rel becomes so much easier to play when you've got this 2-screen wide engaged on the Aurora. Just whoever's caught in the Aurora ulti, go chuck your Rel spells at them. Throw a Jhin ulti, maybe some Lilia spells, and these fights just feel so easy for Ground Zero to play as they're setting up around the Baron.
Yeah, and no answer on the side of J-Team to all of this sort of vision control around the top side in the jungle, on their red side jungle. It's very difficult for them to deal with, and ultimately the Baron will go down extremely fast despite having a Jhin with that Lilia, with that Lucian, and the Aurora if she does choose to be there.
Yeah, I mean, the Sejuani is very tanky to face check these bushes, but she doesn't have Warmog's finish yet. So a chunk on lava could just be the cue for Ground Zero to start a Baron.
It is, you have to be worried though around this Baron pit and whatnot, just of the Renata ult, right? The Renata ult can completely take over a team fight. Kennen, yeah, it's very close to having his Shadow Flame, which again, the amount of damage that he can put out on this Kennen if he finds the right environment should be immense. Lakai though, he's wise to the fact Surenfire's around. He's gonna have to use that Protobelt. Nice.
Yeah, could have gone down there, definitely, even just to the Lilia, but Aurora was behind him. Fido, an ulti to maybe deter Minji from chasing him and chunking him out. And that is gonna be okay, not all that impactful. This is not Fido's game to carry. He has been focused a lot this game by the enemy team after having a rough start to his lane.
Yeah, was able to recall, pick up a second item. At the same time, Lakai on the side of J-Team just did the same. But still, power spike certainly in favor of Ground Zero. Having that Jhin with that 2 items versus the Draven, who was sitting on a limp Bloodthirster and then just a couple of components.
Yeah, this early Dragon priority on the side of J-Team has afforded them a lot of time to try find a way back into this game. And I am talking about how good the Aurora engage is and how good the Rel follow-up is, but generally you have to be very careful engaging into Renata, especially with a double ADC comp. Even Aurora doing plenty of damage with her autos. So there is still some execution for Ground Zero. It's not going to be a walk in the park to close this one out.
Absolutely not. And J-Team in there doing a pretty good job at just not bleeding too much. Yes, the gold lead has extended by 1k, but ultimately, you know, these sort of games can blow open a whole lot faster than this one has. Still, Ground Zero very firmly in control of this one as they continue to get that top lane priority, get that vision control, and now they can pretty much start this Baron whenever they want if they find a good angle.
Yeah, and being so far ahead, Ground Zero, and playing around this Baron, their vision being so good, means that Lava has just spent the last 3.5 minutes of this game sitting here by his red buff, not farming at all, and Surenfire has extended this CS lead massively.
Fido maybe accidentally hitting the Baron there and copping a little bit of damage. That's the blue orb now gone, and we don't have any more vision, and
they're on
Ground Zero realizing that are walking up, are starting it. Lava's going to spot it out. They know what's going on now. Red ward in the pit. Lava, I mean, he might just look for a steal. They might just be looking for a team fight. There's no really good teleport, but Tien finds his way in. He finds a fantastic ult. He's bouncing forward and back. Put the cash in from Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi manages to get that cash in. And now J-Team, Lakai finds a 1, he finds 2, Lemus is going to go down, it's a shutdown. Chi-Chi finds one for himself too. Fido gets taken out as Minji goes crazy. At Tien, it looked like he'd sealed the deal, but maybe getting a bit too fancy for his boots. It's J-Team who come up trumps.
I have no idea how that happened. I think they've just over-engaged into the Renata ulti. I'll have to see the replay. The ulti from the Aurora looked really good, and I thought the game was just over on the spot there, but J-Team are just completely back in this game now. Chi-Chi picks up a massive cash out. I didn't see how much he got for it, but we'll find out soon when he gets this recall off Baron for J-Team out of nowhere. And the game is anyone's game now.
Oh my god, what did I just witness? I can't wait to see this replay.
It has to be the Renata ulti. So Enso, Chi-Chi, and Lava get caught in this nice flank from Tien. It's about all you needed, but Enso gets the ulti off before he goes down and just really slows this engage. But it's actually just Lakai who kind of turns the fight around. I don't understand how I watched this fight and I still don't understand how it went so poorly.
Well, Lakai, I mean,
for Ground Zero.
I think the problem was, and I mean, this is what I observed, is that Tien found a fantastic engage, right? He found those 3 key people in that ult, but then nothing happened. They just sat in that ult.
Well, the Renata ulti does slow them down. I thought they did a lot of damage to each other, but they didn't really.
Yeah, right. But also, Tien was just not doing anything. I don't know if it's just nerves or what it may be, but he was just bouncing back and forward, not actually hitting any abilities on anyone. And so they were just in this ult completely untouched. As Tien looking again. Chi might be found. He has flash and he has cleanse and he's not even phased. He's just standing there, tanking it up. Curtain call coming out. Minji, he gets hit by 1. Here comes the culling. Chi though, he stops it. He's trying to find the damage. Minji's going to get shut down. That's 2 kills. Both the carries picking them up here. That's a fantastic handshake from Enzo. Maybe saving the remainder of his team. Lakai hiding out, biding time, trying to find him, slicing Maelstrom, but not going to need it. Ultimately, though, these 2 carries do go down. That's the engage we want. Tien, that time, finding value. Lalva with a max-range Arctic Assault to make sure he is not taken out. But there's Baron buffs. There's going to be no push. It's actually Ground Zero who are going to have that Baron buffs power play in their favor.
Yeah, the game immediately thrown back by J-Team. Lava doesn't block any of the Jin shots for his Corki, who's right in front of him. And Ground Zero are actually going to pick up a tier 2 while the enemy team have Baron. And you just see the power of the Aurora. Thien was so disruptive in that fight. He dodges the Sejuani ulti as well while he's in invis. And the team fight just falls apart for J-Team. They get sent scrambling. And Aurora ult is back up.
Yep, Aurora ult certainly is. We don't have the Lufting Lullaby though, and ultimately J-Team, they have their key ultimates. This Dragon, 30 seconds from being up, slicing Maelstrom, gonna be something to look out for, right? This exhaust, can Kurak find it at the right time? Can Lakai find his time to get in?
No flash on Lakai, but he is level 16. This is a massive cannon. Finishes up his Crypt Bloom.
Yeah, 3-item cannon now. We'll see if maybe we can set up a teleport flank. I mean, ultimately, this cannon has to find his way into the back line. We saw what happens when he can. It was through flash, and he doesn't have that now.
Chi completely caught up into this game. Is still a little bit behind the Jin. About half an item, but is going to be doing relevant damage on the Draven now.
J-Team first the Dragon. They're going to be able to pick it up, but look at those levels. It's actually XP. Very, very well in favor for J-Team. Minji, as well as Lakai, just having a great time, but picking up that side lane XP, picking up that gold. Now, Ground Zero, they are looking for this top side play. They're trying to find their way onto this tower, but recalls have come through. There is no more Baron. Those members that did have it no longer will. Cleanse out Alemus now, and Kurak, he's in a bad position. He's going to be taken out. Who gets the kill? It is Lakai. Crypt Bloom heal comes through Eva.
Yeah, Kurak maybe thinking J-Team are on Dragon for a little longer than they were. Overstays and gets caught there. Minji is forcing the TP now out of Thien.
Yeah, I mean, still, that's Kurak's exhaust gone. I think that's the key. You've taken down Kurak, that's one thing. You've got rid of the exhaust. Hold up, though. Yeah, Drowsy. What can we do? Curtain call coming through, but Lakai's here and you've got no exhaust. Schönfire, one more proc away from getting caught up and getting stunned. Won't be able to, and the bowling ball comes through again. Ooh.
Schönfire is just unafraid. 1v3 fighting there. I guess he has the Jin ult to back him up, but recognizes how strong he is in this game. Just has a bunch of tanks and supports standing in front of him. Lakai hesitant to just commit his full ulti onto a Lilia with Zhonya is available. There's a Ground Zero setting up around the Baron again.
Yeah, minute 30 until that objective is spawned. Obviously, last fight was a bit of a disaster, and I think Ground Zero have to not fight. They have to wait until exhaust is up, wait till Kurak has access to that spell, because right now, it's Lakai who can take over entirely. He is the most likely to. He has flash, he has slicing Maelstrom, and there's nothing to really counter that.
Yeah, Lakai has his flash up too.
Correct?
Correct.
Oh no, Lemus is going to flash away. He's got no cleanse, he's got no flash now. Kurak does get over that wall with that crash down, and Lalva being a bit hesitant to pull the trigger. Is Kurak going to lose his flash now too? That's now your bot lane for Ground Zero without summoners available. Now, importantly, Schönfire does. Yes, it's Zhonya's. He could be the one to find a massive engage. A 5-man ult, something along those lines can turn the tides of sort of what this fight can look like.
Yeah, Schönfire gonna be looking to use that ulti for as much impact as he can. It's gonna suck that Kurak doesn't have his flash to follow up these Thien engages. It should still just be the Aurora engaging. Though, honestly, in the first game of the night, we saw Jimmy get a lot of value out of holding his Aurora spells a little deeper into the fight. So Lava goes onto Kurak.
Yeah, it takes a bit of damage. Has the Warmogs ultimately, though, so as long as he doesn't go down, should be okay. Nice side step. Minji gets hit by it, though. Shunfire doesn't actually have that active.
Look at Lakai.
Oh, yeah, Lakai trying to find something. He's on that bottom side.
On a flank. I think they did spot him on
No, they're
that
pinging the
ward.
Raptors. They don't know exactly where he is, but they know he's somewhere down there looking.
Yeah, otherwise he would just be on this wave in the bot lane. Usually you want to make sure you crash those waves so you don't miss too much CS. So a little bit obvious from Lakai, but they're running at this Baron.
Yeah, Baron is spawning. Baron is up and available. Recall coming through here for Lemus. Has to be careful. I mean, J-Team's Baron is going to be fast as well.
Yeah, with the Draven and the Corki, always quick, but I think J-Team should not rush this Baron at all. They can put their opponents in a horrible spot if they wait for the Soul to come up. They are on Soul Point, Ground Zero or not. You can force Ground Zero to just be in a lose-lose situation where they either give up Soul or the Baron.
Certainly can. Now, I mean, pace of the game certainly slowing down. Everyone knows what's at stake. The entire tournament, your 2024 is at stake. For Ground Zero, maybe after seeing Bliss lose, even more pressure, right? Just to represent that region. Make everyone proud. Make sure they can come back and have their claim to fame. They bet a PCS team, right? Because still, it's Ground Zero who haven't yet managed to do it. They've shaped up well in this game. They're in a position they can do it. But I think it's just so hard to exactly work out how that happens, right? What does a team fight look like to make sure it's a win?
Yeah, I mean, you must be a little bit discouraged after Thean found that engage. What should have been a ridiculously good engage from the Aurora is the play that turned the game around for J-Team. So that has to be a little bit discouraging. And then Kurak, who is a rookie, without flash, maybe feeling a little lost.
Gets a stun onto Lava, but he turns around with that Arc Assault box. Everything, but here comes also Takeover. It hits very, very well, and Tien's getting run out. The Whirling Death not going to land, and the Curtain Call as well does slightly go wide. Now, importantly, Lakai is still sitting there with everything up. Lava no ultimate, and Chi-Chi no ultimate.
Where was Sternfire? Thean flashed in for that engage. Sternfire was nowhere near them.
Enso getting very, very aggressive, and Lemus takes off a quarter of his HP with a single Jhin auto attack. This bowling ball's going to go wide. Enso, no ultimate here, no hostile takeover. It's going to be so difficult to play this fight, and Tien's ult very close to being back up. That Malignant's doing
dragons,
crazy.
By the way, Soul.
Oh yeah, Soul's being done. You're right. Teleport available for Minji too. He can get back up here. Now, Enso, I mean, this seems like a losing fight for J-Team. Enso just, what can he do on this amount of health? Just give the revive passive to someone, I suppose. Tien, ultimate back available. Lava trying to make his way into the pit, but here comes that ultimate in the flash away. Lakai on the flank. Kurak marking him, and the Baron getting taken down. The Baron's so low, and the Baron, it's picked up. Shunfire does collect that one, but it's not without fault. There's a kill going over. Kurak now does not have that exhaust. There's no exhaust for the side of Ground Zero up against Lakai. Lakai needs to find his way in. He has the slicing Maelstrom, but who can follow up on it? No one at the moment. Now it's J-Team on Ground Zero side of the map, and it's Ground Zero on J-Team side of the map. Ground Zero, can they get away from this Kennen? They're in a horrific position. It's going to take so much. His teleport coming through, but Phyto, he's challenging this Draven and won't win it. Draven life-stealing the flash from Lemus. They are going to get that kill. Lakai, where is he? Lakai is not here, and it's Ground Zero. Lemus and Shunfire getting it done.
Lakai was doing red buff. He was doing red buff. My Kennen with flash and ulti was doing red buff. He actually ulted someone, so he must have gotten a flash out of some member of Ground Zero. And I thought Lakai played that fight really well, being patient, not flashing in too early before his team can follow up, but actually just ends up contributing nothing to the play. J-Team gets split up. Chi-Chi in that fight doing over 7,000 damage. The only member of his team doing anything in that fight. You still got the soul if you're J-Team. Cloud Soul feels amazing on Corki, Kennen, Sejuani. You do have to weather the storm up against this Baron now. You're down, you're Draven just for a couple more seconds. Yeah, they just decide to nuke down the Baron. It ends up just being a flip. Very fortunate that Shrimpfire is good with the smite here. Lava face checks this bush and gets one tapped. And then, yeah, Lakai just never finds an angle. I'm surprised he's not walking forward here. Yeah, this is just shocking that Lakai is not walking forward here, and I want the camera to stay on this Kennen because I'm not really sure. By the way, Fido just gets a recall off there, and TP's back in. That's a nice heads-up play by him.
But and I think one shot.
I think Lakai maybe just flashes onto Lemus, or...
Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus, what a grief.
Shocking was it that he wasn't able to find an angle, but shocking was not his Kennen, who does try and use electricity.
Yeah, and Ground Zero now with a Baron. They do have to get some impact. 8,000 damage in that fight for Chi-Chi. They do have to get some impact out of this Baron to make it worthwhile relative to the soul they've picked up.
Now, QSS available for Chi-Chi. It's going to make his life easier on that cleanse cooldown. There's also a Mercurial Scimitar. There's just so many cleanses. Lemus takes 2 auto attacks. A Whirling Death might even end him here as the culling comes through. Chi-Chi, he's going to have to get access to a wave to lifesteal, but he doesn't have it right now, and Lava just gets chunked for his entire health bar.
Yeah, can quickly go back to Fountain, and for now, J-Team hold on to all their tier 3s as recalls are started up by Ground Zero. I think they're giving up on the siege.
They walk away, 3.5k in their pocket from that Baron power play, but no objectives to show for it. It's mainly just off the back of that team fight. Now, they are going to have more team fights, of course, and this time, importantly, will have that exhaust. I think they had to pull back because there was no exhaust, and Lakai does still have that flash.
QSS picked up for Chi-Chi.
Yeah, and a Mercurial Scimitar, and a cleanse. There's no CC in this Draven.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough CC to justify all of this, but, I mean, he is safe on the Draven.
No, there is literally a sleep and a snare. I guess you could include slows, but Rel cleanse is fraudulent.
Yeah, it's such a short CC on the Rel Q. Lemus sprinting at Lava fearlessly with the cleanse.
Yeah, full build is Lemus. 4-1-8. He's having a really good performance on this Jhin.
Yeah, start to finish. Put his team in this position by playing that tower dive, outplaying that tower dive so well, and has had a essentially flawless game since.
And we are going to get another LCO versus PCS game with Elder Dragons, and with multiple Barons. And at this stage of the game, I don't know who's going to win. Ground Zero, they've been ahead for a lot, but there's been some throwing. J-Team, they were probably ahead at one stage, and they threw.
Have a soul somehow. Here's an engage.
Yeah, Curtain Call coming out. Lava being looked at, but a fantastic stop. The Arctic Assault was insane. Lava might pay for it, but he just stopped everything the side of Ground Zero want to do. And Dan tries to find a flag, but he's getting taken out. He's going to go down. As there's a kill found by Lakai. He gets Zonya's out. No, he doesn't. The exhaust just kills him. Lemus is just going to shut him down. It's a 4v4 now. Importantly, no cleanse for Lemus. He is trying to find the damage from afar. Kurek has that Warmogs popping. There's no ultimates, only Minji with that Rocket Barrage, which doesn't really count. With, I mean, so much time. There's so much time left until these respawns, but Lakai has the teleport.
Yeah,
Tien does not.
He doesn't have the flash on the Kennen, though. Should have his ulti by the time this Dragon is up. But J-Team can just start this Dragon on spawn, and Tien has zero way to get here. Even if he had TP, he'd be too late to this play. And their Kennen is going to be up in time. Maybe Tien can run here in time.
Yeah, I think Tien can. There's a teleport now coming through from Fido. Minji looking for a recall. He realizes he is in a lot of trouble. He's just gone. Minji's just caught.
No way.
Wait, does he get out? He has the Air Dragon.
How
the
broken
Cloud
is
Soul.
his soul? Yeah.
The Cloud Soul actually gets him out.
And now Ground Zero do have position on the Elder Dragon, so J-Team are not going to be starting on spawn. Just
Look at the wards,
honorable fight.
There's so many red wards littered in the jungle here of Ground Zero. They haven't cleared them out. Lakai with teleport. Minji's teleporting in from the flank here. Lava, he's going to be able to get there. Watch Lakai. Lakai's on a flank. There's so many people down towards the south side. Lakai's found his way in. Lakai's found his way in. Lemus is going to flash. They do get out. What can be found, though? The turnaround. Lemus trying to find the damage. Enso flashing in, trying to keep that mid laner in Minji alive. Curtain Call's coming out. Fido finds one. The Curtain Call connects, but they're not able to get more. It's Chi-Chi. He's trying to do the damage. The Elder's going to go down. Or is it? Lakai is going to get killed. Chi-Chi's not going to get the Elder. It's going to be Schönfire. And J-Team will fall. Ground Zero will take game number 1.
Minji gets the wave, and he's running them around a bit.
He's executed. The W, Lemus, from start to finish, ever the perfectionist. lands that final deathly flourish, and that will secure the game. I cannot believe what I've just witnessed.
Yeah, I think the difference in that fight came down to having flashes up on your carries. Fido and Limas making sure they have their flashes up for the fight that ultimately decides the game. Lakai does not have his flash up. Ends up finding an amazing flank, but with the flashes up, Lava's up, but...
Oh, Lava's respawned. There's no one else. It's only Lava. Enzo coming up soon, but what can he do? This will be the game.
Yeah, GG.
Ground Zero. They've done it again. They started off their first series up against J-Team with a 1-0 lead. Now, they can get it done. They just need to find one game out of the next two, and they will progress to go up against Frank, to fight for our last position and our second stage of playoffs.
Yeah, and initially I said history repeats itself. Ground Zero are just going to blow through this game through bot lane, but that was not a clean game by any means. Struggled to really find value out of this Aurora from Thien. I think it's still worth picking it just to not let Minji have it. But yeah, just not the right kind of comp, I think, maybe to follow up on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it was enough to get that one across the line. It was shaky. That man on your screen there, Minji, did his absolute damnedest.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, you know, just time and time again, pushing the limits, trying to find his way back in, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. But Ground Zero and LCO fans, you got to be happy now because it's truly retribution. You're in the same position as you started the last series. You just have to find one. You know the Aurora's a problem, so that game's not going to happen. What do you do?
Yeah, I think Ground Zero are going to be on red side next game. Hopefully we'll be banning the Aurora. I can't imagine there are any gas leaks in the back room, so they will remember to ban that champion. And I mean, Limas is just a monster. Yeah. I am so impressed by this player. Kurak having a bit of a shaky one. Brought it around though, and I think everyone played well enough to get them across the line. I think it just came down to under pressure. Ground Zero, maybe on paper, everyone is mechanically equal between these two teams, but I think Ground Zero being champions in their region, you can just tell the difference when it gets to late game, when we're deciding what to do in terms of macro, when it's these confusing plays where we're not sure, it's just very lopsided. You know, one team has some flashes down, timers are weird, there's an Elder available, there's a Soul available. They just navigate those situations a lot better than J-Team, whereas J-Team were somehow team fighting better.
Yeah, Lowe's not going to say it, but basically what he means is Lakai giga-griefed the game by not flashing in that one fight where everyone's on the wrong side of the map. Because ultimately I feel like that's what this game came down to.
Yeah.
Just an absolute nothing burger out of Lakai in one fight. And then that was just, you know, Ground Zero, they had the Baron and they were on the wrong side of the map against a Kennen with ult and you didn't have your support that has the exhaust. That should have been a clear-cut win for J-Team. And I think from there the game looks a whole lot different. You know, credit to Ground Zero for being able to navigate and make it hard for Lakai to find that angle. But I think, you know, maybe he didn't realize he had the Cloud Soul as well. So ultimately...
Cloud Soul, Rocket Belt, and Flash on Kennen.
Yeah.
There definitely had to be an angle there. And at this point, I mean, Kennen just has no flash, and look at the flashes for Ground Zero. They just have all their flashes when the game is going to be decided here. And it's still a nice ulti from the Kennen, but...
And Tien finding Minji on the back there. Chi-Chi completely zoned.
Limas finds this route onto Lava to make sure he goes down. Means that Ground Zero can just turn their attention onto this Dragon. Credit to Chi-Chi. He tries to steal it on the Draven, but I mean, he's chunked, Minji's chunked. Enzo had to have found a better opportunity to ult earlier in this fight too, maybe. But Elder Dragon on this already mega fed Lilio.
Yes.
And then the W from Limas here. Finishes off the game in style, abusing the high ground, low ground situation there to hit an egregious hitbox.
Second one of those we've seen, but yeah, I think ultimately you can talk all you want about both the teams. Ultimately, the best player in this game was Limas, and he got the win that he rightfully deserved. Because while, you know, there's not that many flashy plays coming out of a Jhin, he was by far the most consistent member of this team. There was no fight you looked at and said, wow, Limas could have played this better. He played everything to perfection. Went down only one time in a very hard game. You know, he is playing Jhin against a Draven. There's even hostile takeovers coming at him. You've got a Lakai on the Kennen trying to find the flanks. Never missed a beat. was playing entirely consistent that whole time. That's how he started off the first series up against J-Team. That's how he's starting off this series against J-Team. If you continue to do this, you have to feel good about their chances going forward.
Yeah, as long as he can convince his coach to not pick him Seraphine, they should be in good shape for this game too. Minji not doing as much damage as I expected this game. He did get a lot of the resources. It's actually Chi-Chi who does an absurd amount of his team's damage after a 0-2-0 start on this Draven. You have to wonder if that dive goes differently or if it just doesn't happen at all. What this game looks like for Chi-Chi.
Shenfire and Lemus there on your screens.
Damage.
Yeah, it was an insane game. Very, very well played, and yeah, Shenfire taking that much damage is kind of insane.
I think that's the highest I've seen that number, maybe 50k per death.
Yeah, I might have to agree, I think. I can't remember all of them, obviously, but yeah, definitely a high up there number. I mean, damage taken, Lava took more, but he also died more, so...
Yeah, Shenfire, key matchup, maybe I'm just a Lemus fanboy at this point.
Yeah, I think it should be Lemus.
Yeah, just for outplaying that dive.
Yeah,
that was Kurak, actually. Credit to Kurak. I gave him some grief for that game, but he kind of just won them the game on the spot with how he played that bot dive.
Yeah, but I also think, like, you know, there were moments there where it was just like only felt like Lemus was able to like navigate so many hard positions.
Yeah.
You know, that last fight, finding the flash away and managing to create enough distance between him and Lakai. We are getting not a Shenfire replay.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a Shenfire replay.
Oh, here he comes.
I think he's here to clean up Lava.
Oh, I guess that's right. I remember this.
No, he actually doesn't even get an assist on Lakai and shows up to KS Lava. Not Shenfire's greatest moment.
He definitely had better moments in the game, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just here for the cool Sejuani.
Had a good smite. Having a jungler who's confident in his smite and just letting the enemy Sejuani walk into the Baron Pit and just Shenfire is going to hit these is pretty good.
Being from Oceania and seeing a PCS jungler walk into my Baron Pit is just going to be PTSD forever now after watching Gemini just Houdini that away from us 3 times in a row. But this time, it was Shenfire coming out better off, making better use of that smite key and gives them that really important game number 1. Now, can they get game number 2 across the line? Obviously, last time, tactical nuke on the Aurora. Don't expect to see that again. I think they've come in with a good plan, getting rid of that Ezreal. It seems to be Chi-Chi's just absolute fallback, something that he goes back to time and time again, regardless of anything happening. If they can navigate the drafts how they did in game number 1, I have a lot of faith in them. Ground 0, they lead 1-0. Can J-Team bounce back? Or we have the final between Ground 0 and Frank.
加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing.
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好 想吃哦。
特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
You need to take the bush. Take the bush.
TP to mid. Which one of you has that Q right now?
Yep. In one.
That's showing this. Coming behind. Look! Any look this? Yeah. Nice. Driven.
Yeah. I hit him.
Corky's 1 HP. Can't fight.
I'm hitting front.
Corky's 1 HP.
Elbow. No smite.
Yeah,
Kill elbow.
No smite. Cut back.
I'm marching cannons, guys. They have no
I have
elbow.
smite. No.
We have 4 shots. Nice, we got cannon.
Finish.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, play fight also.
Play slow. No, we win. They have elbow. Nice.
No, we don't. Maybe.
Oh, maybe not. No TP. I hit him. Nice. Play mid wave. I think we can end.
We can have for sure.
Yeah, it's just
Go.
Sejuani.
Can roll tank for him maybe?
Yeah.
Early down.
Just let us carry, bro. Like, stop hinting if you're not carrying.
Oh my god.
Let's talk about it. Just let him meditate.
Oh, we have to drop you things.
Yeah, I'll take this side.
Okay.
Only hit.
Yeah, that's all hit.
Yeah, hit it.
Hey! Yo!
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far, yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh na di no na. Oh na di no na. Oh na di no na. I'm so far, but so close. So far. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. Tell me what you feeling, cause I'm feeling you. High as the ceiling, cause I'm breathing you. I can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that dress on you like the second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. Babe, we ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Girl, I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way. Just like they say. Just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you see in dollar signs. You can get your own, cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well get in line. Just get in line, get in line. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1, Ground Zero able to pick it up after a 40-minute slogfest. Now, it's up to them. They're the only hope of the LCO. They've just got to get one more game across the line. Will they do it?
I think so. I think Ground Zero have just looked better than J-Team, barring a couple of suspicious team fights. I mean, there were a few moments where they looked a little bit disconnected. There was a mid-engage from Thean, where their extremely fed Lilia just wasn't around, but apart from a few of those engages kind of being sloppy from Ground Zero, they just aren't outplaying them in these lanes. Maybe mid lane is a problem for them, but I mean, it's just, Minji wasn't able to get enough done, and honestly didn't really get that much done in team fights either. Hasn't looked like he can carry games on this Corki in the same way he can on mages. So it might be time, with your backs against the wall, to just start picking comfort for J-Team. Chi-Chi way ahead of you. He's already just picking Draven.
Yeah.
But Minji should follow suit, I think, and just start picking the mages that he performs super well on.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously now J-Team on the blue side means they're not likely to be the ones having to ban up the Aurora.
Yeah, and I think Ground Zero are just not going to fix what ain't broken and ban a couple of Chi-Chi's champions and the Aurora.
Yeah, there it goes. Get that champ out of here. Now Ashe and Israel both available. So Chi-Chi will be able to get one of those two champs if they don't ban one of them here. I think you'd have to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I think you do just ban the Ashe, probably if you're Ground Zero, and see if J-Team are willing to first pick the Ezreal. They might be willing to.
I would think they are. Ashe,
J-Team banned the Ashe for them, so you can ban Ezreal here, and I'm not sure what the first pick that J-Team are setting up is.
Yeah. No.
If Minji's just gonna destroy the Corki side of the Corki Lucian matchup, I get it.
Yeah, true.
It makes sense. As long as the rest of the map doesn't fall apart as it did last game, that can just be a game-winning difference in the mid lane, as Lucian is definitely supposed to be winning the early portions of the laning phase.
Yep, looks like this will be, once again, the matchup we have in that mid lane. I would suspect that J-Team look for a Zeri here early on in their draft. Oh, Zeri's banned. Oh, what does Chi-Chi play? I mean, he plays the Draven. What else have we seen him play? Almost nothing. Senna? We've seen him on Senna.
Yeah, I think he's just going to play the Draven again. Honestly, he looked good on the Draven once. He got a little bit of inting out of the system.
Yeah.
Going to be the blind pick Renekton now. Let's see what Lakai has to pick into this. And more than anything, I don't want to see a meta pick for Lakai. I just want to see comfort because he just didn't look that good on the Kennen. All of his games, apart from up until that previous game, he has only played Gnar and Renekton in playoffs, and we'll play an Gnar game here.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Should have a favorable matchup for himself. Hopefully won't find himself so far behind. Obviously, Gnar has always been a pick that people like into this Renekton.
Yeah, and the problem you're facing as J-Team now is you... Okay. It's going to be the Ivern. I was going to say you probably have to pick an AP jungle or go for a Ziggs in the bot lane.
I was thinking Maokai, but...
Yeah, I like the Maokai for lava. I'm surprised it's not that. I think the Ivern is a champion that some teams internationally just have permanently banned against them, and other teams just don't even touch.
Yeah.
So it is just depending on your style. If you're Lava, who has played Ivern before, and usually actually has it banned against him, you can get some work done. Ground Zero identifying the lack of AP on the enemy team and taking away the Ziggs.
What will be J-Team's choice of bans? I mean, the Jhin.
I think you maybe want to get rid of Leona.
Yeah. I mean, if you're engaging on Ivern, you probably don't want to be doing that in general. Ivern also just probably not going to be in range most of the time of a Leona engage.
Alistar banned away for now. That makes sense. Kurak has looked great on the Alistar, especially in the laning phase. That it was on the Alistar into the Leona, where they just completely blew out J-Team's bot lane in the previous series. will not get to touch it this game. Now Draven gone for Chi-Chi. So many ADCs gone. What is Chi-Chi going to play? Kalista is still open. So is Senna.
Yeah, you don't want Senna with Ivern, though, surely.
I mean, CFO did play it last split, and it looked pretty good.
CFO are sometimes magicians.
That's true. Rakan banned away now.
I mean, yeah, Leona, Nautilus, Rel all still open. You don't really care about those support bans.
Ooh.
Okay,
this could be
Smolder.
Smolder. It's probably going mid into the Corki.
No, Lemus is the Smolder player.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. He is a bit of a Smolder enjoyer, but it was BDD last night who took this into Chovy. Chovy's Corki and did very well. Massive upset KT against Genji over in the LCK. Chi-Chi looking at Kaisa. Switching back to the Jhin.
Looking back at Kaisa and back to the Jhin.
I
So
kind of
Jhin will be the
understood.
lock-in.
Yeah, I kind of got the Kaisa because it gives you a little bit of AP, but honestly, they're not going to be that tanky on ground zero. So pick up a Jhin and, you know, struggle to kill the Renekton maybe and whatever tank support.
Yeah, Leona. Don't see any real problem with that.
Leona, amazing pairing with the Ivern as well. When he lands that Ivern Q, Leona can fly in with her own Q.
Yeah. Come bounding over.
Removes the need to land any seal shots.
Maybe the Rel. Okay. I don't hate the Rel. I mean, honestly, it's just sort of pick of the litter, really, when it comes to those engaged supports.
Yep. Felt like we had a bit more single target on J-Team, so maybe the Leona felt better, but I don't mind the Rel either. No difference, really.
Now, last pick coming through here. It will be Kurek's choice of support. Once again, most likely will be either the Leona or the Nautilus. And it's looking like it's shaping up to be a Nautilus.
Okay, so if it is Lemus on the Smolder, you know, we have complained about Lemus being on champions without that much agency, and he's not going to have a lot of agency on the Smolder. Ground Zero look the best when their bot lane can take these 2v2s and win early game.
Yeah.
Won't be happening this game.
Yeah, not for a long while. Gonna have to be a lot of heavy lifting up on that top side from Tien, from Fido. But I mean, if last game's anything to go off, that's gonna be difficult because Minji was just getting the better of that matchup, and Lakai has a counterpick to Renekton. It feels like we've drafted what is 2 losing lanes, but also Minji kind of got the better of Fido. So if the same happens here, you have 3 losing lanes, which gives so much autonomy for this Ivern to just go around and do whatever he wants.
Yep.
Now, while not a great duelist, of course, the Ivern.
Yeah, but when you have prio lanes, sometimes this Ivern can just walk into your lane and come hit the tower.
Yeah.
With these ADCs on your team, and even the Gnar, range champion, feels like an ADC in that mini Gnar form. So we'll see what Lava can do in the early game. On the other hand, you've got Surenfire. He just got MVP on this Lilia last game. There's virtually no reliable lockdown. There is just no reliable lockdown for a Lilia on this J-Team comp. If Surenfire gets to a 3-0 start again like he did last game, he is going to be very difficult to deal with.
That's very, very true. This J-Team, they are now 2 games away from qualifying, but it's Ground Zero who picked up game number 1, looking hot and looking to try and meet Frank in our next round in tomorrow's best of 5 for that last spot in our second stage of the playoffs. It's game number 2 here. J-Team last time getting the better of Ground Zero, but it's up to Ground Zero off the back of Lemus's Smolder, perhaps, to see if they can cement themselves that best of 5, that final opportunity.
Lakai gonna bully Theon out of this bush now. He's got his support has come up and placed a ward in the brush for him, so they're giving some resources to Lakai. Make sure he can get an advantage in this lane, as he should be, into the Renekton. And like you said, yeah, this could just be 3 priority lanes for J-Team. And that's a surprising approach to this draft from Ground Zero. As we said in the previous game, Ground Zero have only dropped 1 game when they're ahead at 15 minutes. So they're very good with these gold leads.
Tien making his way into the closest bush, but definitely not winning out on that trade, as Makai is going to keep his ward. It was a ward placed instead by Enzo.
Yep, no need to ward this brush. Renekton cannot hang out in here for long. As, yeah, this ward is much more useful for Lakai. As, Ian is just going to get beat up. This matchup is suffering, especially whenever the Gnar has fleet footwork up.
Oh, some classic aftershock trades bot. No real shockers here. Is it a Chroma? I didn't even know Smolder had this. Oh, aggression out of Inso. And
well-timed go with the Jin 4th shot there. Good trade from J-Team, looking much cleaner in the bot lane for now. But yeah, it usually does look clean for J-Team's bot lane until, you know, something happens, and very aggressive dash forward from Fido there.
Yeah, Minji going to lose out on a couple of those minions. 3, in fact.
Yeah, much better start for Fido this time around. Minji already used his health bot. So, and yeah, if Fido is able to win this lane, as he should on the Lucian, you'll feel a lot better as Schönfire on this Lilia. Not having 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
As yeah, we were just assuming the matchup would go the same way, but it's looking like maybe something disastrous just happened in the early game for Fido in the previous game, and he's got a much better grasp on the lane this time around.
Well, we're finishing up his clear a little bit earlier than Schönfire was able to do here on the Lilia, and makes his way towards this bot lane. Nice stun from Inso, and will be a nice follow-up there as well from Chi-Chi, but nothing really to do here. Lalva realizing it will be now pathing up, take the Scuttle Crab, while Schönfire does the same on the top side.
Yeah, it always feels horrible when you're getting last hits with your W on Smolder. Costs a lot of mana, and doesn't give you stacks, importantly. Chi-Chi being very aggressive with these 4th shots on the Jin, playing this lane really well, our J-Team.
Yeah, this is in a really bad position for Lemus. Inso finds a double knock up there, really well placed crash down, and Kurek once again going to have to just use that hook defensively. I mean, this is the problem that you find with the Smolder, right? Is that you just have no autonomy. The cleanse comes through. Woo. Instant cleanse from Lemus.
Yeah, what a cleanse. This man is locked in. If you didn't notice last game.
Ooh.
Ian. Oh, that's scary. Gnar about to go Mega now. Should be able to very easily crash this wave. Both junglers towards the bottom side of the map. And the more attention that Lava can draw towards the spot lane, the better it is for Lakai. He'd love to just have this lane be in isolation. Doesn't need to dive the Renekton to win this lane.
-1.
Okay. Right. It's bounced on there.
Yeah,
Man,
it's
this
very
is bullying.
dicey. Oh, that's their first blood. What a trigger pull. Just both flashes simultaneously. 4th shot ready. Kurek taken out.
Yep, extremely clean. Lemus is not really in danger of being
Oh,
dived.
Fido is, though. The snare lands, and this is a dead Lucian. Winning
What a
around the map
start.
now is J-Team.
What a start for J-Team. It seems like every time they go mid lane, Lemus has killed someone in the bot lane. As yeah, I was saying he's not really diveable, and J-Team disagreed. But yeah, it seems to go wrong every time you dive this guy. He didn't even use his flash.
Gigi has to be careful now. Correct. Being a Nautilus, will 1v1 an AD carry.
Yeah. And so let's see what happens here. Runs at Lemus. Lemus, I'm guessing, just runs off of the map on the Smolder, or nope, just stands there. They don't have nearly enough damage to kill him as Jin tries to reload. And Enso is feeling very silly for giving back a kill in a lane they just played so disciplined, so well.
Oh,
they're now probably at a disadvantage spot without their summoners. Minji.
Oh, yes and no. I mean, it's not really that punishable, right? They have a Smolder.
Yeah.
Oh, hold up. Minji gonna have to flash away. The Culling's not gonna be able to connect on that last few ticks, and now with Inso arriving to this mid lane, should be able to allow Minji to collect these minions.
So the bright side, though the Smolder gets some gold for that kill in the bot lane, he probably has next to no stacks. I haven't really seen him queuing any minions, hasn't been able to walk up to these waves. Schönfire picking up these grubs.
Yeah, we usually have the stack counter these days, but not today. As, yep, it's going to be one of those trades, the Dragon for the Void Grubs. Makes sense.
Yeah, domestically, this was just Schönfire's bread and butter. He heavily prioritized the Void Grubs over the Dragon.
Yeah, I think ultimately, as well in a matchup like this. You get more XP from the Void Grubs, so being on a champ like Lilia, where you do just want to keep getting levels, and you get a lot of power through those levels.
Yeah, a game where Lilia can definitely carry as well.
Yeah.
As we've got the Smolder stats live now, he's on 35. He's made it past 25, which is
very late.
Yeah, but it feels like you can start playing, but yeah, it is very late, 7 minutes. As at about 10 stacks per minute, you feel like you're having a good Smolder game. Nowhere near that is Lemus, but a veteran on the Smolder, very experienced on it.
I think Lakai might be wise to what's going on up here. Shinfire has made his way into that second bus.
They have to go fast if they're going to dive.
Yeah, he's trying to build up this Nar-bar. He's going to have Flash available to himself, and the bowling ball goes wide, so that's just going to be a use of that dominance. He'll get a tower plate for himself, admittedly, and no one on the top side, so maybe even a second.
Yep, going to lose a couple waves on the Snar.
But Ground Zero, they should realize they're the weak side of the map. Correct, nice side step. Lemus, flap, 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 gets himself out.
Maybe getting away with murder there. Correct, did have Flash if he needed it there, so it was probably always safe. Lakai, this is frustrating. In a matchup you're winning, just not being able to play.
With Mega Gnar coming through now and Lalva crossing this river, they will now allow...
Sure.
Oh, wait! Oh, it could be a disaster. Lalva is maybe just invading. These boulder tosses from Makai are landing. He has Flash.
Yeah, they did kill the wave at least, so Theon's just going to recall without much consequence here.
Lalva has Daisy. Oh, not able to stop.
Shrimpfire is not interrupting this recall.
Yeah, it doesn't need to. They're just going for DN. Are they going to be able to find it? Kurek's on the way up there. It looks like, I think, wisely backing off, but Enso's up here as well.
Yeah, this is not what Lakai wants to be happening. He wants everyone far away from his lane so he can bully this Renekton in isolation. Lava does steal away the red buff, though.
Yeah, nice.
So gets something back for his top laner's troubles.
Now looking aggressively here. Daisy comes out. Minji's here. Much quicker to the play so far. RJ team at Kurek with that dredge line looking like he's able to get himself out. Back to top, 10. He comes back to lane and takes a massive chunk of damage.
Yeah, honestly, Lava interrupting that recall is a big deal for Lakai's lane, as everyone's here now.
Dominus very close to being up, but it's importantly not just yet. And so misses.
Oh,
we've gone wide on absolutely everything. 10, still no Dominus. It's very close to being up. As one more auto from Lakai does get it, and Enso will survive.
All right, get the job done at the end of the day. that was not pretty from Enso, but... Yep, we get the kill where we need it on the Gnar, and Karak is eyeing up Minji here. Does have his ulti on the Nautilus and Flash, but there is a Ivern behind this Porky.
Actually, Valkyrie get himself all of that farm there in the mid wave, and he is actually up a couple. Nothing really to write home about, but...
Yeah, doing fine. I think... Fido going down to these ganks a little too often. They haven't gone back to his lane yet on J-Team, but in the previous game, definitely just going down a little too easy. Chi-Chi actually losing this trade to Lemus.
Yeah, Lemus is loving this.
He has a BF sword.
Yeah, he's going for Essence Reaver.
On the Smolder. I mean, compared to these Jhin items, actually feeling pretty strong. Way earlier on the Smolder than he really should.
Yeah, I mean, Lemus is loving this. He was kind of suffering in this lane originally. Now he's just 1v1 against a Jhin. You're never really going to feel that pressured. Channeling that Hex Flashes in so, but it's on a ward, and now with Kurak showing up to the mid lane, there will be no more aggression. Although the Phosphorus Bomb is doing a lot of damage as it connects here onto Fido.
Yep, level 9, so he's just maxed that quirky Phosphorus Bomb. And so gets level 6 off the ward, thank God. Looks like Ground Zero playing for the mid-wave. J-Team trying to go for a fight here, I guess, if they're positioning like this.
Oh, I saw Smolder ult down bot. Looks like it was just to clear out a wave and maybe look for a recall. Lalva and the rest of the squad here still in the mid lane. There will be a Q connecting from Enso. Magnet Storm comes through. It does land onto 3. Shenfire is in a really, really tough position. One more auto. The knock-up from Daisy. Daisy might just be picking up the MVP if J-Team get this, because that was insane. And J-Team, they once again find more play in this game.
Yeah, Karak loses his flash there as well. Shermfire doesn't have his flash, doesn't even get a chance to ulti, as Theon has been chunked out and forced to recall. No TP up for him. And 2-0 on Minji now. This is exactly the start you want if you're J-Team. Everything is going your way. You've denied Ground Zero those leads that they play so well with.
Yeah, everything. I mean, there's been some shoddy dives from Enzo, but one of them worked out.
Yep.
Although, I mean, ultimately, you don't feel too bad as Ground Zero here. You still have the Smolder. The Smolder that will scale so well into the game. Now, I have to admit, while you do have the Smolder, these aren't very easy to interact with champs, right? Nope. You're going against the Jhin, who will stand well outside your Q range, against the Corki, who can hit his R from well outside your Q range again.
Yeah, also both ADCs just building RFC.
Yeah.
To boost their range that much more. If not harassing you on the Smolder with them, at least matching your
Ground Zero
range.
starting this. I'm not sure it's theirs, but Daisy and Lalva are not in the area, so it's looking like it will be. Although Enzo's not entirely sold. Magnet Storm's not available, though. It doesn't feel like a smart time for J-Team to fight. Ground Zero taking their opportunity, pick up that dragon, stop the stacking, and make it one apiece.
Yep, not bad at all. And once upon a time, that would be kind of your win condition, getting that dragon with a Smolder. Not quite that strong of a scaler these days, but Essence Reaver already finished for Lemus, so he's going to feel very good this game. And so is unafraid. Charging forward. If you are ever ahead with an Ivern, it feels so good too. The shields just can really snowball a game when the enemy team is lacking the gold to really, do damage through these Ivern shields, and the redemption is coming in soon. Lava probably hasn't backed for a very long time. Surenfire has his Leandries already.
Yeah, I have a similar feeling about Lakai, who is, despite not recalling, just still completely dominant in this lane. Now, Surenfire's coming around, does have access to that flash, has access to the ult, but Lakai, with a nice pink ward, will spot it out.
Yep. Lakai does have his TP up, and I don't think they even really can kill him here. Just going to make sure Thien can get on top of this wave and clear it as Surenfire, and going to get out of here. He's slowly pulling ahead in the farm now, is Surenfire, 20 CS.
Yeah, I mean, things are going... I think ultimately the break point in this game, it's going to probably come around these dragons, right? And obviously that last dragon take was pretty free for Ground Zero just because none of the items or the ults were online. Minji getting very close down to Triforce. That's going to be a big spike for him. It looks like J-Team are going to be able to pick up this Rift Herald to even maybe progress one of the side lane towers or perhaps the mid lane tower.
Yeah,
to open up the map.
I really like Lakai just recalling first Triforce, immediately TPing back up to his lane. He's at a TP disadvantage, or leaves his team at a TP disadvantage now, but he needs to keep this pressure up on the Renekton. He was working on a stride breaker as Thien.
Yeah, and keeping Surenfire up here as well.
Yeah.
Lakai, despite the ganks, is going to be completely fine as long as he doesn't do something too daft, as he is getting very aggressive here. 10.
Yeah. As soon as he goes mini, they will look to go, but Lakai intelligently backs off.
I was waiting with bated breath for him to do something silly.
Yeah.
But he did manage to click backwards, which is always a promising sign when you are weak-sided.
Oh, and how depressing is it for Surenfire to have to reset back up to this top side? All his bot side camps are up, and the lead he was building on Lava is shrinking.
Yeah, which definitely bodes poorly, right? Because Ivern not really needing the resources.
Yeah.
Minji getting teleported on. There's a redemption coming through. Flash from Tien. Able to find the stun eventually, and Minji is just going to be taken out. Now, it did cost a lot. That was the teleport. That was the flash out of this Renekton, and there is no real objective they can get from it. But it is still time off the map. Lakai's going to be able to pick up this first tower. We'll see who this really benefits in the near future.
Yeah, this is massive for J-Team. Ground Zero get this first tower in about 80% of their games, so at a gold deficit at 15 minutes, down the first tower, this is unfamiliar territory for Ground Zero. So far, navigating it well by making that pick, but Fido...
Yeah, this could have all been for nothing if Fido gets taken out here by Lalva. It was a nice wait by him, and Surenfire is able to come back and support his mid laner.
Yeah.
But still, I think overall, yes, you found that kill onto Minji. It's still a win for J-Team. They got that first tower, as I said.
Yeah.
And they didn't manage to get an objective on the side of Ground Zero. Lost the flash, lost the teleport.
Yeah, it's an understandable play if you're at the end, just rather than suffering under your tower and slowly losing it. He decides to just make a play, get a shutdown onto Minji. I think you would have rather it go to the Lucian, because I don't think the shutdown on Renekton really changes this top matchup. But you'll take the shutdown regardless.
143 stacks now as an update Lemus. So
yeah, miraculously caught his stacks up this game.
Yeah, 80 stacks away from that breakpoint. Now, as you were saying earlier, the sort of execute is not what it used to be, right? How the execute used to work and why it was so strong in spring was that it didn't matter who did the damage, as long as that burn was on them, they went below a certain threshold and they would get executed. Nowadays, Smolder has to do damage after they reach that threshold. It can't just be the burn, it can't be whatever. Smolder has to do that damage.
Yeah, that is a significantly worse spell.
Yeah. And as well as like after 225 stacks, the stacking barely matters anymore. It gets up to like a 7% threshold eventually, but it is like pretty negligible ultimately. You used to be able to get up to like, 15 and some ridiculous numbers, but definitely not the same champ it once was.
Yeah, still just a very strong scaler in the Smolder. As you see, Lemus just took half of Chi-Chi's HP off.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. It's got a lot of base damage, but it doesn't have that same execute power. There is a redemption available, and so going to get caught there by that Swirl Seed. Now Dragon start up J-Team with Prio over that. Lakai, he building up that Narbar. Have to keep an eye on that. Out comes the Daisy, and this really annoying champion that is the Ivern just completely blocking off all vision.
Yeah, but J-Team have dropped this mid wave, so they're just going to sack their mid tower for a Dragon here.
How fast is it though?
Worth it.
It could be dangerous for Ground Zero to fully commit. Fido's certainly looking to do so, and it seems like we've actually kept this tower up and available.
Okay, that's a relief if you're J-Team. Definitely not worth giving your mid tower. Leaves your Jhin so vulnerable to these Nautilus plays and Renekton TPs. So Lakai is going to start up Gromp. One of the nice things about having an Ivern on your team who doesn't need that many resources is you can put even more resources on the carries that Ivern so loves to buff.
Yeah, Ivern even has a voice line. It's like, take anything you need, I don't want it. Or like something like that. Take anything you want, I don't need it. It's one of his voice lines, so very apt. Actually describes exactly how it feels to play that
Rift
Ivern.
Herald drop mid by the Ivern.
Yep, it is the top lane tower taken by Fido, but J-Team are trying to answer in kind in this mid lane. Flash forward and Schönfire, not expecting that by any stretch of the imagination, but able to get that Lufting Lullaby off. He's very low, and he's still going aggressively as Kurak does land that hook. Out comes the Curtain Call, though. One landing on Schönfire! Chi-Chi! He's not going to miss. Manages to connect there onto Schönfire. Threads the needle. There was a tower taken bot, though, so 2 towers for just the mid tower and a kill. Hard to say who's favored. Obviously, the mid tower definitely the highest in value. Not necessarily gold, but just map control. But still, 2 towers on the side lanes feels very, very good there for Ground Zero.
Yeah, just the macro of Ground Zero, I think, a little bit better. They commit the Rift Herald to get that mid tower as well. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in towers. Unfortunately, Shern goes down.
I thought Lal was about to take that that red buff 15 seconds before everyone would have got it, but...
No.
Oh, he did! Oh! There's no way!
Yeah, with 2 ADCs on your team, that is silly. Very decisive engage from Enso. Looks a little bit early as his team is still trying to kill this tower rather than turn immediately. This is just a straight-up 3v4 that Ground Zero are trying to defend their tower, and if you're going to try to defend that, I don't think you can position as aggressively as Schönfire was.
I'm amazed Chi-Chi found it, but ultimately either Schönfire or Kurak needed to just move
ridiculous.
Slightly closer, or slightly more in line of each other, but still Chi-Chi. The ability to find that was impressive.
Yeah, it didn't even look like they messed up, right? It looked like they were perfectly fine to block that. J-Team getting aggressive in the enemy jungle.
So we'll see connects. It is, of course, only on Enzo, and he's going to be all right as that Ral.
Yeah, really slow Baron for the side of J-Team if you can't get the Snar involved.
All Mirror Mana now completed on Minji, though. That is a massive item spike. Probably the strongest champion in the game with those 2 items completed. I mean, Jhin as well, Chi-Chi with those 2 items, but you know, I wouldn't say that the Jin's that strong just yet. Kind of want that Infinity Edge to come online.
Yeah, Jhin definitely wants to continue scaling into this game and pick up a couple more items. He feels better the more and more items he picks up. So does the Corki, but this spike is insane for Minji. Theon has managed to keep up in this lane reasonably well and steals away the Scrump for himself.
Yeah, I mean, Lakai having to be a bit careful here. Schönfire down there, Dominus pop, but he doesn't get that slice and dice. One stun would be doing it. Yeah, he is getting TP'd on. Here comes Fido. I mean, Lakai should just be dead, but how quickly Can J-Team react? The flash going to be answered. Here comes the boomerang. He does get the Steerix. He's not going to get the Mega No. And there's no answer on the other side of the map. Now, obviously, it did cost a flash. It also costed a teleport. Can Minji punish with this top lane tower?
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised Lakai does use his flash. He ends up trading his flash with the Renekton, but the Gnar flash so much more impactful than the Renekton.
Yeah, but importantly now, with that teleport coming into the top side, there is no teleports on the side of J-Team. And they are the team with the Gnar, the team that will have priority in those side lanes. So the next 4 or so minutes is going to be very difficult for Ground Zero to navigate.
Yeah.
Oh, Lima's getting aggressive. He gets stunned up. Chi-Chi, deadly accurate, the flash forward, but he's not going to find the execute. And here comes the curtain call. One landing. He did connect the W, but it wasn't enough. And now Lemus is going to get taken out. Enso claiming that one. Chi-Chi staying alive by just the skin of his teeth. Minji coming in. That's going to be another kill there. Going over to J-Team. And with a 5v3, bot lane dead on the side of Ground Zero. Is the attention towards this Baron. Now, Chi-Chi is so low. There's no honey fruit. He is going to have to look for the recall. They
have time to recall him and run him to this Baron, or just go for the Dragon if they want to. They can take their pick. I think they should probably hit this Baron, but...
I think the Dragon makes sense now that you're sort of very delayed. The tempo's a bit off. And
yeah, and Lima's just getting super aggro here. Ground Zero really stretched thin, and he's just looking for a trade onto Chi-Chi. Not enough vision. Enso finds him. Even commits his flash here on Lemus. I think one of these Jin shots hits. No, it doesn't. So correct this time, able to block all the shots, but loses his flash and still goes down here. That's a Daisy. It's a Daisy headshot.
I was wondering why we slowed it down. Slow it down real quick.
2-0-2 is Chi-Chi on the Jin, having a much better game.
Now, Ground Zero trying to establish some control over this topside river. They are still within the game, you know. It's only 1.5k gold-ish, and they've actually brought it back a little bit comparative to how it was before.
Yeah, a bit of a scrap in the river as Ground
and
Zero
Smolder's online,
control.
we should mention.
Yeah, no flash on Lemus. Feels a bit bad.
It cleans as well. I mean, he is vulnerable. Enso does have his summoner available in that flash. Can look for this Smolder. Not the whole... Not the biggest amount of sort of CC chaining that can come through. And so is looking aggressive though. Definitely Flourish coming out. Lava, he is staying around. Chi-Chi, that shielding coming through. Ensu very low, is going to flash away. Does get himself out as 10. Very aggressively going forward, but Lakai has found his way in. Flash, not available here for the Gnar. He's not found his way in. Lakai, what are you doing? Here comes the Gnar. Roll it to 3 minutes. Massive. Down. We'll go this lufting lullaby though, and Minji. He's got the damage. Minji's Valkyrie forward. Leva's going to get taken out. That's a triple kill. The quadra kill might just be coming through the flash. The phosphorus bomb, and it's a Minji quadra kill in game number 2.
There we go. We complained about Minji not getting enough done with his resources last game, but he gets it done. Lakai looked like he maybe hesitated for a little too long there, but gets a good ulti, and they're able to clean up the rest of Ground Zero. Baron goes over to J-Team. Gold lead gonna grow for them now. They have 3 dragons as well, and this Baron buff should segue them nicely into the soul fight. Once they pick up some of these outer towers, lots of towers to clean up for them.
Yeah, recall's coming through, and if there's
and it's this
one
TP.
thing, yeah. Take a look.
TP.
Just it looked rough from the start, right? But
yeah, Enso looked like he was just trolling here, but actually Lakai has his full rage bar. TP's here, and I'm not sure why he hesitates right here. Maybe waiting for his team to get in range, but eventually does go. Lands a really nice ulti, and Shermfire has to one-man ulti the Gnar, who does go down, but so does the rest of this team. Fido has to just run with his tail between his legs here. Commit the flash to make sure you take out the enemy jungler. No shenanigans.
Yeah, simple as that. Now, as you said, they can segue towards this Infernal Soul that's 2.5 minutes away from being up. 1.5k gold is that Baron power play. Obviously, that is just from taking the Baron so far. What I wanted to say, though, is Ivern as a champ. Very, very annoying, but even more annoying when you are sieging. Because he just puts up the bushes. It's so hard for you to legitimately find any damage back. Now, maybe Smolder can with the spread that comes through from that Q. In comes Chi-Chi, though. He's just got that curtain call out. It's literally just using it to zone. Enso going forward, it won't be able to find much.
Takes that barrier off the Nautilus, but the point of the Genulti was to back them off the tower. And that has been done successfully. Lakai, without TP, can't push top, has to push mid lane and stay close to his team.
Yeah, ultimately, I think J-Team would be silly to use any of their cooldowns here because they should just be playing for this Infernal Soul. It's very unlikely they're able to find a win, although Chi-Chi finding a lot of damage, as is Minji now with this poke coming through from the Corki. I'd love to see what items Minji has. He should probably be at 4 items after picking up a Quadra kill.
Yeah, I think here J-Team should definitely be rotating their 4-man to the mid lane and rotating the Snar to the top lane. Look at this massive wave that Lakai could be Baron buffing, but they're greeting for an inhib, I guess. Enzo loses half his HP.
Yeah, Tien flashing forward. They find a massive knock-up, but it is these 80 carries. Minji doing the damage. He manages to find one. It's an execute coming through, though, for the side of Ground Zero. Now it's a 3v4. Low health bar on Tien to flash forward, but it's answered. Lava quick enough on the reflexes to get away from Kurek's flash hook.
Yep, Lakai is going to be able to pick up this mid tower, but I think just an unnecessary fight taken by Ground Zero, who should just be cleaning up these outer towers. Minji gets a massive quadra kill in the previous fight and immediately goes down. I think he gets hit by just a Lilia. Shrimpfire finds it, and Theon immediately flashes onto this Corki. And try as he might, Lava just cannot keep him alive here. Chi-Chi not able to return enough damage.
Yeah, I think Inso doing an incredible job to deny any further kills going over to the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah.
And so even with that happening, you know, the Baron buff stays at what it would have been. We now have 20 seconds until this Infernal Soul could potentially spawn. But importantly, summoners available here for Lemus and Fido. Minji, no flash. Lalva, no flash. Now, shouldn't be too important for the Ivern, but definitely something to consider.
Yeah, the Smolder is starting to sting, though. A lot of damage coming out from Lemus.
Yeah, 3 items on both these
Kurek
80
rooted.
carries. Yeah, Kurek's rooted up. Kurek is getting so low, and it's a fantastic engage once again from Enzo. He finds one. Shenfire is going to be going down 2. This is guaranteed soul if JT managed to make it out, but one goes down. Lakai shuttles down on a flank, and a massive Gnar ult. It might not even require the dragon. Lakai, he does finally find the angle. He finds the trigger, pulls it, and now it's a 4v5. JT, though, headed towards the dragon.
Yep, they're just going to go for the dragon. And maybe just take an inhib with two.
Wait, Tien might be in
members.
trouble. Chi-Chi's sprinting. There's the Steerax, and Lakai's happily taking up this tower. Dominus pop. That's going to maybe get you a kill on the Gnar, but whoop-de-doo. Gnar does die, and you've lost everyone. Chi-Chi now pushing down the mid wave.
Yeah, that's the ace. Kurek spawns now, but he's not going to be able to do much to the Jhin with the Ivern behind him. And they don't even go for the inhib on J-Team. Don't feel the need.
I mean, Chi-Chi at this point is not shooting bullets, right? He is actually just shooting nuclear weapons.
Yeah, terrifying. Probably an LDR coming out for him next, as I'm really surprised Shrimpfire hasn't gone for a Zhonya's this game, considering the enemy team is full AD.
Yeah, 0-5 on the Lilia. Definitely quieter, especially when you compare to last game, right?
Polar opposite of last game.
Yeah.
Now, Infernal Soul on Chi-Chi and Minji this game should just do it for J-Team. They had Soul last game, couldn't get it across the line.
Lemus no sums, and this time it's J-Team with summoners up.
Yeah.
This is going to be rough. I mean, Lakai, he doesn't have his ult, and that, I mean his flash rather. That is important. It has seemed like Lakai struggling to find the angles without that summoner, even at times with that summoner.
Look how fast this Jhin is. He's so difficult to get on for Ground Zero. And who do you ult if you're correct this game? Between Minji and this Jhin, they're both monsters.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And ultimately, whoever you do ult will just receive a Ivern buff.
Yep. Has to be very coordinated. You saw they can make these coordinated plays, but even the dream random Lilia E landing, like what happened in the...
Teleport coming through, but Chi-Chi's wise to it. On the
Oh,
other side,
engage.
though, yeah, an engage coming through. Ensu is trying to find the damage. Through comes that Dragon's Breath as Mom comes flying down. It's a nice ult coming through there from Kurek, and an execute ultimately did happen from Lemus. Daisy trying to do what it can as the cleanse is going to have to be used. And what on earth just occurred? Curtain call coming through. Tien trying to run his way. He is blocking up for his team, but Lakai on the side, landing these boomerangs. Going to land another one. Hook does connect though, but Minji's still here. Minji able to do damage, and Tien might just be going down. Lemus trying to find the damage back. These 80 carries are hurting on both sides of the rift. It's a 4v4 now. And no one going down outside of that support for jungle, but a trade you'll take every single day of the week if you're J-Team.
Yeah, Shrimpfire's dead. That means there is no one to smite this Baron, and Ground Zero are not even going to look at it. It is just a 4v4, but I mean, it's already dead on the Baron. They have to go get HP back, and by the time they've done so, Baron is just secured.
And what a position we're in. It's now J-Team who are leading by 8K, trying to shut down the hopes and dreams of every Oceanic team supporter, player supporter, whatever you may say.
Trying to silence Os, if you will.
Lower some koalas are J-Team trying. Try as they might. Because those koalas will remain raised.
This game, they should be able to get it across the line. I think it's just been a matter of closing out the game, crossing your T's and dotting your I's. And
how insanely evenly matched, though, are these two teams?
Yeah.
Just every single game we've seen from both of them
Elder
has gone to the complete distance. Now this time it's looking like J-Team are trying to get it done. I mean, Minji, you know, game 2 of... Do you know how ridiculous it is that every series is just replicating itself?
Yeah.
Minji last series in this position, game 2, was like 10-0 as Aurora. This time 10-2 as Corki in the position to carry this game. Chi-Chi as well. He was something like 8-0 as Ezreal. All the Hex Flash and the Snare will land on the Kurak, but he puts up that barrier. Is going to be able to block out a lot of that damage coming through from the Deadly Flourish now. Siege coming through, the Baron up. This tower surely not long for the world as Enso does have to be careful. Do not pull the trigger too crazy, otherwise you can find yourself just getting immediately pentakilled by a Smolder.
Yep, Lakai has the mid wave coming up. Play your waves.
Yeah, couldn't call. Let's escort them off this tower. Second shot, third shot misses, and the fourth shot will connect onto 10. Not that important. Another siege continues. How do we deal with this super minion?
Whoa.
10 is going to deal with it with his face, as he is now going to walk himself back to that fountain.
Yeah, anyone who steps within about 1,000 units of this Jin Corki just loses at least half their HP, if not the full HP bar, as you saw Surenfire go down quick.
Yeah, that will be the tower taken out. Here comes Mom. What can Mom do? It's going to round everyone up into this redemption, and Minji, well, he gets hit by those ults, is going to be back to full HP, and I think J-Team, this could be a massive lusting lullaby. Here it comes. It's going to be Chi-Chi. He has to try and deny anything from happening, and he will. In the meanwhile, though, it's honestly Lakai just pushing in this mid wave. Fido dealing with it, but there's so many cooldowns used. 1 minute until this Outer Dragon, and will we even have Lilia ult available to ourselves?
Somehow no inhib picked up. I think the Lilia ulti will be up in time. It does get to a pretty short cooldown. He's only level 15 though. And Mikhail's picked up. There's a QSS, there's a cleanse. I thought Surenfire had maybe turned the game around landing that Lilia ulti, but there's just so much to deal with the Lilia ulti.
And so, yeah, I mean, Lima's certainly hurting if he is getting those flames spitting off, but it isn't easy. It's so hard for him to find any time in between auto attacks of Chi-Chi, ultimately.
Yeah, it's just Limas as well.
Oh, Enso, maybe getting a bit aggressive. That is the curtain call, and Kurak getting solo. Surenfire getting solo. One more landing. Oh, he fleds and he gets it. How was that a kill? This Jin is doing so much damage. Now Enso has flash. He could turn this. Magnet Storm almost available here for the Rao, but they don't need it. They can turn their attention towards this Elder. Surenfire, he's so low, but he has it all to do. Can he pull off what Gemini's done time and time again? Can he find a steal? It's going to be so difficult, though. He's getting the movement speed. He's going to be marked. There's no way into this pit. There's no way. Tien trying to turn it. Surenfire, what can he do? That's the Steric Shield's massive, but is it massive enough? Lakai's on a flank again. Lakai, he has the flash. Will he find the angle this time? No, he's backing away. They do find the kill onto Tien, though. Tien is now dead for 55 seconds. It's a 4v5. Some low health bars, but the shielding from Lava should be enough to keep them topped up, and this Outer Dragon will be picked up by J-Team.
Yeah, I mean, Ground Zero just end up bleeding another kill, trying to contest this Dragon, down a member, low HP bars. Let's see if they can clear out some of these waves, and there's no Baron, at least for the side of J-Team, so maybe the Smolder can just kill these waves. You do just have open inhibs, though, top and mid.
Yeah, and how are you supposed to deal with the Elder? You have the Smolder, who has this little puny execute, compared to 5 members of J-Team. Minji alone could just hit a single thing. Oh, hold up.
No.
Lakai getting caught out here in the mid lane. Is going to have to pop that Gnar ult. In the meanwhile, though, these are 3 people committed to Lakai. Lemus is chasing. Fido's trying to defend, but there's minions in the base. What can we do? Lusting Lullaby available. Flash not available, importantly here, for this Lilia. As Chi-Chi just mows down these minion wave. Out comes the curtain call, and there's no way to stop this. Lemus, if he gets hit, he could just get executed on the spot. Kurak, is going to dodge away from that fourth shot. Chi now no curtain call available. Lakai did manage to make it out, is teleporting back to this base. Enso guiding these minions, guiding his team towards these Nexus towers. Kurak getting so low. Enso finding the engage. Everyone's going to fall. Oceania, you were so close, but it's going to have to take a third game up against J-Team, who will secure game number 2 yet again.
And of course it goes to 3 games. I'm excited. I don't know what we're going to get in this third game. Every game is going to Elder, multiple Barons. This time around, it's Chi-Chi. Just the rock for his team. Minji has a great game for himself too. Picks up a quadra kill in that game. To me though, I think the star of that game was Lava.
Yeah.
On the Ivern. I think he had a great showing on the Ivern. Showed just how strong this pick can be and shows why some of our top PCS teams are banning this pick away from him.
Yeah, if you ever wondered why people ban Lava's Ivern, that's kind of why, right? Well, it's not even that easy to say, oh, yep, this is a very impactful play he had, and it was game-turning. It's just the consistency. How many times did we see a Nautilus ult used onto Minji or used onto Chi-Chi, and it's just completely null and void because the Ivern exists? As well as, it's important to say, he was much more aggressive early game. He was able to find that early kill mid for Minji, which really got the ball starting for J-Team. He was even able to help out bot lane, which eventuated into that 2v2 kill for the side of J-Team. Yes, they went and griefed it, did some happy gaming, maybe some clown fiestering diving, but ultimately they did find themselves at an advantage. I think, MVP, I think Lauva deserved it. The only other two, I mean, so does Chi-Chi and Minji, to be fair. All 3 of them played fantastically. Enso as well, outside of a couple early dives that went really weird. I think he had a fantastic game. Those engages he was finding in those team fights were massive. The one team fight where Tien finds that flank on the bottom lane and Enso just full sends, commits his own life, and actually saves like 3 members of J-Team. That's game deciding. If not for him finding that angle, slowing up and CCing 4 members of Ground Zero, game might just be a wrap at that stage.
Identifying that that's his job in that comp. If you're just alive as the Ivern Rel, they can pretty much just end, even in 2v2s in those situations. So need to protect your carries when you've got this Ivern on your team. Lakai, much better showing for him this game. Still a bit of hesitation with these big team fight ults, I felt like. But did enough. You know, he won his lane as he should on the Gnar, had permanent priority. The lane was evened out by Surenfire just showing up top lane and standing between Lakai and his turret for several waves. But ultimately, Thien, with all that help, wasn't really able to do that much. Got some good TP flanks.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it's important to note as well that because Surenfire spent so much time up there, a massive advantage was gained in the mid and bot side there for J-Team. I mean, they were picking up the dragons early. Yes, Ground Zero got one of them, but it was J-Team who ended up, the dragon score 4-1. They gave over all but one Void Grub in exchange for just so much potential later on in the game. And I think
Nice play
Phyto,
from Lakai.
I think Phyto may have misclicked and got Lemus killed.
I don't think he meant to shoot that blast gun. I think they were both scrambling for that blast gun. And,
Lemus.
Lemus. I mean, very impactful on the Smolder. Smolder was not the problem by any means this game. Probably the only saving grace in this game. But I think the point still stands that Lemus and Kurak are the stars of this team, and you need them to have strong early game agency.
I think maybe even just from experience that I've had in sort of esports and knowing how some teams operate, it could be like the thing where you just have so many veterans, so many players can absolutely carry the game. They're like, well, we'll give them a shot, whatever. But the only thing so far, and it's a 100% consistency, the only time they've won is when Lemus is on something with a lot of autonomy. Prio, autonomy, whatever you want to say. That is when they've won. If he hasn't had those, he's lost. They've lost. It's just night and day the difference. And I don't think it's because of the level of players or whatever. It's kind of, to me, strikes me as a similar thing to Frank, where it's like, it's not because Gemini can't play APs that they don't succeed. It's just the team works much better around it. And I think so far, at least in the PCS, and this is almost certainly different in the LCO, but here in the PCS, it does seem like if Lemus is able to take control of his lane, of what he's doing, they have a much better rate of success.
Still managed to do the most damage in the game, did Lemus. While Minji made the most gold and managed to pick up 12 kills for himself. Good game on the core. He enabled by the Ivern. I think some questionable item builds from Surenfire and a night and day difference. Minji does get the MVP. Don't hate it.
I'm still a little concerned because Minji again had a fantastic start to this game, but he does just feel very quiet, right? It feels like he's not really.
Yeah, and that's crazy to say when he got a quadra. I understand what you're saying. Even though he got a quadra, it still just felt like, yeah, he just doesn't look as comfortable on the Corki as he does on some of his mages, but he does enough to get them across the line, importantly this game.
What was this fight?
I think we're just watching the same fight again. And this was a really nice engage from Enso onto Shermfire. Shermfire had a miserable game on the Lilia. In a game I think it should have been difficult to actually kill this Lilia, especially if she gets any sort of start, but he kind of played the Lilia like it was a, you know, like it was a Sejuani or an Ivern, where he was just kind of supporting his teammates, making sure they got through their lane phases, but this was a game where he had to farm up.
Yeah.
And he needed to carry his game.
And I cannot believe it. I cannot believe we've got another PCS versus LCO game. We've got another series that's going to 3, and another one that you're going into being like, I have absolutely no clue what to expect. But we are going to have another 7-ish minutes of a break. When we're back, we'll see if J-Team can get it done, or if the LCO hopes can be kept alive.
可以继续压着，我们那儿逼了，我觉得要冰了这里。我要看火龙的位置，不要看到闪跳了。我得把火龙杀了。他力量没惊人的，火龙没闪，泰坦没闪没大，泰坦没闪没大。火龙没闪是不是？刚刚开始没闪，没闪，直接热了。你顶了，我直接 A 烂。A 塔。我连把出来。慢慢看，都慢慢来。开下。火龙。喜欢你。哎，注意一下！是没。错。哦，还行。
OTT 奥运转播多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有趣的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home. Weakest thought, money driven, major fraud, worthless body, diamond bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me, I'm like the world, I'm mercy, I'm craving it, the fantasy, I'm getting it, just call it free. This night won't forever remain. Your memory caught in your vein. Your mind could be the greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, run away now, get wild. Run away now, raging power, weakest thought, money driven, major So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. So welcome through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody, for the last time tonight, and it's time to raise any Australian animal you have, because it is truly backs against the wall for both teams. I've said it time and time again, but now we're at Game 3, J-Team versus Ground Zero. We've seen this before, and last time it went J-Team's way.
Yeah, that is true, so we'll see if history repeats itself. It did not earlier. Frank were able to get their revenge, and Ground Zero are going for theirs. It's impossible to call. Both teams have had their turns getting the early game leads, and both teams, it took Elders, it took Souls, it took Barons to actually close out the game, and it will be Ground Zero back on the blue side, and the draft looked a lot better for them on that blue side, maybe by virtue of getting the Aurora pick. And in that game one, J-Team, you kind of saw what they were going for. They were assembling a sort of anti-dive comp so that when the Aurora ulted, you actually couldn't really follow up into like a Kennen and a Renata, but didn't quite work out for them game one. And I think this game, they should just ban that away. We'll see if Chi-Chi gets forced onto the Draven again this time around.
Yeah, definitely looked better at the Jhin. Not necessarily better, I shouldn't say, but he had a better game.
He had a better game.
Much easier to play the Jhin than it is a Draven. Just in general, you know, range being a big factor as to why. Now, Game 3, nerves for both teams. Their entire year now on the line, and it all comes down to one singular game. Ivern is a great way to start this pick ban.
Yep, I agree completely. Lava has looked very good on the Ivern. Probably the player most inclined to play the Ivern in the PCS by a wide margin. No one else really picking it up.
Just Karsa.
Yeah, Karsa occasionally. And Zeri banned away. Should just be an Ezreal ban to follow up the Zeri ban.
Yeah, but I'm worried. Do J-Team, how highly do they rate this Aurora? Because they could possibly look... there's ban. I was going to say they could look to leave it open and the Ashe open. But they are just going to ban it up. Now, this should be an Ashe ban.
Yeah, has to be.
I'm sure they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, Lemus
Lemus's Ashe.
Yeah, he will just solo win his team the game if you let him have this Ashe, and they will not. So first pick was Corki last time for J-Team, and Ground Zero going to return the favor. Let's see what Minji has cooked up here, because I'm seeing a smirk on his face. Might just be the Yone. Yone Sejuani, very strong combo.
Yeah, not something we expect out of Minji. I kind of would have liked to see Maokai again. I mean, I said it last time. Oh. He tried. He did try this before.
Yeah, the Tristana has not looked good when we've seen it so far since the nerfs. This champion has been very severely nerfed and was already kind of losing these matchups to Corki before the nerfs. So now, should be very Corki-sided, but we've seen Minji just navigate the weaker side of these matchups against Fido very well.
Yeah, maybe the Maokai coming out.
Yeah, I really like the Maokai pick, considering that Shrimfire has been preferring the Lilia. Maokai feels much better into the Lilia than the Sejuani does, especially if you're not going to be bringing melee champions, which J-Team just haven't.
Yeah. Now, a Mumu. Okay.
All right.
We've got ourselves a team composition, and we're only 2 champs in. Rumble as well. A lot of AP damage.
Okay. Rumble and Mumu should just be the Kennen locked up here for Lakai, I think.
Yeah, maybe just a Cassante, something that builds magic resist. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. There it is.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hate this either. Not going to win the lane the way the Kennen might, but is probably a much more comfortable champion for Lakai. This is his first time playing it in playoffs, but we've seen him in the regular season on this champion plenty.
Yeah, and I think, from my memory, the most ridiculous Cassante teamfight I've ever seen was actually Lakai last split.
Yeah, I do remember that. Completely 1v9.
So he is comfortable on this champ. He will be behind. It is a Rumble. Although we said that about the Cassante versus Gwen matchup, and Biopanther just solo killed Yijang on that Gwen. So, you know, sometimes things don't go as you'd expect.
Yep. Alistair once again Banned Away is a very popular ban, and we're actually going to ban the Smolder away from Lemus. We were constructing a pretty scary team fight comp with the Smolder thrown in.
Yeah, true. Misfortune as well makes so much sense.
Yep.
Curse of the Sad Bullet Time, a Season 3 classic even. Maybe it was 4, I can't remember, but it was a classic nonetheless.
Yeah, and I wonder what Lemus will go for here. The Jin doesn't feel great into K'Sante Maokai.
Yeah, Ral going to be banned away, so now it is probably Chi-Chi picking up a champ. I mean, you could just pick your support. It doesn't really matter, I don't feel. Unless you have a high priority on an AD carry you don't want them to have. Maybe it is just going to be the Jin. Now the Jin here for Chi-Chi probably feels a little better than it would for Lemus, just by virtue of there isn't as much tank stats going around. Now, there is obviously the fact you're in a mobile AD carry up against the Mumu and a Rumble, but hopefully he is able to stay outside that range and use Jin's kit like he was in game number 2.
Yeah, Jin just has the option to do that, where a lot of ADCs cannot play as far back as the Jin. So it's going to feel nice to just be able to stay away from the Amumu shenanigans, just forced onto Varus as Lemus.
Yeah, the Varus kind of going down that tier list and looking like a Braum. Fantastic champ into Jin, that's for sure.
Yep.
But now it will be Enso with his choice of champ. He did go for the Renata in game number 1. And the Karma would be very good into Braum in an isolation 1v1.
Same story with the Rakan, also very good into the Braum.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see this Karma.
But Karma is a traditional counter pick to the Braum.
And it's locked in. Okay, nice. So Jay's team, so far, really the only team showing they have some prep up against the Braum. Most teams just willing to handshake that.
Yeah, way too many people getting away with the blind pick Brahms. We'll see how the bot lane of J-Team punish it. They've suffered and struggled against the duo of Lemus and Kurat.
However, now Shinfire, he had his time to carry. Now he is going to be on more of a tank. He will probably have Leandries, but other than that, some tank stats coming through. Obviously, this is a very good game for him to just go that Leandries into an Abyssal Mask. Should bode pretty well for his side. On the other side of the map, though, I mean, it's going to be hard to pilot playing around a Mumu. You have this Maokai, which can deny Mumu a lot of what he wants to do, especially, once again, you know, classic Maokai, this is just what Maokai is, but if you're at the objective first, it becomes very difficult for you to make your way then into that objective from the opposing side.
Yeah, as well as just the vision control you get with this champion. I think this champion is very good, and Lava is very good on the Maokai. Shrimpfire, on the other hand, does prefer the carries, so we'll see how he gets by on the Amumu. For these kind of decisive, really high-pressure games, it's great to just have a go button. Just a very simple engage, and Amumu is exactly that. So
yeah.
Gonna appreciate that on the side of Ground Zero.
And for any Oceanic player, this is probably the highest stakes game they've been in a long time, no, excluding the likes of maybe FBI or Fudge, but at least in the LCO, this is about as high stakes as it has been. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are maybe at the midst of history as we do start up game number 3. We're all on the Rift, looking at runes. Everything is pretty standard. It's J-Team versus Ground Zero, winner to go into that best of 5 tomorrow, to take on Frank Esports, to try and qualify for that second stage of the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe just the Comet for Theon over First Strike is the interesting choice there. We do usually actually see the Comet into K'Sante, and other tanks you can take the First Strike, maybe just needing the Comet for this lane on the Rumble.
A lot of aggression here early on in the bottom blue side of J-Team's jungle, but they do have a nice ward there to spot them out, and it's going to be hard, I think, for Lemus and Kurak to get to this lane. There is a ward there, so they will know if Karma's about, but just one empowered Q does so much damage.
Yeah, probably just eating a Mantra Q here as is the usual against these Karmas.
Does have Guardians, so the first one should be majoritively blocked up, but...
Yeah. So, I'm going to try hit the wave up here too. Actually doesn't Mantra. Just decides to hit the wave, get his ADC some prio.
Yeah, and prio they will have, and that is one thing they should be able to keep for this game. Now, Lemus, again, he's got his work cut out for him. He is playing this a mobile AD carry. He has cleanse, sure, get him away from part of Lauva's CC, but if he ever finds himself near Lakai, it can be very, very hard for him to navigate his way around.
Once upon a time, you felt okay in these situations as the Varus because you were going lethality. Minji gonna get the full bomb off, but eats a quirky Q. In the meantime, trade goes evenly. Sustain is even as well.
What an honorable trade.
Yeah, but once upon a time on this Jhin, you go lethality and it doesn't even matter that you fall behind in the early game. You have so much impact.
Well, Schönfire might be able to find himself a fantastic flank here. Level 2 now hit for the side of Ground Zero. There's no ward. He's made his way through. Oh, they do have that one in the river, but this is going to be so hard to navigate. Cleanse comes through. Now the second Bandage Toss going to be available. Winter's Blight does connect it onto Enso. The flash forward gets himself out of there.
What a flash from Enso just as the Bandage Toss comes out, and Lemus at some point commit his flash too.
Lemus trying to commit it to find that damage, and so now this is a Varus without the flash. So proactive play, yeah, sure, fantastic. But, oh, Lauva here, there's a ward.
Yeah, great ward in the lane for Ground Zero, but not sure if it does them any good.
Lauva just coming to make sure Schönfire's not there.
Yeah, and now he can go clear his bot side, and the situation does not get better anytime soon for Ground Zero. This wave is going away from them, and Maokai's going to be here for a while on the bot side. So J-Team just kind of nuking the wave, not letting it come back to them.
Yeah, apparently they don't care. But just pushing it back in. I mean, you do want to have Prio as the Jhin Karma, of course. Champions like Karma love you to be at tower so they can just sit there firing off abilities. Chi-Chi. With that speed, will get up, get that auto attack, trades it for the wall there as Lemus dodges out of that Deadly Flourish.
Yep, Chi-Chi spending a lot of mana in this early phase.
Oh, looks like Lakai's having a bunch of fun.
Yeah, as you often do against the Rumble.
Galactic Hyper Barrier indeed. Mid lane, I mean, this is how the lane used to always look as well, where it's just even house trades, but Corki suffers from that cleanse. But yeah, cleanse from Lemus. No flash as well for him on this Varus, and there's a battle between these junglers. It looks like Lauva actually able to take that smite away, picks himself up those Raptors. Now Lemus, he does have to be careful, even though it could be a 3v3. He finds himself exceptionally low. There goes that Guardian as well, and our Schönfire's location will be noted by that sapling. Lauva just being at the right place, right time again.
Yeah, feels a lot better to be the Maokai in these situations.
Oh, Chi-Chi took a tower shot there.
Yeah, so ahead in terms of HP, though. I think J-Team probably just want to kill this wave and get out of here, though.
Lemus has to be careful. Bouncing Grenade will connect. Does dodge out of that Deadly Flourish, though.
Nice Q
connecting. Kurak is just an
Kurak.
absolute beast.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy Q connecting from him. CS not getting out of hand yet for the bot lane of Ground Zero, but...
Okay, this should be known now that there is some jungle antics going on as Schönfire comes, helps them clear out this wave. It'll get Lemus back to his base, allow him to reset, get that health nice and topped up, while J-Team trying to deal with this minion wave that's pushing towards them.
Yeah, Minji and Fido trading heavily still.
Oh, God. Oh, you could see it. Minji hitting 6 in the midst of that fight and just give him an inch, taking a mile.
Yeah, continues to get the better of Fido in this matchup. No chance to really even flash for Fido, right? Just has a Tristana on top of him, low mana on this Corki. We'll see if he Valks the Tristana W here, or maybe just doesn't have the mana for it.
Minji realizing he's about to hit 6.
W's onto the creep as well to finish off the creep with his W. Hits 6 immediately. Mega outplay. Well played by Minji. That's that clutch factor.
Coaching staff there. Very, very happy indeed with the result of that 1v1 in the mid lane, and Minji continuing to get the better, as you said. Looking again aggressively. Obviously did lose his flash in that last engagement, whereas Fido does have his, so maybe looking to punish, but ultimately Tristana, possibly the safest mid laner that exists in the game, maybe outside LeBlanc.
Still down 8 CS is Minji. Corki should be winning this lane. This is Corki favored. Even with a cull and a tier picked up early for Fido. Correct gets chunked to half, but I don't think there was ever going to be a dragon contest. J-Team really prioritized these early game dragons, as we said, averaging more dragons in the first 15 minutes than any other team in playoffs so far.
Yeah, we're going to quite happily take that one.
Yeah, Void Grubs, on the other hand, picked up 4 Sturmfire, and he can maybe look at this red buff.
I'll be interested to see. Oh, wow.
Karak not able to block any of that damage for his ADC. Limas struggling down here. The one good thing about the on-hit Jhin in these situations is you do build lifesteal.
Oh, Shenfire level 6.
Oh, wow. He can just ult Lava here. He's just dead.
Lava. Yeah, he's going to go over.
Even give it to Fido. Yeah.
Nice. Well done by Ground Zero.
Lava just scratching his head. Forgetting how much more XP the Void Grubs give than the Dragon. Lava getting way too aggressive.
Oh, hold up, Minji. One auto is all it would take. Fido has flash. Fido has flash. Oh,
What?
no. Oh, no.
Has happened?
Hands off the keyboard. Hands on face. The face palm moment.
After just picking up a kill, too, you'd think Fido would be looking to get himself a recall. 4th shot from the Jhin ultimate blocked there by Karak.
I want to see a replay. Did he die to the splash of the E passive?
Yeah,
of
he died
Tristana?
to like minions or something. He was just... Minji was just not one auto there. He was a Q and an auto from dead. As yeah, Fido gets donated a kill by his jungler and immediately throws it back to Minji.
Minji realizing there is no ultimate available for a Mumu. I mean, let's have a look. So, obviously this part happens. Oh, Minji, the potion,
Yeah,
honestly.
and then
keeping
this
Fido alive.
flash is just ridiculous from Fido. I don't know what he's hoping
It was.
to achieve
It was.
here.
I knew that was what happened. Damn, man.
Yeah, was trying to just Q auto Minji, but at best, that's a 1-for-1. So, just ill-advised that he would go for that.
Hold up. Top lane, though. Tien getting looked at. Nature's Glass coming out. He does have that flash to get away, and all out was matched by Lakai. Actually, he ends up getting that route, but he makes enough distance with the Nimbus Cloak and with the flash.
Yeah, Thien does have to flash away, but hangs on to his life for now.
Definitely an avenue to punish, though.
Yeah.
Going ahead is that one will come, this equalizer.
Yeah, I think he stopped Lakai's back with that and cleared most of the wave. Minji getting so aggressive in this mid lane. Doesn't even win these trades when he jumps in, so I really don't understand how he's been winning this lane.
That's just when his ult's up, he has that extra sort of execute, right? Not execute as in it's what it does, but just that burst of damage that comes through.
Magic damage, too, importantly, on the Tristana ultimate against these tabbies.
And so looking for Kurak, he is going to be able to get that dash off. I mean, just around the rift. It looks like it should be J-Team winning, but they're not. And that's off the back of Shenfire. Yep. They are down in goal. Shenfire landing a bandage shot onto Lalva again and maybe looking for something else. Yeah, Lalva does not have access to his ultimate as bandage shots. Maybe looked at again by Shenfire. Shenfire going aggressive. Will land another one. Ultimate is available, but not going to be able to find it.
And I think Shenfire just scared them away with his aura there or something. His team was nowhere near following up on that play, but he just kept going forward and no one on J-Team wanted to hit him.
Well, it looked like there was a trade bot. Obviously, the Chain of Corruption now gone from Limas, and they're finding their way onto Chi-Chi, but Shenfire, Shenfire goes wide with a flash. Kirsten said Mummy, and Kurak will secure that kill with the Winter's Bite, but Shenfire just taking absolute control of the bot side of the map, and Ground Zero, they're up 2k gold nearly early on into this one.
Yeah, out of nowhere, as Fido's still just suffering in this mid lane. What the hell?
Did he get the he was looking for the reset, but the auto attack came through just too late.
And both these mid laners just playing their hearts out in the mid lane. Minji loses his flash, doesn't get much there, has his Blade of the Ruin King soon. As Sturmfire has his Leandries finished already. First person to complete an item in this game.
Yeah, very strong on the Amumu. We've seen already in the past in the PCS how strong this champion can be. Now, importantly, keeping up an XP has been Fido. Obviously, he has gone down twice. He picked himself up 1 kill, but I'm kind of perplexed as to where this lead's coming from. I guess mainly just top and jungle farm.
Yeah. Top is up a lot of farm, so is jungle. I mean, Shern was at one point 2 levels up, level 8 to Lakai's level 6. So it's a very lopsided game we've got on our hands. Somehow, after this early game, Limas is perfectly even. The man is a magician.
Yeah, definitely very skilled.
Shenfire, 6 grubs.
They're finding Lalva again.
Uh-oh.
But Enzo is here first. Enzo's going to be here well before Shenfire gets there. But yeah, Kurak has gone way too far forward. Has flash, but he's not going to use it. And that's a 3rd kill now. Minji I mean, if you had a player on J team that you wanted to be in charge of trying to get this comeback, it is going to be Minji. Nature's Guard's coming out. He does have that phase rush. Dodges out. No, he doesn't. Let's get hit, but ultimately will survive.
Yeah, Limas not in range to finish off Lava there, and does limp away as this Raptor camp is doing strange things to everyone's brains. Fido farming up really well. It's just sucks to be against a 3-0 Tristana right now. Largely his own doing. As Limas is fishing for an ulti onto Enso there. No flashes up or cleanse up for Chi-Chi. I think Shrimfire should be beelining it at this enemy bot lane. They're actually on their way mid.
He is on the dragon, but it is being spotted out. Enso's obviously being that Karma will be able to poke away at this. And
this should be uncontestable for J-Team. No cleanse, no flash.
Yeah, but Minji is so strong. Looks like they're not going to be able to make it there. It is ultimately just not a jungler either. So Ground Zero, they'll get the second one of the game. Same thing happened in game number 2. But this time, they do find themselves at an advantage.
Yeah, gold lead. Almost a K, but pretty insignificant, I think, at this point. It's more that mid lane is just going to become more and more of a problem. Once Tristana has lifesteal now, all of these trades are just insignificant from Corki. He's got a Cull and a Tear and the Heartbound Axe. He's doing very little damage. What damage he does is very quickly healed back by Minji.
Obviously, Tien, though, up on this top side, doing a great job for himself. Secured himself 2 plates and is up a lot of farm. So, plate gold seems to be where the majority of this lead has stemmed from, as you see the bot side as well. 2 plates in favor of Ground Zero.
Yeah,
I think a lot of it coming just from Shurnfire.
Yeah, itemization is going to feel great for the top side of J-Team, though, against a Mumu Rumble. Merc Treads feel amazing, so does any MR item. And no one's super fed on the side of Ground Zero in terms of these ADCs that you have to rush into armor items for. Even Limas does quite a bit of magic damage on the...
Oh, Minji has to be careful.
Oh.
Shurnfire's here. Rocket Jump comes through. Nice. Okay. Responding in kind. Is getting aggressive onto Tien and having a really good time in that isolated matchup, but...
A lot of members of Ground Zero up here, though.
Yeah, Tien's flash is back available. This is going to be... The Rift Shield started up, as Limas won't be able to get here. If Lakai wants to, he certainly can teleport up there. It would cost them a tower, though, and I am of the belief that that's not worth the Rift Shield.
Yeah. As this is a very depressing lane for Lakai to be in, with as much magic resist as he's built to be against the Varus. It is just a Vamp Scepter and a Pickaxe on Limas. So shouldn't be too threatening, but this is the point in the game where maybe Cassante has some pressure onto Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly would be. Obviously, it's hard to ever guarantee that that's a fact. As Tien going to get jumped on. Rocket jump from Minji, but he's going to have to back on out as Fido is there. Ultimately, it won't matter too much. He has that lifesteal and didn't commit too hard to the play.
Yeah, Cull almost finished for Fido as Limas finishes his Blade of the Ruined King now. It should be a reasonably good game for this on-hit Varus. Has a Maokai and a Cassante to wail on.
Yeah, smart itemization, I think, this game out of Lava, going for that.
Oh, TP?
Yeah, TP coming through from Tien. It should be noticed. Enso definitely going to find out. Nature's Guard's coming through. They do manage to pick up that Rift Shield. And so much being committed here. Lakai makes it back to his team. And it seems like we've just made it out. Rift Shield for nothing. They're going to lose that teleport on Tien. They also responded in kind from Lakai, however.
Yeah, not syncing up the Amumu and Rumble ultis. Oh, if Shrin goes for this, it's going to be disastrous. They don't have the damage. Limas wailing away on the mid tower, meanwhile 6 grubs, so any uptime on these towers feels amazing for Ground Zero. This is something domestically they prioritized in the 6 Void grubs, so they play very well around the map with it.
Minji once again going to be focused down. No Nature's Grasp here for Lava, so engage range, not really what you'd want it to be. And he also did lose Flash at that Rift Shield as well.
Yep. Fido, not really that intimidating for Lakai. Doesn't have his first item finished.
Limas, though, takes a tail shot, but Chain of Corruption lands. That's going to be the cleanse. To trade all those summoners.
So aggressive. Limas in the mid lane. No one else on the map, even. We saw him get punished for that in the previous game, not this time around, as this tower is just going down without anyone getting local gold.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're JT, you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
It will just be that 250 gold spread between the 5 members of Ground Zero. Not all that impactful, but I like how these series develop. You know, now we've kind of just got a real quiet one.
Yeah.
Nothing too fancy. 2k gold lead for Ground Zero, just based entirely off the fact they have sort of the stronger lanes. As well as, honestly, just Schönfire's positioning around the map has been fantastic this game.
Yeah, it feels like, once again, Minji is very strong this game, just needs one of his teammates to step up. And they should be able to, you know, have a decent game at least for themselves.
I agree, but it's very difficult to play against this Amumu now. Schönfire looking to go for even more AP, finds a 2-man engage. That's going to be Inso taken out very, very quick, and even another one. This Amumu champion, an absolute problem. Kurak secures himself a second of the game, and it should be the second dragon in turn.
Yeah, that's the power of these decisive engages. Schönfire just finds a Q. I think they did have vision in that bush, so not swept out by the side of J-Team. They get punished hard. That's stressful. Lava, 0-2-1. Not nearly as good of a game as the previous.
And 10 making it up to this top side. Equalizer coming out, clears out that entire wave.
Frustrates Minji out of being able to grab that top tower. Needs some gold if he's going to be able to carry this game well ahead of Fido, who is the next richest person on the map. So,
yeah, new next wave coming in. No equalizer. Should be able to pick up this top tower at least now. Lemus does get hit by that one, but importantly no root, so no real follow-up can come through.
Yeah, fishing for an ulti there, Lemus. No cleanse.
Well, Fido even teleporting up here. 10 was actually walking, but they're not willing to even give over one tower. They are just, you know, now 3k gold ahead, extending that lead for themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure across the map from Ground Zero, and they're just... It's kind of a full map press with these 6 Void Grubs they've got. Now they've got 2 dragons to their name, too. And next time this Amumu ulti is up, Schönfire has flash Chi-Chi, no cleanse. I think there'll be a short window where he can go.
Well, Minji with 2 items now. The Void Quick Blade's picked up. It is the Warmogs as well there. Picked up for Kurak. I can't believe we had game 1 and 2, how game 1 and 2 went, and now we're just...
Yeah, 7 kills at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So, we are... Oh, yeah, Fido doing plenty of damage now. Doesn't have his second item yet.
Minji able to heal up, though, off these minion waves. Is Schönfire guarding his top lane, or I guess his top lane, but his mid laner. Coming around even. Bandit Shot's going to connect at least that time. Flash from Minji.
Wow.
Oh no, another one's going to come through. Okay, that one does go wide.
Yeah, just Flash is respecting the second bandage toss potentially coming out.
Baron up. Do Ground Zero have the confidence to just go and do it? Correct.
Oh, this is
bandage
not a
toss.
choke.
Minji though. Minji has actually found himself at perfect positioning, and Schönfire not able to find the ult. He does. He eventually finds it in the flash forward, and now Fido's going to be able to go as he wishes. That's 2 kills. The ult coming through the curtain call. Schönfire just need to hit him once. Won't be able to do so, but the root coming through. Lakai, it's a 3v5, and just Ground Zero turning it on. It does cost a flash, but they get 2 kills. Lakai looking aggressively here on Fido.
Yeah, and I thought about maybe the Baron for Ground Zero there, but Schönfire is low, and even with the on-hit Varus, it's risky. Let's get this turret in the top lane for Ground Zero, and then Fido can probably recall for his 2-item spike. And out of nowhere, Fido's got a shutdown for himself.
Yeah, that's something we've seen him do consistently, right? Is find his way back into these tough games when he is in a rough spot. Got solo killed twice, but now he's found himself in a fairly decent position. Not bleeding any further.
Yeah, Zeke's is Schönfire's choice of second item as Lemus gets rooted, but I don't think he's in any trouble. And Minji just not respecting Schönfire's flash here. Needs to just relax. Shouldn't be this excited to auto the Braum wall.
Well, only just gets caught.
Yeah.
But look at the importance of just Lakai being here so much later.
Yeah. And so losing his flash as well. But that is the extent of the damage. They do lose their top tower as well on J-Team, but they're just bleeding more gold.
Happiness in the coaching booth of Ground Zero. And,
yeah, relief.
I mean, for good reason.
Yeah, Schönfire doing as much damage as his Corki. Won't be the case for long. Fido should have his second item completed now, and this is a giant spike for this Corki, as Minji finally gets this top tower that he's been working on. And honestly, he's equal to the Corki now. Probably I'm taking the Corki in a 1v1 in the side lane.
I would be inclined to agree, I do think, because...
Oh,
whoa! Okay.
Kind Boy Thean blocks the W for his ADC. And shoots some skill shots at a very fast Jhin. And Lava, I just feel like I haven't even seen him press his ulti this game. Maybe has to use it here to wave clear.
Yeah, teleport coming through is going to pop it. Kurak going to be able to block that up, however. Through comes that Nature's Grass. It lands onto only one person, but Lakai's actually at this team fight for the first time. Lava's going to go down, but the Pathmaker could be fantastic. No, it's not going to be able to connect. No one's gone down just yet as Lava slowly burning, but there goes that curse of the Sad Mummy, and unfortunately does not land onto anyone. Lava, though, loses Flash. Lakai also loses Flash, and it's just wins and constant wins here for Ground Zero.
Yeah, and now we got to figure out who's...
Shunfire. Shunfire might be caught out. Minji jumping forward, gets stunned up, but there's no ult, and that's a kill round, and Chi-Chi picks it up.
Oh, what a disaster for Shunfire. He wastes his ulti in that fight, and now he's dead for this dragon that they were stacking up so well.
Tien has Flash, and is going to have to use it.
Wow.
Wow, that was a... top! They're doing the Baron. Okay, the Sky Orbs come through. The Sky Orbs come through, and now Ground Zero realize there is no way in hell they can pick up this Baron.
Okay, a bit of a desperate Baron attempt from Ground Zero. Chi-Chi gonna dodge the Braum Q and be perfectly fine. Has Cleanser and Flash for himself. Should be able to defend this tower fine.
Fido looking for him, though. He has Flash. Does have to use it there. As Fido actually takes a substantial amount of damage by the captive audience, but won't, unfortunately, go down. Now, Baron being looked at. Pings are going down onto it as Chi-Chi obviously very low from what just happened, having to recall.
Yeah, and how impressive from Ground Zero to just make J-Team bleed for a dragon that they should just be getting for free. Ground Zero lose their jungler, and J-Team just lose so much to get this Baron.
Minji trying to clear out this wave. Won't be able to do so. Lima's picking up this mid tower for the side of Ground Zero. 6 kills to 4 is the kill score. Both AD carries here on J-Team picking themselves up one, but it's really looking like Limas and Fido to be the biggest threats in this game, as well as, of course, just Shunfire being that Amumu, being that constant threat. Team fight, AoE damage that comes through from that champion is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, Limas, no opportunity to even impact the fight this game yet, has still garnered himself a 200 gold shutdown. They have hit the Baron on Ground Zero.
Yeah, Lava's going to be able to spot this out, however, with that sapling as it's down, getting lower and lower. Nature's Grass back available. No Flash on Chi-Chi, though, and no Flash on Lava. Shunfire still just taking this up. His teleport coming through. Lakai going to be able to be at this team fight yet again. No Flash for this Cassandre. Nature's Grass coming through. Lava's going to find his way into the pit, but here comes the everything, really. Pathmaker going to be used to get away from Lakai here, and he's just going to get taken down. Not even going to get a chance. Oh, yes, he does, but it's not going to mean anything. Very weird team fight coming out here from J-Team as Chi-Chi gonna have to cleanse up that slow from that harpoon. Shunfire gonna connect. It's trying to be that bramble toss, and the bandage toss is gonna be Minji picking up 1 kill. He's kiting. Lava's gonna get taken out. Now Fido versus Minji. Could it be the revenge? It's not just yet, but Limas does pick himself up a first kill. Minji's trying to find the fight. No, he will not. And there it is. Retribution for Fido, and a massive lead for Ground Zero as they try and get themselves into tomorrow's best of 5.
And that should just be Baron now for Ground Zero. They can recall both of these solo laners and TP them straight back in. There goes Thean. Fido starts up now, and yeah, that should just be a free Baron. Let's see if Enzo can try steal this with the Mantra Q.
He's going to have vision. There is a pink ward out, and with that, he is going to choose to back away. Maybe go around, look for a sneaky one from the side, and he is. Oh my god, if this happens. Oh my god, if this happens. Oh my god. Oh.
Now, too hard to outsmite the Varus. Actually, Limas, all reliable, does grab the Baron, and this is why you go for flanks on Cassante. You cannot front to back with this champion because you get one shot.
I can't believe he didn't go forward.
Yeah, probably should have. As you know, Lava's not really committed to this play with him either. Both of these carries on J-Team are single target champions. They want to hit one guy at a time, so Ground Zero were too clumped up to deal with. Limas ends up so low here. It's a miracle he survives, and Minji just loses this 1v1 to Corki. Corki is the better scaling champion, and there's a reason no one picks the Tristana anymore and prefers the Corki.
Fido, he's happy with himself, as he should be. Damage on that fight, I mean, it's just heavily in favor of the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, and 180 damage from Lakai sticks out like a sore thumb, goes down with his flash.
He had the opportunity to just W through like 3-4 people there.
Yeah, would have certainly done a lot more than 180 damage, and here comes the curtain call.
Yeah, going to be blocked out by Kirk as he actually lands a lot of this fire. This could just be the game. Minji tries to make it out, but won't be able to. Burns down to that equalizer. There's 3 members. It's Lakai, Chi-Chi, and Enso trying to crush LCO's hopes, but LCO looking strong. Ground Zero looking to end it. Can they get this done? The minion wave is very thin. As another one does come through though, correct, trying to find everything he can. Nexus Tower number 1, solo, Pathmaker used. Lakai trying to find the damage, trying to find something. Chi-Chi getting jumped on, Fighter going aggressive, and these rocket barrages are landing. Nexus Tower number 2 will go down. All they have to do is hit the Nexus. Nexus is gonna fall, and LCO will not be silenced. They make it to the best of 5, and will go against Frank Esports tomorrow.
And Ground Zero end that game like it was never even close. They end it in like, what was that, 24 minutes? They grabbed the Baron super early into that game. 30 minutes. Wow, okay. 30 minutes and it was a super low kill game. Ground Zero. Okay, they've got a chance. They've got a shot at Frank. Get revenge for their compatriots, their Oceanic comrades, Team Bliss, who are sent home today. They return the favor, send J-Team home.
Yeah. 1 for 1. 1 PCS team eliminated. 1 LCO team is eliminated now. And what a performance from Schernfire.
Yeah.
That Amumu was incredible. Just time and time again, finding absolutely everything. That last fight, the flash, 3-man ult into just immediate kills. It was so well played. That last game especially, I mean, he had a bit of a nosedive in that second game.
Yeah,
but
horrible
truly turned it around. And ultimately, that Amumu carried LCO, it carried Ground Zero to that victory, and we are going to get to see Ground Zero at least, minimum, 1 more time.
Yeah, and I don't know how Fido keeps getting away from it with it. This is the 2nd time we've seen him on the Corki completely get destroyed in his lane, and then end up with a shutdown about 5 minutes later, the strongest person on the map.
Yeah. Just able to find CS, even though he's going down, it's not at the worst times, able to still get back to lane, get that farm, keep himself topped up in gold. And devastation on the faces of J-Team. Of course, we, just like Team Bliss earlier today, do have to bid J-Team a farewell. It's been a pleasure. Honestly, we've watched them grow, we've watched them play from the spring to now. They've done a tremendous job at growing as players, as a team, and so it is sad for us to see them go. Of course, there's always a special place in our heart for the PCS teams, and unfortunately for 2024, that will do us for J-Team.
Yeah, and how impressive from Ground Zero. They're the first LCO team to ever send the PCS team home.
Yeah.
Here in the playoffs. And off the back of just solid performances all around. Shaky in the mid lane for Fido. But he never tilts and he stays in the game. His teammates are all outplaying their counterparts. And yeah, they get him back into the game. They get him massive this game, and he gets it across the line. Even soloing Minji in one of those final fights gets his redemption. You saw him get very hyped up about that.
Oh, as you would.
Yeah.
I mean, when you solo die twice in your lane and then later on in the game you finally get that sort of revenge and win the game, it feels pretty good. It's one of those mid-gap all chats at the end of the game.
You got to throw a mid-gap up there.
One of those moments. And ultimately, it's sad to see J-Team go, but it's awesome to see LCO still fighting because, again, until now, we've never seen an LCO team come even close to how far either Team Bliss or Ground Zero have made it. And so now that we're one singular best of 5 away from having the LCO in our second stage, having that representation, we've already got 2 LJL teams up there. There's already 3 PCS teams up there. Why not add an Oceanic representative too?
I think that would be amazing. They do have Frank to get through though. And Frank are rebounding. We've still seen some shaky performances in the top lane from Jiang, whereas his counterpart in Thean, we've seen no shakiness at all. From. He has just been as solid as a rock in the top lane. Occasionally, Schernfire's come up there to help him out, but for the most part, just doing a very solid job on this Rumble. And Ground Zero are baiting this fight out of J-Team. They
Oh,
they shouldn't necessarily be favored in this fight, but Lakai just plays the fight so questionably. Goes down instantly, and then the rest of J-Team get cleaned up so quickly. Here's Sternfire with a bandage toss. Not afraid at all to get in there, even if he trades 1-for-1 with this Maokai. Lemus, I have no idea how he lives here. Thean does a good job of protecting him and getting on top of Chi-Chi.
Yeah, I mean, J-Team, they tried out some different drafts, right? They tried to bring out those range champs. They tried the Renata, tried the Karma. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough to get it done, and you see it on your screen there.
Yeah, Fido, most damage in the game. Just every game he hits a 0-2 power spike, he takes over.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm just impressed that Alcio got this far, let alone how good they've looked doing it. And I think massive shout out at anyone watching these games. You have to just recognize how much Lemus does. Because he was in a lane as Varus against Jhin Karma with a Braum as his support. Like, that is a very unplayable lane.
Yeah, on a horrible ADC. There were so many ADC bans this game.
He comes up, he gets out of that lane, he's strong, he plays these team fights immaculately, he's forcing cleans out of Chi-Chi on mid waves. He's just doing so much for this roster, and I can't wait to see him and how he does against Wako, because Wako is possibly our second best AD carry in the league. It was Sternfire picking out the MVP, of course.
Much deserved.
Yeah, that last game of Amumu was insane out of him, and now, going forward, it's something that other teams have to think about banning. It truly did feel like one of those champs where, you know, you're about to be eliminated. Game 5, World Finals, there's no reason to hide anything anymore. You know, show that you've prepped the Amumu, bring it out, and made it look bloody good.
And here he is just snapping his fingers and ending the game. Still has his flash after all the mayhem that's happened. Lakai lets him into the fight here and gets a flash ulti on the backline here. Minji not able to buffer that. Once again caught by this flash Amumu ulti. Tristana, such a safe ADC. Amumu may be one of the only champions with a snappy enough engage to not let you buffer the ulti.
Yeah, especially when it's like that, right? And this means we're going to get our third Alcio interview now. 3 in one playoffs.
Oh, who do you want to hear from?
Lemus.
Lemus?
Yeah, I really want to hear from Lemus.
Yeah.
Because I think ultimately he has been the most consistent. I don't think there's really an argument you can make otherwise. I haven't watched a single game where it's like, Lemus is playing questionably here. It's just been so straightforward. Yeah. As well as this is now his 4th playoff appearance. So I do really hope it's him. But who really knows who it's going to be? Who would you like?
I want Lemus too. I want to know what he has for breakfast. As an ADC player, I want to know what he's had for breakfast. I want to know what his shower routine is. I want to know everything I can. He's playing incredibly well.
Yeah. I believe we've got a little bit of a listen in, and there'll be a interview afterwards, so do enjoy.
Just think about Cassante.
Play tower and fight back. Play tower and fight back. You don't need to dive.
I'm zoning Jhin. I'm zoning Jhin.
Just don't just leave. Wait. We have to go. Hit just hit tower. Just hit tower.
Just hit tower. Jhin is zoning.
Yep.
Jhin is literally can't play. Jhin literally can't play.
Yes.
Good. Jhin.
We're gonna.
Oh my god.
We're gonna.
I don't give up.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到是 Ground Zero 的教练 Benvi， 请 Benvi 教練先跟大家打声招呼吧。
グラウンドゼロのコーチベンビーをインタビューさせていただきます。まず挨拶の方お願いいたします。
Welcome to today's post-game interview. Here we are with Ground Zero's coach Benvi for the post-game interview. Let's have Benvi coach say hello to everyone first.
Hi guys, good to be here.
首先恭喜你们获得今天与 JT 的比赛的胜利。你们今天是复仇的 JT， 然后晋级到了最终晋级赛。想问一下，你现在赢下来之后心情如何？
まず勝利おめでとうございます。J チームへの復習ができました。アドバンスマッチに進出できて今の気持ちを教えてください。
So first off, congratulations on winning against J Team. You guys revenged them even after 4 days playing against them. So I want to ask you, now you guys are in the final stage and going into the second stage. So I want to ask you, how do you feel right now after the win?
Right now, I just feel ecstatic we won, just won against J Team. It feels amazing. I mean, my whole team has worked so hard over this boot camp, and especially Lemus. It's been 4 times he's attempted to beat a PCS team, and we finally did it. So it feels amazing.
我非常高兴今天能够获得与 JT 比赛的胜利，我为我所有的这个队员都为他们感到高兴，尤其是我们的辅助选手 Limas， 因为他就是在第4次在 PCS 打比赛，尝试了4次，这次終於打贏了 JT， 進入到了最終晉級賽，所以我為我們整個隊伍都非常的感到開心。
本当にめちゃくちゃ嬉しいなんですけれども、やはり、もう選手たちの全員のことを誇り高く思っております。特にリーマス選手、4回目のプレーオフ、PCS プレーオフでやっと勝つことができました。すごく嬉しいです。
今天的对局看起来比较混乱，尤其是你们今天其实打出了非常多精彩的操作，但同时也有比较多的失误。在这种大乱斗的局面，作为一个教练，要怎么帮助选手稳定心态，然后赢下这场比赛呢？
すごく激しい試合でした。両チームとも素晴らしいプレーはたくさんありましたが、ミスも多かったようです。コーチとして選手たちにどのようなアドバイスをしますか
？So we see a kind of a fiesta game today. It was very close between you guys and J Team. So you guys had some really good highlights, but there was also some mistakes were made in today's game. As a coach, how do you help your players stay close with their mentality and help them play these kind of fiesta games?
Yeah, for sure. In series like these, they're really long and there's a lot of games. There's a lot of mistakes and a lot of thoughts around the games. I think my job as a coach and with my assistant coach style is just if the the team is too hyped up, we bring it back down a little bit in between games. And if they're too depressed after a loss or frustrated, we just try and bring it back up and give some like hope back to going into the next game.
这种大乱斗比赛都会很长，然后比较混乱。那作为一个教练的话，就是要让选手们稳定住心态。如果他们太激动的时候，我就要跟他们说要平静下心态，把他们拉回来。如果他们太伤心的话，我同时作为一个教练，也要跟他们说，就让他们稳定，就是打了个正常就好，稳住他们心态，才能赢下这种大乱斗式的比赛。
そうですね。やはり今日みたいな長い試合になりますと、細かい修正が必要ですね。私、コーチとしての仕事は、やはりプレイヤーは、興奮しすぎて、テンション高い時は、まず一旦落ち着かせることと、逆に落ち込んでいる時は、どうやってモチベーションを、高まることですね。
今年的夏季赛，其实你转换了身份，从选手变成了教练。我想知道你在变成教练之后，你对这个游戏的看法有没有改变，以及你觉得你的选手这次的表现怎么样呢？
今年のサマースプリットから選手を引退してコーチになりました。コーチになってからリーグズオブレジェンドを見る視点が変わりましたか？選手たちのパフォーマンスはどうでしたか？
So actually this summer you changed your position from a player to a coach. So I want to ask you about your idea of the game. Did it change after you changed your position, and how do you rate your teammates' performance, players' performance?
Yeah, switching from a player to a coach is like a big change. I mean, I've always coached alongside playing or coached before playing, but it's definitely just different, especially being like the coach of a team where all the players are just better than me at the game. I can say that now. My perspective has changed as like when you're looking as an outsider, you sort of aren't really attached to all the emotions and the feelings that you would be inside of the game, which gives you a much broader view, and you can sort of you just get a more holistic view over the game.
作为一个教练，其实跟选手还是差别蛮大的。我之前作为选手的时候，会比较专心，这个心情会被这个游戏影响。然后我现在可以说，就是以前我其实也都有在做教练，在当选手的时候，其实也有一直在做教练。但是我现在可以说，就是我所有的队员都打得比我好。那作为一个教练呢，我自己的心情不会太受影响，反而是要帮助这些选手，让他们能够平静心态。然后我对于游戏的理解也是更宏观了。
はい、そうですね。コーチとプレイヤーはやっぱり全然違いますね。まず一歩下がって今試合を客観的に見ることとどうやってその選手たちの気持ちを落ち着かせることがすごく大事なんです。
所以你的选手其实已经完成了你之前没有做到的事情，就是打入了最终晋级赛。我想知道你觉得要打败 FAK 最重要的制胜关键是什么？
グラウンドゼロはアドバンスマッチに進出しました。ベンコーチが現役時代に悔いを残したことをやり遂げました。FAK に勝つためのキーポイントは何だと思います？
So your players actually already achieved something you haven't done before. They are in advancement match. So I want to ask you, what do you think is the key in winning FAK?
I think taking a little bit away from each series we played before, so something away from our first loss and then our victory over SG. and basically doing the same thing you do when you adapt in a series, right? Especially now it's a best of 5. Just take something away each game and improve on it, and that's how we plan to win.
我觉得我们要赢的方式就是每一场系列赛都学到一点新东西，然后从像我们之前输的比赛，或者是对上 SG 的比赛，每一场都学了一点点新东西，然后在接下来也是 BO5 的比赛，所以对上他们，我们要从我们之前学的一些经验，然后累积起来，就有可能可以打败他们。
そうですね、前の試合からちょっとずつ勉強することと、まあ、たとえ前戦国ゲーミングスとの経験をうまく活かしてもっと、我々の実力を上達させることです。
最后我也听说这场就是访问是你自己要求的，想知道为什么你会特别想要做访问呢？
本日ベンビコーチはどうしてもインタビューを受けたいと聞きましたが、その理由を教えていただけますか？
So we actually heard that you really wanted to do this post-game interview. I want to ask you why you really wanted to do this interview.
One of the things I miss most about being a player is just being in front of camera and trying to like add some entertainment or sort of more understanding or background to what the things that the teams do. And yeah, I mean, any chance I get to be able to do this is like a treat. So I always will try and get in front of the camera, I guess. So yeah, it's great.
其实我还蛮喜欢在镜头前面表现，那我现在作为一个教练比较没有机会嘛，所以我就自己要求这个机会，然后也希望在镜头前面让大家更了解我们战队，然后我也可以就是展现出我自己个人的特色。
いやコーチになってからもう全然インタビューされなくなって本当に寂しい気持ちがいっぱいなんですよ。だから、この機会をもう逃してはいきたくないんで、あえてインタビューさせていただきました。
Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you very much once again for the interview and
yeah, congratulations to Benvi.
Yeah, got in front of the camera. Big. Now, next series, Frank Esports Ground Zero tomorrow. Best of 5. It'll be our first playoff best of 5, which will tell us a lot, I think, about Frank. Yeah. More so than Ground Zero, just regardless of who goes forward. But I think because Frank have that sort of substitute, we're going to find out much. This
is going to be a mess. Tomorrow is going to be a mess. It's 5 games. I think we're going all 5 games. It's going to be an absolute fiesta.
Yeah. I mean, the only games that haven't been a fiesta was DFM, and they're long gone.
Yeah.
They're well in the past.
Yeah, they're kicking their feet up.
Yeah.
Sipping
truly
martinis,
enjoying the
these
show.
Games. Yeah.
But I think what I want to learn is sort of about Frank, because they have the 2 mid laners. They started with Jimmy in today, finished it off with Pretender. In the past, they were starting with Pretender.
Was clutch.
Yeah, Pretender came in clutch, but Jimmy also came in clutch against West Point. So, like, I don't know what's going to happen there, and it must make it hard for Benvi and the whole side of Ground Zero to truly prep, because while the champion sort of doesn't look different, you know, they're most likely going to pick similar champions, the way that they win the games is often different. Like you saw in that last game, Pretender sort of just being a rock, I guess. Yeah. Like he wasn't really doing all that much, but he was not doing anything to be a detriment to his team, where sometimes Jimmy will get a little bit happy, knowing the Lucian game getting called out of the top side can be a little bit too much aggression. So it'll be interesting to see their take and how they'll go against Ground Zero, and have we prepared for a Mumu?
And yeah, also things just back onto Jimmy versus Pretender. You saw Jimmy in the second game on the Lucian just going to lanes where his teammates already were and just like taking the waves from them.
Yeah,
you'll never see Pretender do that ever.
Yeah, no. Oh, sorry, sir, you can have this wave.
Yeah. And I think that facilitates his teammates a bit better. Jimmy did a good job facilitating on the Aurora.
Yes.
But that is just a great champion for it. And the meta, I think, yeah, I like Pretender at the moment. Maybe it's just recency bias, because we've had Jimmy clutch up, we've had Pretender clutch up, so...
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure, but what I am sure about is I have to thank our sponsors. And of course, Changhua Telecom, who if you sign up with them in the near future, you will get 12 months of free access to Harmy Video. All the entertainment you could possibly need. It includes, obviously, stuff like this. It has the Olympics and everything like that. And the Grand Sheraton Taipei Hotel, of course, who have housed our players. They gave Ground Zero the rest they need. Got them nice and fed up with their 688 rooms buffet. I always get jealous of them getting the buffet, by the way. If you ever see it online, they look insane. And of course, China Airlines, who got everyone over here to Taipei to compete in these PCS playoffs, to give LCO the chance to finally qualify to that second stage. And last but not least, TTL Brand Ramen, who, once again, they continue to be a big supporter of the show. And without them, none of this all would be possible. So a big shout out to everyone involved. And now tomorrow is going to have to be the focus. Of course, we can talk at length about what happens today. And ultimately, it is sad to bid farewell to the likes of Team Bliss and to J-Team, who we just saw lost today. But, you know, tomorrow we have the chance for Frank to get revenge for J-Team and for Ground Zero to get revenge for Team Bliss. I think it's just a perfect story.
Yeah, I think Ground Zero have already made history, but I think they've got, you know, the wind behind them, and it feels hard for me to root against them at this point. I almost want them to win if they weren't up against our PCS representatives.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to be from Oceania, but part of the PCS, because then you just rockin' hard place type beat. Now, thank you so much to everyone for joining us tonight. It has been an insane show. The games, no one could have predicted how they went, even when they were very deep into it. I'm so glad you joined us, and I can't wait to see you all tomorrow.